I grew up in this tiny little village up in the Scottish Highlands, and when I say tiny, I mean tiny. Not counting the two farms with their big old farmers' houses, there were 5 homes, a farm shop, and a pub. That's it. At the edge of the village was a bus stop, and that was my portal to civilization for the first 17 years of my life. Life was the same for all the kids in the surrounding villages too. It wasn't just us that lived like that. We had nothing to do at home and only one notoriously unreliable bus service to get us out of our various little hamlets. So when I reached my mid-teens and owning a car became an option, the prospect of getting my hands on one seemed like my golden ticket to freedom. I could go anywhere, do anything, get out of my drab little village for days at a time, and all I needed was a bit of petrol money. I worked my butt off, saving every penny I could, putting it all towards this little 3-door hatchback I'd spotted in the local paper. Then on my 17th, my dad revealed he had already put a deposit down on it, and all I had to do was pay off the rest out of my own money, and I owned the thing. I remember my mates being almost as happy as I was about the new car. After all, they were going to be reaping the benefits of my newfound mobility too. We all drove up to Inverness for the day, went to Domino's, and tried getting served in a few of the pubs there, but as good a laugh as that was, it was hardly the big city or anything, and it was only for a few hours' drive there and back. We started eyeing up a bit more of a challenging destination, somewhere none of us had ever been, as far from home as my car could take us, so, after some discussion, we decided on London. None of us had ever been to London before, and as much as Edinburgh was the center of our world, London seemed like the center of the universe. It was gearing up to be a real lads-on-tour kind of trip, so we decided to all save up for a few months, then we'd drive down in the summer to make the most of the daylight and the good weather. It took us quite a while, and the planning stage of such a big journey made it feel like we were going to star in our own Lord of the Rings spin-off. But when the time came to pack up the car and hit the road, we could barely contain our excitement. We thought it'd be the road trip that would define our young lives, something to bridge the gap from boyhood to adulthood, and in a way, that's exactly what it was. And even though we wouldn't actually make it to London, none of us would ever be the same again. We planned on completing the 10-hour drive in 2 legs, one 5-hour drive down to Blackpool, where we'd sleep overnight in a hotel, and then the next day, we'd make the next 5 hours or so down to London. We picked out a travel lodge on the edge of town to get ourselves a few rooms, and the drive down was easy enough. But when we got there, we realized that we made a very silly mistake. Instead of actually booking the rooms and paying in advance, we thought that we'd be able to just rock up at leisure. So when the nice lady at the front desk apologized and told us that they were all booked up, we were less than pleased with ourselves. We drove around a bit more, hoping to find somewhere with a free room or two, but to our absolute horror, everywhere was booked up for the night, and in the end, we just had to accept that we had to just keep driving, which was well off the cards because I was completely exhausted, or try our best to get some sleep in the car after parking somewhere safe and discreet. And that's how we ended up in the car park of some service station, leaning the seats back and settling in for a few hours of terrible sleep before we got back on the road to London. I'm not sure how long later, but I woke up to one of my mates, Alistair, tapping me on the shoulder saying he needed to go to the toilet. Given that it was a 3-door, that meant that I needed to get out of the car and pull the seat forward so Allie had room to get out. I'm absolutely banjaxed by this point, so I grumpily get out of the car so that Allie could go and relieve himself in some nearby bushes. The noise woke the other lads up who weren't best pleased to have their sleep disturbed. Then I sat on the edge of my driver's seat, feet on the concrete outside, watching Allie walking off into this dark corner of the car park. I remember rubbing my eyes, telling myself it would all be worth it once we were raising hell among the poor unsuspecting Sassenachs. But then seconds later, I hear the bushes rustling, and I looked up to see Allie bursting out of them, running full pelt back at the car. Before I could even say anything, Ollie is just jabbering, start the car, start the car, start the car, all while basically shoving me out of the way so he can clamber into the back seat again. This obviously had everyone in the car asking him what his problem was, but He's just ignoring them, focusing on telling me that we needed to get moving. Quite quickly, I worked out that whatever had him so freaked out had obviously been in the bushes he'd walked into to take a wee, and I remember turning back around to look at them before seeing the shape of a person suddenly walk into the orange lamplight. I could see it was a bloke. I could just tell from the look of him, but other than that, I couldn't make out much detail. What I could see, though, was that this bloke was power walking over to our car, and not in a way that suggested that they were going to be calm or polite about their little encounter with Ollie. God knows what had happened, but it obviously wasn't good. I know it sounds a bit selfish, but the first thing that went through my mind was, he's going to damage my car. But see it from my perspective. Allie was in the back seat by that point, so if the random bloke's got plans for violence, it's either me or my car that's going to get it. That had me twisting the key into the ignition like a madman. Then as soon as I got a decent rev going, I put my foot down and we zoomed out of the car park back onto the main road. Once we appeared to be safe, the lot of us are basically screeching at Allie to tell us how he'd managed to piss someone off in the middle of nowhere and in the middle of the night. Allie was a bit of a joker back then, still is to be honest, and he had this way of rubbing people up the wrong way. He just couldn't help himself, almost like he kept all his smart comments bottled up. He exploded. It was always getting us in trouble back home, so naturally our first assumption was that he pulled a classic Allie and gotten us chased away from our sleeping spot. He just about blew his top at the accusation, completely denied being rude to anyone, then told everyone to shut up so he could explain what had happened. When he said it, I actually thought that he was lying to us, and that it was a way of getting out of the doghouse with us so he wouldn't start the trip in everyone's bad books. But then, when we made him swear on his mom's life, he did, telling us again, "Boys, I swear to God, I think I just witnessed a murder." It's about 3 in the morning at that point, on this quiet stretch of dual carriageway, somewhere between Manchester and Liverpool, and we're all listening as Allie starts telling us his story. He said he walked into the bushes, walked right out of sight of the car park for some privacy, and then just as he was about to whip his bobby out, he heard something not too far away from him. Not wanting to start peeing until he knew he was alone, Allie said he creeps through the bushes a bit more, trying to work out what and where the sound was. He said it sounded like something was punching a pillow or something, like these muted strikes that lined up with someone making these soft grunting noises. Now, if your mind is building a slightly unsavory image of what that noise could be, you and Allie think alike, because he too thought that he was about to catch 2 people playing a wee game of hide the sausage. At least, that was his excuse for why he was so curious and why he went skulking through some bushes in the middle of the night. But then, instead of finding 2 wrong-uns engaged in a bit of hanky-panky, he sees what he can only describe as a bloke kneeling over another, looking like he was slamming his fist down onto the other one's chest. The bloke taking it is lying on the grass verge, not making a sound. And that's when Allie realizes that the bloke isn't just hitting the other one with his fist. He's got a knife in his hand. He's not punching him. He's stabbing him. When he realized what he was looking at, Allie said he must have made a noise or something, what I imagine to be either a gasp or a rustle of the bushes or something. The bloke hears it, turns toward Allie, and that was Allie's cue to come legging it back through the bushes and into the lights of the car park. Allie finishes his little horror story, and we're still in a state of disbelief. Only that time, it wasn't so much because we didn't believe him, it was because we didn't want to believe him. His tone of voice, the way he's telling us the story, everything about the way he was acting made me think that he was actually telling the truth. Allie was a brave lad. I suppose you had to be with a mouth like that. So to see him so piss-your-pants frightened wasn't something we thought he could fake. We're still trying to pick apart his story, poke holes in it, or get him to admit that he was exaggerating or something, but he wouldn't. He swore blind that that's what he'd seen, and that we needed to get to a police station or something. Then right as he says that about telling the Jakes, I look up into my rear view to see a pair of headlights coming up really, really fast on my rear bumper. I tune out of the conversation for a second, watching the headlights and expecting them to start passing me, but they didn't. and the next thing I know, the headlights are so close and so bright that they're lighting up the whole inside of my car. This then gets the attention of the lads, and as I'm panicking, wondering what the bloody hell this other driver is thinking, I just hear Allie say, "Oh no, it's him." A split second after that, wham! The driver speeds up and smashes his front bumper into my rear. We all let out these shouts of terror as I kept my hands gripped on the steering wheel. I just about kept control of the car, but another hit like that, and I might not be able to stop from just careening off the road. It was like being stuck in this horrible catch-22. We'd speed up and try to get away, and I'd definitely lose control of the car the next time the driver hit us, or slow down, try to pull over, and face the fury of whoever was trying to run us off the road. In the end, the driver decided for us, but the next time he hit us, he managed to focus the force onto one side of my bumper. Not exactly like a pit maneuver if you know what one of those is, but it was basically the same effect. I completely lost control of the car, and even though I tried to keep us on the road, we ended up smashing into a metal barrier at the side of the road, and the car went down a small slope on the other side and flipped over a few times in the process. I just remember closing my eyes and thinking, this is how I'm going to die. And I gripped the steering wheel as hard as I possibly could while I waited for something to just switch my lights out. Then suddenly, the car was still. Everything hurt, but I was still awake and I was still alive. Somehow we'd been lucky enough to land wheels down, and the first thing I did was turn off the engine because I could see smoke coming out from under the bonnet. We're all in agony, but I knew from the various groans and curses that everyone was relatively okay. But then I suddenly realized that I can smell petrol, and I knew that we were in serious trouble. Only the passenger side door was working, and only one of the seats would come forward, and we did actually manage to get everyone out of the car. There were also no fires at all, but we didn't know that at the time, so even though we were in a considerable amount of pain, we did manage to get out. I feel like now would be an appropriate time to tell you all of this happened back before mobile phones were an everyday time. This meant that if we wanted to contact the police, we had to either find a roadside phone which could be used in case of emergencies, or we had to hope that another driver was passing so we could send them to get some help. Only two of us, me and Fraser, were good enough to walk anywhere, but that meant leaving Allie and our other mate Connor alone by the roadside. If the bloke who smashed us off the road came back and saw Allie there sitting all helpless at the side of the road, he and Connor would be in quite a bit of trouble. After all, if the bloke really was trying to get rid of any witnesses, he might not hesitate to hurt the both of them, or even hang around and wait for us to come back. Luckily, that didn't happen though, because our car came around the bend just as me and Fraser were heading off, and the woman driving had one of those old-style mobile phones that look like a brick with an antenna on the end of it, so she was able to get in touch with the Jakes for us. And we just about begged her to hang around until they arrived, and although the van that drove us off the road didn't reappear, we were terrified that he was going to come back to finish the job he'd started. In the end, we all spent the rest of the night in a hospital in Greater Manchester, with 2 police officers hanging around to get all of our stories. Each of us had a collection of sprains and other injuries, but nothing that a few days' rest wouldn't see on the mend. We were incredibly lucky, and that goes without saying, and one doctor in particular reminded me of this, saying if we'd been going 10 or 15 miles over, or if the car had stayed on the road, we probably wouldn't have survived. That part really played out in my mind because, like I mentioned, I was actually trying to keep us on the road, thinking that that was our best option. I stand by it, because if we'd have crashed into a river or something, that would have been far worse. But if I had gone a bit faster to try and get away and then lost control, none of us would have walked away from that crash that night. I was able to call my mom and dad from the hospital, and although they were horrified at the news that we'd crashed, they were just as relieved as we were to hear that we'd walked away with just a few sprains and bruises. Obviously, I was gutted about my car. Months and months of work had been almost a complete waste of time. But somehow, given how serious the situation was, I didn't feel like I'd really lost anything. I still had my health, all of my mates were okay aside from serious whiplash, and I could still borrow my dad's car if I ever really needed it. Losing my car was crap, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't really matter. Only much later did we find out that the police had found evidence of a violent crime near the car park we'd been trying to sleep. They didn't find any dead body or anything, but there was enough blood to corroborate Allie's story about seeing a person getting stabbed. The van that had crashed into us was found about a week later, abandoned in some woodland on the other side of Manchester. There were bloodstains on the inside, and the registration matched one that had been sitting in the same car park we'd tried to get some sleep in. All in all, we'd narrowly avoided permanently being silenced as witnesses to a murder. But beyond that, we didn't learn much else for quite a while. We had no idea if they ever caught the guy who chased us, why he killed the bloke Allie saw. Nothing more than we were very, very lucky to get away alive. But then, my parents get a call from Fraser's parents because Fraser's aunt was working down in Leeds and had been following the story. The murder victim was the joint owner of some builder's firm in Blackpool, and he'd recently taken his partner to court over some kind of fraud thing. Not long after the bloke's body was found, i.e. the one we found, this sticky-fingered partner of his goes missing and becomes the prime suspect of his partner's murder. That was the fellow who chased us in his van, and Allie had actually stumbled across him, finishing off the partner he'd robbed. The worst thing, though, is that Allie had been mistaken about the murderer stabbing his partner in the chest, because the actual cause of death was strangulation. The bloke had brought a knife along because he wanted to make it as hard as possible for the police to identify his partner's body. He wasn't stabbing the bloke in the chest. It was just too dark for Allie to see the victim was being stabbed in the face. We didn't learn that little detail until much later on. Fraser's dad had told my dad, but my dad just didn't have the heart to tell me something that horrific. It took until we were all in our mid-20s for it to make its way around to me and my friends, and when it did, let me tell you, chills. This all happened so long ago that me and my 3 old pals are mostly married with kids and stuff and living in other places, so we don't get to see each other as much as we'd like. But every so often, we're all back home at the same time and we'll go for a pint in one of the locals. Spirits are always high during these wee reunions, but at some point, the conversation inevitably turns towards the crash and how lucky we all are that we got to go home alive after it. When there's one bloke who never got to go home at all. Back in my early 20s, me and my bestie went through a phase of going on road trips every other weekend, and this one time, we planned on driving all the way to San Francisco with a few stops in between. So first day, we're about 4 hours into the drive and we're going along I-70 in Colorado, coming up on the state line. Around 8 p.m., we pull over at a gas station, and while I'm fueling up, I notice these other 2 girls pumping gas. They looked around the same age as us, like they could have been on a road trip just like we were, but just behind them, at the other pump, was this guy. He looked like he was in his late 30s or early 40s, and the girls can't see him doing it, but he's just staring at these 2 girls with a blank expression on his face, eyes darting back and forth between them as they pumped their gas. It was really creepy, but after a while, the guy went back to seeing to his car, and I went inside of the gas station to grab some snacks as fuel for our night drive up to Salt Lake City. When I walk back out of the gas station, the girls are just leaving in their car, and when I take a look around for the creepy truck guy, he's staring at their car again. Then, in a move that seemed so full of bad intention that it actually freaked me out, he suddenly jumped in his truck, then went speeding off in the same direction as the girls did. I'm like, no. If that happened to me and my friend, I'd want someone to have our back too, even if it was just to trail us while dialing 911 or whatever. By the time I caught up with him, the guy was riding their butt with his high beams on, flashing his lights every so often like he was trying to get them to pull over or something. Then right there in front of me, the guy speeds up around the side of the girl's car, Then I can see him leaning over in his seat so he can shout stuff over to them. The next thing I know, the girl's car starts to pull over and I'm thinking, oh God, no, don't do it. But the guy in the truck just passes them and keeps going, maybe because he saw me in his rear view and knew that he couldn't do anything with witnesses. Then me and my friend also pull over right up behind where the girls are parked, and after putting my hazard lights on, we got out to see if they were okay. And they were not okay. The guy was so obviously not a cop, but apparently he'd been yelling at the girls that he was a deputy and that if they didn't pull over, they'd be going to jail. That was when they decided to actually do as he was asking, and if they pulled over without us being behind them, there's no telling what would have happened that night. I think it says everything that the guy just fled once we realized that they weren't alone. He must have known that his little cop impersonation wouldn't have stood up to scrutiny, but then he obviously wasn't planning on keeping his little charade up if he actually got the girls to pull over. If he'd have gotten his hands on them, they would have been in a whole world of hurt. We told the girls that they were welcome to stick behind us until we reached the next gas station or any place they could stop and link up with the cops to tell them what happened. They took us up on the offer and we parted ways not long after, but not after some very grateful hugs. Stuff like that made me wonder just how safe me and my friend were. Someone else had gotten unlucky that time, but how long would it be until it was us that had attracted the attention of some highway psycho? We tried to cut down on the amount of time we spent driving at night after that. It always made it much easier to get around, what with the roads being less busy, but I think we can all agree that there's something about the darkness that makes creeps feel more comfortable being creeps. There's a wilder point in there too, and it's something that'll always scare me as a young woman. We can take all the safety precautions we want, go on as many take back the night marches as we can organize. Heck, we can go ahead and carry a gun if we're so inclined, but we'll never be able to stop people wanting to hurt other people. Some are born that way, some are made that way, and sometimes, when they really want to inflict pain or misery, there's really nothing anyone can do about it. I used to go to Arizona State, so whenever I could, I'd drive back to San Diego to see family and friends. It was a solid 5.5-hour drive, but sometimes I'd get so homesick that I drove home on a Friday and be back home late on the Sunday. The point is, I used to spend a lot of time driving at night. So, this one week, my mom calls me with some pretty bad news. My grandpa was sick, like really sick, and had to be rushed to the hospital for treatment. So she wanted to know if I could visit him, with the implication being that it might be my very last chance to see him. The call came at like 11:30 at night, so I quickly packed my bags, told my roommate where I was going and how long I'd be, then started the night drive back to California. A few hours later, I'm driving through dry, dusty, rural Nevada when I decide to take one of my usual stops that I take when driving that route. For clarity's sake, it was just an hour or so before the California border, and I'm still very familiar with that particular stop because I used to perform the same little ritual every time I was getting ready to enter California. Since I was often driving alone a lot in Arizona, I used to conceal carry, and at the time, I had my extended permit which allowed concealed through several states, except of course, California. So, I park my car and I start disassembling and putting away my gun to be in compliance with Cali gun laws. When I'm done doing that, I step out to go to the restroom and grab some coffee before I go out on the road again. What I didn't know was that someone had managed to get close to my truck and was hiding along the passenger side. When I walked past them, whoever it was grabbed me from behind, and I let out the loudest, most blood-curdling scream I could possibly muster. Kind of to alert anyone nearby, but mainly because I realized there was basically no one else around to see what was going on. I did all I could. I fought and tried to buck the guy off of me, but I wasn't doing very well. I tried kicking back at him, but he countered by lifting me off the ground where I couldn't get him. Then I tried to break through the grip his arms had on me, but that just made him bend me over with him still behind me. I'm not sure how long I was screaming and fighting, but when I heard tires screech, my fear ramped up like 1,000 times. I figured the guy had a partner, that I was about to be tossed into the back of a truck or something, and I'd never be seen again. In reality, it was a Toyota Corolla full of local teenagers. God knows why they were at that gas station so late, but I thank God that they were, because I think they literally saved my life that night. The teens jumped out and ran towards us, and the guy who grabbed me took off. Two of the kids chased him through the desert beyond the gas station on foot, and the driver and the other kid made sure I was all right. They waited with me until the cops arrived and I could tell them what happened, even brought me a cup of coffee and let me bum a smoke. I didn't even smoke, I just felt like I needed one to calm myself down. For years afterwards, I used to send each of these guys thank you texts on the anniversary of my near miss, and if I hadn't lost the phone their numbers were saved on, I'd still do it. Because as much as those kids decided to be heroes that night, there are just as many people in the world who would have turned a blind eye and pretended they didn't see it. And I thank God that it wasn't one of those kinds of people who just so happened to pull into the parking lot when I needed them most. I was once driving down these narrow dirt roads in the middle of nowhere, and it was pouring rain in the dead of night. The rain and the roads were so bad that I was slowing down to 15 miles an hour sometimes and couldn't see any of the signs, and this was before GPS. At one point, I had to pull over to the side of the road to try and see the sign to see if I was going in the right direction. I didn't get out due to the rain, so I was craning my neck forward to try and make out where I was when suddenly the passenger door opened and a complete stranger started trying to climb into my car. Here in Honduras, there is a fair amount of violent crimes and hijackings, so I instinctively started panicking and yelling and screaming at the top of my lungs, putting my foot down on the gas and speeding away before the guy had a chance to really get in. First chance I could, I quickly leaned over and closed the passenger door, then carried on off down the road. I was breathing so heavily and my heart beating out of my chest at this point and trying my best to calm down, nearly in tears. I kept seeing it in my head the whole rest of the drive. It was definitely the scariest thing that's ever happened to me here, and I try my best not to drive at night anymore. Next time, I might not be so lucky. Click the join button to become a member today for exclusive content. Leah Roberts was born on July 23rd of 1976 in Durham, North Carolina. She grew up with her parents and two older siblings, Heather and Kara, who later described her as a sociable, laid-back young woman with a love of soccer and live music. Yet as Leah progressed into her teenage years, her family was hit by a series of sudden and unexpected tragedies. When she was just 17, Leah's father was diagnosed with a long-term respiratory illness, and 3 years later, her mother suddenly passed away as the result of an undiagnosed heart condition. After briefly taking some time off of school to cope, Leah was nearly killed during a serious traffic accident in the fall of 1998. She suffered a punctured lung and shattered femur, meaning doctors needed to insert a metal rod into her leg to aid the healing process. Just a few months later, in the spring of 1999, Leah temporarily withdrew from school again in order to spend more time with her dying father, who would go on to pass away a few weeks later in early April. In some ways, the barrage of tragedy had positive effects on Leah, who became intensely interested in philosophy, spirituality, and artistic expression as a way of coping. But unsurprisingly, there were many negative effects too. Leah struggled to catch up with her schoolwork and dropped out of college in the early 2000s, just months before she was due to graduate with a degree in Spanish and anthropology. Shortly afterward, Leah pursued a fresh start in the neighboring city of Raleigh, and by her 23rd birthday, she was living in a small apartment with her best friend, Nicole. She often spent time in local coffee shops and was said to be fostering a passion for writing, but without a doubt, Leah's true passion was for travel. After 2 separate backpacking trips around Europe and Central America, Leah developed a serious case of wanderlust, satisfying it through regular road trips with friends. It's not difficult to see that the thrill of discovery was very therapeutic for Leah. She was escaping the old in search of the new. March 9th of the year 2000 was a day that started out like any other for Leah and Nicole, and they made plans to babysit together the following day. Leah didn't seem distressed or worried about anything, and evidently felt comfortable enough to make plans for the near future. But then for some reason, at around 6 p.m. that evening, Leah packed a suitcase, withdrew $3,000 from an ATM, then embarked on what appeared to be a 3,000-mile road trip across the United States. Nicole was surprised at Leah's abrupt departure. It wasn't unusual for her roommate to head off on extended road trips, but to leave so suddenly was definitely out of character. After failing to make contact with her for 3 days, Nicole contacted Leah's sister, Kara, to ask if she knew where she was. A concerned Kara then joined Nicole in searching Leah's bedroom for any clue to where she'd gone, and it was then that they found an envelope containing cash and a handwritten note. Dated March 9th, the note read, "Dear Nicole, this is to cover bills for while I'm gone. Remember, everyone is together in thoughts and prayers, and time passes quickly. Have faith in me, yourself. Help Shep with Easter at Lotta House for fun for the children. Give Peter my laptop. Give everyone my love. See you soon. Tell Kara don't worry, even though she will. Cookies in the freezer. Love, Leah." Underneath the main body of text was a few scribble addendums, some of which read, "I'm not going to take my own life. I'm the opposite. Remember Jack Kerouac? I'm on the road." This was a reference to one of Leah's favorite authors, Jack Kerouac, who'd authored a book named On the Road, which detailed his road trips across the United States. The reference further convinced Leah's loved ones that she simply departed on an impromptu road trip, an opinion shared by a friend named Janine Quiller. Janine had met Leah on a visit to her favorite coffee shop, and the pair had bonded over their love of Jack Kerouac's writing. Recalling the last conversation that they had, Janine didn't remember Leah acting unusual, but she did note that Leah had mentioned a desire to visit Desolation Peak in rural Whatcom County, Washington, a place mentioned in Jack Kerouac's autobiography, Dharma Bums. Kara gave the search a head start by revealing that she had power of attorney over her sister, a precaution she'd taken while Leah was backpacking around Costa Rica. This meant she could access Leah's bank records, then use any ATM transactions to paint a picture of her movements. It seemed that Leah was working her way west, and after starting in Raleigh, North Carolina, she made her way to California before her route turned north into Oregon and Washington. It seemed Leah did indeed have Desolation Park in mind, and having already mentioned this to Janine Quiller, the cohesive thinking Leah displayed encouraged those who were concerned for her. Yet Nicole and Kara still found Leah's sudden departure to be deeply worrying and were still desperate to see her safe return. 9 days after Leah went missing, during the early afternoon of March 19th, a man named Lionel Packett and his girlfriend were jogging through the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest in Whatcom County. At some point in their run, Lionel noticed an article of clothing hanging from a tree, and on further inspection, he discovered a white vehicle at the bottom of a roadside embankment. The 1993 Jeep Cherokee was heavily damaged and was surrounded by a haphazard collection of clothing and other personal belongings. Several blankets were draped over the windows as if someone had been camping inside the car, but it was abandoned at the time of Lionel's arrival. Based on the amount of damage, law enforcement believed that the Jeep had been moving at about 30 to 40 miles per hour when it crashed into the embankment and flipped over several times. Anyone inside would have been seriously injured or killed, yet there was no evidence that anyone had been inside at the time of the crash. There were no traces of hair or blood, the seatbelt was not strained, and no sign that anyone had struck their head against the wheel or windshield, all details which gave hope to those who wished to see Leah's safe return. Following the discovery of Leah's Jeep, 2 full search and rescue teams combed the surrounding area using dogs and a helicopter, but were unable to find a single trace of their missing person. A search of the Jeep revealed $2,500 tucked in a pair of Leah's jeans, along with various empty food containers and plastic bottles. Yet the search turned up two items which Leah's loved ones found very concerning. The first was an ornate wooden box containing a ticket for a showing of the movie American Beauty. Such a simple item having such a decorative container indicates that the ticket was of significant sentimental value to Leah. But why would she bring it with her on her cross-country road trip? The second item of concern in Leah's Jeep was her mother's wedding ring. Nicole described the ring as being nothing short of sacred to Leah, and again, it's not clear why she had chosen to bring it along, but its presence in her Jeep was something that investigators found deeply disconcerting. Given that Leah's vehicle was so close to the road, it was highly unlikely that she'd wandered off into the woods, and investigators suspected that she'd managed to hitchhike in pursuit of assistance. This theory was backed up by the fact that there were several reported sightings of Leah throughout the state of Washington in the days following her disappearance. One man claimed to have seen a young woman matching Leah's description at a Texaco gas station in Everett, about 70 miles south of where her Jeep was abandoned. The man claimed Leah was visibly disoriented and that she had no idea who she was or where she lived. The man offered Leah help, but she refused it, then disappeared from view. On March 21st, Nicole and Kara traveled up to Washington State to look for their sister. They were unsuccessful in finding her, but managed to raise enough awareness of Leah's disappearance that a man ended up reaching out to Nicole and Kara in relation to their search. The man claimed to have spotted Leah at a restaurant and described her as being friendly and talkative before leaving the restaurant with a man calling himself Barry. The restaurant in question is located less than an hour's drive from where Leah's abandoned Jeep was found, meaning that she was probably in the company of this mysterious man when she ran into trouble. The man's description of Barry was so detailed that law enforcement arranged for him to meet with a sketch artist, and a composite drawing of the suspect was subsequently created. Yet frustratingly, the police were never able to verify that Barry actually existed. After searching Leah's car, detectives asked her sister what she wanted them to do with the vehicle. Kara told them to keep it, hoping that technological advances might someday glean more evidence from it. The decision paid off back in 2006 when two detectives reviewing the case realized that the Jeep had not been searched as thoroughly as they previously thought. Although the interior had been processed for blood, hair, and fibers, no one had thought to explore underneath the hood of the car for any evidence. When they opened up the hood, they found that someone had messed with the engine so that a person could turn on the ignition, push a switch, and cause the Jeep to accelerate into the embankment on its own without anyone actually being present inside the vehicle. On top of that, the police also found a set of unidentified fingerprints under the hood of the car, fingerprints that could well have belonged to the man calling himself Barry. Barry was discovered to have previously served as a mechanic in the U.S. military, and it's reasonable to assume that he was capable of engine tampering. Yet after tracking the man down and securing a copy of his fingerprints, investigators were amazed to find that they didn't match those on the Jeep. Barry has since claimed to be completely innocent of any wrongdoing and merely bumped into Leah at the restaurant. He mentioned her talking a lot about Jack Kerouac, but otherwise seemed in perfectly high spirits as she climbed into her Jeep and drove out of the parking lot. Barry insisted that this was the final time he saw Leah, and was devastated to hear that such a charming young woman had disappeared. But given that he was one of the last people Leah interacted with before her disappearance, Barry has never been completely eliminated as a potential suspect. Yet there's one school of thought which purports a very curious theory indeed, one which revolves around the idea that Leah had tried to fake her own death. The nature of the tampering which occurred on Leah's engine leads us to believe that someone wanted to move Leah's Jeep without actually being inside of it. Then, since the Jeep was sent crashing down a steep embankment, it's safe to say that whoever was responsible wanted people to believe that there was a driver inside at the time of the crash. This means that Leah hired someone capable of rigging her car's engine, and that Barry might well be involved in a secretive underground group who offered to help a person to disappear in exchange for cash. This would explain why Leah had made so many ATM stops on her way to Washington, but again, it's never been something investigators have been able to confirm. The fact remains that more than 20 years after she disappeared, we're still no closer to learning the truth behind Leah's disappearance. Perversely, the best-case scenario is that she faked her own death, and for some reason found it in herself to deceive and terrify those closest to her in order to do so. But then the worst-case scenario is that Leah's trip to Washington really had been as innocent as it was spontaneous, and that just outside of a small mountain town, she'd been snatched up, murdered, and then entombed somewhere that no one might ever find. Perhaps there's someone in rural Washington still going about their daily lives who still carries a little piece of Leah wherever they go, as a reminder that they've gotten away with murder. On May 18th of 1935, George and Laura Lorius joined their friends Albert and Tilly Haberer on the cross-country road trip of a lifetime. From their home in southern Illinois, the group planned on driving across 2,000 miles of plains and desert, before finally finishing up on the coast of California, and by May 21st, they had arrived in the small town of Vaughn, New Mexico. After piling out of George Lorius's Nash sedan, the two couples checked into the Vaughn Hotel before sending off several postcards to friends and family. Then, after a small dinner at a local diner, the group retired to their rooms for the night before continuing west the following morning. In their postcards, the group seemed to be in high spirits and reported nothing untoward occurring during their most recent drive. But after the couples continued driving west on the morning of the 22nd, neither was ever heard from again. It wasn't until the morning of May 26th that the Lorius' car was found abandoned in the business district of Dallas, Texas. The vehicle's keys were still in the ignition, the gas tank was full, and numerous postcards lay in the passenger seat. But there was no sign of any of the Illinois road trippers. Gas station receipts confirmed that Mr. Lorius had purchased fuel in a place called Socorro on May 23rd, but after that, their fate was anyone's guess. The following week, the couple's families were notified of their disappearance, and an official investigation was launched. Police initially believed that the absence of $400 worth of traveler's checks indicated that a violent robbery had taken place. However, investigators soon discovered that the couple's car had been involved in a minor accident shortly after arriving in Socorro. Since the accident could have angered someone enough to do harm to the road trippers, police began questioning the handful of witnesses to the crash. Yet instead of describing the vehicle as containing two middle-aged couples, witnesses stated that the lone occupant was a young man with dark-colored hair. Detectives managed to track the vehicle from the scene of the accident to a small local repair shop. Mechanics changed a tire on the vehicle and completed other minor repairs. Then whoever was driving the car paid with one of George Lorius's traveler's checks. Detectives then followed the trail of cash checks to a motel in El Paso, and then to Dallas, which is where the vehicle was found abandoned on May 26th. The investigation briefly stalled until June 29th, when a report came in of a small desert bushfire on the outskirts of Albuquerque. The fire department arrived to discover a piece of burning luggage. Inside were the smoldering belongings of George and Laura Lorius. With the man responsible for the couple's disappearance still actively disposing of their belongings, law enforcement rushed into action in the hopes they might still be recovered alive. The FBI headed up a multi-agency task force which searched rivers, lakes, mine shafts, wells, and numerous spots around the desert. Yet despite the vast reach of the well-staffed search teams, not a trace of the missing couples could be found. Unable to apprehend a suspect, detectives found themselves diverted to other investigations, and the case eventually went cold. But as recently as 2010, the case files are still revisited by various state police officers, each hoping for a flash of inspiration. According to one such officer, Agent Norman Rhodes, the case has never been officially closed, but the low probability of it being solved means that the New Mexico State Police can rarely afford to pay it any mind. Yet despite the perceived difficulties of the case, Agent Rhodes has since made it his personal mission to discover what happened to the 4 Illinois road trippers. Rhodes stated that perhaps his most daunting task has been trying to locate the remains of the road trippers' bodies, which are most likely nothing more than desiccated bones today. It will also be no small feat to locate the couple's killer, who will have probably died of old age since the crime took place, but such a prospect hasn't seemed to have deterred Agent Rhodes. Perhaps his zeal comes from the ongoing support and assistance provided by Laura Lorius's great-niece, Barbara Ashcraft, who is desperate to see the family mystery finally solved. When pressed on what her theories regarding his relative's fate, Ashcraft believes they were murdered in Vaughan, possibly in the very same cafe that they had their breakfast in on the morning of their disappearance. The purpose of their stop in Vaughan was so that the Loriuses could visit an old friend who just so happened to live there, but it's unclear whether or not this friend actually met with them. Not only that, but in 1963, a private investigator named Walter Duke received a letter from a woman claiming to have witnessed the murders. The woman said she watched the two couples being escorted into the basement of a cafe, and that she had later heard that they'd been robbed, murdered, and then buried in wet concrete. The tip has led Barbara Ashcraft to suggest that the investigation should focus on the concrete slabs lining the site of the former Vaughan Hotel, but Agent Norman Rhodes has another theory. After combing over stacks of reports in the State Police Records Division, Rhodes has created a timeline of events and interviews that's an incredible 141 pages long. According to him, 2 postcards in particular have convinced Rhodes that the couples actually left Vaughan on the morning of May 22nd with the intention of driving to Albuquerque via Santa Fe. A postcard marked May 22nd was mailed to Albuquerque, and a clerk at Albuquerque's Sturgis Hotel told investigators that the couples visited her hotel that afternoon to ask about renting rooms. Agent Rhodes believed that the couples rented one of the smaller rooms at this hotel so that each of them could take a shower, and intended to travel over to Gallup by nightfall. Yet shortly after leaving town, they suffered their run-in with their mysterious killer. It's very possible that the couples misjudged the distance to Albuquerque and had ended up driving around in the dark when it's much harder to properly navigate. Rhodes believed that this is how they became vulnerable to a potential predator, and that the couple simply misplaced their trust in someone who brutally and violently betrayed them. Although spotted by a handful of witnesses, the police are no closer to identifying the man who took George Lorius's car, as they were almost 90 years ago. But even if this person was identified, they're probably in no fit state to answer questions about something that occurred back in 1935, and it's unlikely that there's any surviving forensic evidence. The truth behind the disappearance of George Lorius, Laura Lorius, and their friends Albert and Tilly might well have vanished along with them, and the mystery of how 4 regular, wholesome people simply disappeared one day is unlikely to ever be unraveled. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial. And maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, you better call Saul.
Imagine you have 2 friends who are obsessed with crime, murder, mayhem, and unsolved mysteries. They have a passion for breaking down cases that have been cold for years. Well, welcome to Generation Y, a podcast where hosts Aaron and Justin give their startling theories, dive into forensic evidence, and share their bold opinions. They dig deep looking for answers on cases of missing spouses, mysterious murders, serial killers, and more. One of the newest episodes tells the story of Jody, who was murdered on her way to meet her boyfriend, Luke. And because Luke discovered her body, he was a person of interest. Throughout the trial, he insisted that he was innocent, yet was still sentenced to a minimum of 20 years. Was he telling the truth, or is he actually the murderer? In another chilling episode, Peter Bergner's truck crashed off a cliff near Reno. His wife Renette died, but Peter survived. Was it an accident, or did he intentionally crash? Generation Y reviews every detail of these cases to uncover the truth. And what I really loved about Generation Y is just how relaxed and cozy the vibe the hosts Aaron and Justin give. The atmosphere that they provide while looking into the cases that they dive into is really easy listening, which made the information of the cases super easy to absorb as they unpack everything in a really digestible format, which was the other noteworthy strength to this podcast. The choices for the cases that they choose to work through are really interesting and they instantly had me hooked. I personally will be listening to more for sure. So, listen to the Generation Y podcast on Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts, or listen 1 week early and ad-free by joining Wondery Plus in the Wondery app. So my husband dated a beauty queen title holder of a well-known pageant before me. They broke up long before we met, but she was a statuesque blonde, very tall, a knockout in her day, in my opinion anyway. But this is something important to the story, I guess. While she was a dazzling pageant winner on the outside, on the inside, oh boy. She could be charming and beautiful if she needed you, but mostly she just treated people around her terribly, including my husband, and he eventually broke it off with her. But she just never really went away. She would continue to call and email repeatedly, even after my husband and I met. If anything, her calls increased, in fact. She would call over and over again, day and night, even after my husband, then boyfriend, blocked her number. She would ask for money and threaten to go to the police, claiming that he abused her if he didn't give it to her. He obviously did not give her the money, and this made her very upset. The threats increased and became more malicious, but when that didn't work, she would switch tactics and try and sweetly ask him for help with certain projects that she was trying to get off the ground. At this point, she now needed to generate an income, with the promise too that if he did just this one last thing for her, she would go away. He didn't reply. She would go back to being malicious, any tactic for attention, I suppose, or for what she really wanted, money. But my husband, he was terrified, because of course, while he never actually did anything to her, it would be her word over his, and he was terrified of ruining his reputation and career. We, unfortunately ended up in an event that she also attended. She'd been waiting for us to arrive and had placed herself near the entrance of the event. As we walked in, she stood across the room, looking me up and down and sort of laughing and whispering into the ear of her date, making a point to try and make me uncomfortable. But that was okay. She was easily ignored until, well, she ambushed me as I came out of the bathroom. She had clearly been waiting for a moment that I was alone. She towered over me too. She was very tall. I had no intention of having it out with her or anything, and as I hurriedly walked to find my husband, she kept pace beside me, hunched over, so she was at my eye level. I'm 5'5". Her head was also turned towards me. She was like a caricature of herself as she ambled beside me, smiling sort of maniacally. "Where's your man?" she hissed in her heavy accent. Her eyes were black, and she looked like out of a Tim Burton movie, hunched over with that crazy demonic smile. "Watch your back, Pug," she added, grinning. She liked to call me names like Pug because I own pugs, and I guess she thought that this was an insult. What I didn't know then was, while I was in the bathroom, she had walked over to my husband and had thrown her arms around him while he was in mid-conversation with someone and introduced herself to the man that he was talking to, as if she and my husband were together. My husband unwrapped himself from her clutches and told her to beat it. She then beelined and waited for me to come out of the washroom. We stopped going to the parties after this. The last time that we ran into her, though, was at a funeral for a mutual friend. She followed me around at the wake, and as my husband, boyfriend at the time, was talking to the man's widow, I was talking to a friend and his wife. She walked right up and stood with us, joining us mid-conversation as if she were part of the group or something. It was unnerving, but also just really bizarre, I guess. I mean, it was a funeral, and I didn't want to make a scene. So I silently picked up my wine glass off the bar and walked away, leaving her with the couple that I'd been speaking to, and her staring at me with a smirk on her face. All in all, it was really annoying, but it was manageable, I guess. However, the emails, calls, they never stopped. She would call my husband over and over, day and night, even though he had long blocked her number. She would even drive by. I found my car keyed one night after I left it outside too, but obviously I couldn't really prove that it was her. But enough was enough at this point. My husband had a lawyer send a cease and desist, and after the first, she called him from a private number. He answered, and she said, "Hi, it's me," in a sort of sing-song voice, like they were the best of friends, and he hadn't just sent her a lawyer's letter ordering her to stay away from him and his family. He said nothing and hung up, though, and another cease and desist was sent, and then a third. Nothing would make her go away, it seemed, though. I guess she just did not actually think that my husband was capable of not wanting to be with her because, her beauty and all. Eventually, though, she got really ticked off that he was not giving in, so she decided to take this rage to the internet. I knew that she was absolutely checking out my social media, but I don't really use it that much, so I didn't care. However, she created a fake Twitter account and tweeted my husband's name is a fraud, and tagged his colleagues, friends, investors, family members, every single person that she could think of to try and ruin his reputation and career. On New Year's Eve, she posted on my Instagram account at exactly 12:01 a.m, "Happy New Year's, Scrud." Social media settings were all put to private, though. We went to the police armed with emails threatening to give her money or she would go to the police, and she was charged with 2 counts of harassment, and a restraining order was put into place. To our shock, though, the next day after her arrest, our phones were buzzing. This story had made front-page news. Clearly it was a slow news day, right? Well, her day in court came right before COVID. We arrived to the courthouse and sort of sat down, and she walked in, and we were shocked by her appearance. Actually, shocked is probably an understatement. She was unrecognizable from her former self. Gone was the statuesque, dazzling blonde. She had apparently shaved her head and was wearing a short, ratty brown wig. She had gained about 80 pounds, give or take, and was now sort of hunched. With her height and new girth, she looked like a linebacker, if I'm being honest. She wore a bulky brown overcoat and a scarf tied over her wig, like a babushka. My immediate thought, though, was her outside now matches her inside. But it was her eyes that I noticed the most. About a year earlier, we had shown a photo of her to our kids so that if she ever approached them, they knew to run. At the time, my son, who was young, commented that she had mean eyes. From the mouth of babes, right? Maybe it was that she had changed so much physically overall, but her eyes were dark and narrowed into deep sort of black slits. As she scanned the courtroom and saw us in court, she would turn around every so often to look back at us and glare. She would then whisper in her lawyer's ear and laugh as she were having a grand time. We thought that she was putting on a brave face and treating it all like a joke, but we were about to find out that getting arrested would not slow her down. The restraining order didn't seem to faze her at all. If anything, I think it just angered her even more. But from then on, every day and night, she would post from multiple fake social media accounts, posting photos of myself, of my husband. She would put up my husband's photos with captions of pedophile or other terrible names. She posted altered and unflattening photos of myself. She called me old and ugly. Those are the G-rated ones too, mind you. And listen, I'm definitely no beauty queen myself. The name-calling, while obsessive and gross, wasn't what bothered me most, to be honest. Although, I'm not going to lie, seeing hundreds of photos of myself on her fake Twitter account calling me ugly and obsessively pointing out every single perceived flaw did succeed in getting me down at times. But why did I keep looking? Because it was like getting a glimpse into her unraveled mind, just in case it was a clue of what she was capable or thinking of doing next. Because it wasn't her insulting posts that fazed me. What bothered me most were the sinister captions. Like, keep an eye on your kids because I'm watching. Or, why don't you plant some flowers in your front garden? Or, be good to your kids because you never know what could happen. How was your Uber Eats order? She would post pictures of me with an arrow directed to my head, which I perceived to be a gun to my head. She posted pictures of my husband's workplace, which she was not allowed to be near, in accordance to the restraining order. But the police said that this could just be a picture that she took from the internet. Right. She posted Agatha Christie quotes like every killer is usually someone you know well, or your end is near. Her Twitter profile banner picture was taken from a movie poster and said stalker, like she was in on the joke. We called the police again, but they said that there wasn't anything that they could do since she didn't actually tag us. I took screenshots of everything. Many of her posts were just nonsensical, but most were photos posted of us on this fake account, all altered with derogatory or ominous captions. But still, we just couldn't shut her down. I became anxious anytime my kids were outside shooting hoops in the driveway. My elderly mother wouldn't take the baby out in the stroller. She was too scared. It really affected all of our lives. Became dramatic. Ex-beauty queen would taunt us with catch me if you can. She posted close-ups of her dog's genitals or a piece of her dog's turds with my name beside it, the implication obvious. It really bothered me too that she now had a dog, since I didn't think someone like her was capable of caring for anything living. But then the calls started back up, this time to our home line. Yes, we still have a home line. We're one of those people. She would say nasty things and then just hang up. She would say things like karma will get you and then weird chant-like calls as if she was reciting a spell. Sure enough, she posted photos of a pentagram and candles as some sort of altar and the caption ring ring. Finally the police asked us to come in and give video statements. We gave them a drive containing thousands of screenshots of posts that she had made, and they arrested her again and charged her with 2 more counts of criminal harassment. My husband was angry at this point, but as a mama bear, I just wanted to get this over with. She mentioned the kids frequently and ominously many times in her online rants, also calling them rude names, which I won't repeat here because these are the things that upset me the most. The judge also issued a social media ban for her. By the time that she was rearrested for the second time, her fake Twitter account, which was literally mostly insults or references to my family, had 16,000 tweets in a 3-month period. She has no followers, mind you, so they were just to herself. The adult sites I had been continuously being tagged on stopped, thankfully. The things quieted down tremendously, but I still get follower requests that I believe are her. But at this point, we were all on edge. And I kid you not, I felt weird walking into my kitchen at night to make a sandwich, feeling creeped out that she was outside watching or something. I put nothing past her, as nothing is more dangerous than a desperate woman who has nothing to lose, right? Which, by the way, was one of the quotes that she posted. I don't know what is wrong with her. I believe from what I've researched that she's a malignant narcissist. Perhaps some other mental issues at play here, but I can say that she was a terrible person long before she decided to try and make our lives miserable. Crazy beauty queen turned stalker. I would love nothing more than to never see you again, but if going to court helps you stay away from us forever, then bring it, I suppose. As an aside, I wanted to mention that we've heard from a reliable source that after my husband broke up with her, she allegedly became known to the police for other reasons too. What I mean is that while my husband dodged a bullet regarding her threats to go to the police saying that he abused her, apparently other men have not been so lucky. Around May 2019, I became sort of oddly obsessed with the paranormal. I read a ton of books, Amityville Horror, and all of the Ed and Lorraine Warren books too. And it was through this obsession with the paranormal that I learned of a supposedly satanic castle in my local area. Firstly though, I live in a county in Scotland that is dotted with a few large towns and a lot more villages. There's nothing much to do around here, but there's a lot of great places to explore, I suppose. I usually go cycling with a friend, if the sun's out, that is, and that's how we always get to the castle. I don't know how old the castle is, to be honest, although articles say sometime around the 1200s. The castle itself is hidden deep in the forest and is pretty tough to find. So far, as I know anyway, there are 3 ways to get to the castle, 2 of which require you to trudge through a lot of mud and crisscross your way down a pretty steep slope. But when you reach the castle, the first thing you'll see is the larger tower-like structure protruding through the trees. Below is a stone archway, which is usually home to a makeshift fireplace, which I'm guessing people use when they camp here. Beyond that is a towering stone wall, and below that are 2 iron gratings, which give a view into the chamber. A set of stone steps lead down to the gratings. If you pass through a small archway in the wall and follow the path down, you'll get to a small entrance which you'll need to sort of crouch through to get into the chamber. Passing through a small corridor will bring you to the cathedral-like chamber itself, and standing towards the gratings on the left is a stone stairway that winds down until you come to a blocked-off wall. Now, this is where it gets a little weird, but bear with me. The castle was supposedly built by a necromancer, who made a deal with the devil to summon an army of goblins to build the castle itself. As such, many burned-out candles can be found in the chamber with a lot of sinister messages written on the wall. Me and my friend cycled a lot here in May of 2019, and there were a few odd occurrences. The first I remember was when I was standing at the gratings outside the chamber. I heard a sort of sharp whistle behind me, but when I turned around, there was nobody there. This obviously could have been a bird, but just swooped down behind me, but it still spooked me a little bit, I have to admit. The second time, me and my friend were coming up to the castle when we heard what sounded like children playing, but the castle was completely deserted. It's worth noting too that the castle is on a hill of sorts. Down the hill is a river that winds through the forest, and if there were people there, they would have had to have come our way, and we definitely would have seen them if they went down the hill. The third oddity though, me and my friend brought a bunch of candles and matches to take some photos of the illuminated chamber. We lit one and then carried it through the corridor and set it in the chamber. We repeated this process about 3 times, and on the 4th candle, we heard a sort of large hiss coming from inside the chamber, almost as if a large anaconda was in there or something. And man, that terrified me, especially when we ran and we thought that all the dry leaves in the chamber had caught fire. I ran in, but when I did, the candles were still flickering and nothing was on fire. Me and my friend still occasionally cycle to the castle. Nothing strange has happened for a while now, but I feel like the whistle can be easily explained. The voices as we came up to the castle, then seeing that there was nothing in there is a little tougher, but the hiss is what I have the most trouble rationalizing. It was really loud, and it definitely sounded more than just like leaves or something. I've been there, and I just cannot figure out what it was. And that really troubles me. So, this is a story that I haven't really told anyone, partly because elements of the story are just not really appropriate in most social situations. And as a result, I've locked this away in my memory and I rarely think about it. Also, as a bit of a disclaimer, I'm completely aware that this story involves me being very stupid and careless. I'm not going to inject these acknowledgements into the story, but rest assured that in hindsight, I'm aware of the foolishness that took place, and I don't need to be chided on the topic. So, the year was about 1998 to 1999. I was a young gay guy in my early 20s, living in a medium-sized city in the Midwestern US. This was a sort of an in-between, a transitional time for gay people, where in most populous areas we had enough respect to live openly, but there were still plenty of people who just didn't like us. It was also well before the invention of smartphones, and the internet was still in the early stages of mass adoption. There were large communities online, but it wasn't yet at the point where most Americans were online. In fact, online socialization consisted of chat rooms hosted by various services like AOL, Yahoo, or IRC servers, and message boards were still used by large numbers of people, but not as much as today. For gay men at that time, though, it was nothing short of revolutionary. Prior to the internet, and to the broader cultural changes, of course, gay men had been stuck looking for fun in secretive and/or shady places due to the inability to freely express ourselves. In the 90s, it was still somewhat risky, but the internet offered a way to talk freely and relatively anonymously, without the risk of being outed or worse. For this reason, too, it really took off in the gay communities, and gay men were a very large part of the user bases for these social platforms. It was suddenly very easy and relatively safe, too, to find dates, friends, or even just a good time, and it quickly became the norm for a lot of gay men. On the other hand, being such a new communication tool for most people, we were sometimes blind to the risks, I guess you could say. Anyway, being an attractive young man in my prime, I made liberal use of the online communities to find dates. This is to say, I had plenty of hookups. My city had a decent number of chat rooms and personal message boards, and I had mostly great experiences. I met the typical assortment of good guys, closet cases, and a few weirdos too, like you'd expect. It wasn't an absolute hoe by most standards, but suffice it to say that a cute gay guy at that time could generally have a lot more dates than your typical straight person. But at some point during this time, I had some brief chat on a message board with a guy from my city. I forget his screen name, it's been like over 20 years, but let's call him Slim Guy 65. So this back and forth had happened on a general thread in the gay section, not in private message boards or anything, so it was visible to anyone who chose to read the thread. Nothing had come of it, but about a week later I had received an email from an unrecognized address. The email basically said, "Hey, I'm not gay and I don't agree with the gay lifestyle. I'm here because my friend met this guy, Slim Guy 65 person from this message board, and the guy really hurt him. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. My friend tried to tell the police, but they wouldn't do anything. I see that you were talking to Slim Guy 65, so just be careful and stay away from him." Okay, I thought, that's strange. What does this person mean by really hurt him too? Was his heart broken? Did he get beaten up or verbally abused or something? I responded to the email asking for clarification on what exactly happened, but I never really received a response. I must admit, too, that I was slightly weirded out by it for sure. But on the other hand, it's an anonymous email from someone who doesn't respond and is vague about their warning. This really could be anything, right? It could be some disgruntled ex trying to mess with the guy. It could be a real warning about someone gay bashing or something. It could be someone trolling who doesn't have anything to do with anyone. But I kept it in the back of my mind. Pretty much shrugged it off in the end, but it just still sort of niggled away at me. Several weeks later, though, I had a weekday off work and decided to take to the internet to fish for some, well, you know what, as was my custom. But lo and behold, I had an email response to a personal ad, and it was Slim Guy 65. He was offering to meet at this place to hang out and just have a good time. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I won't go into the details, of course, but as I recall, there weren't really many details discussed, other than the small talk and intros that we'd done previously. Nothing about this guy was really sounding interesting to me, but I had no other offers on this day, so I decided, well, why not? I'll go see what this dude is about. But as I typed my reply, I suddenly remembered the strange email that I'd received warning about this person. I Went back and read it, still vague, still presenting more questions than answers. Should I take this anonymous warning at face value and just ignore this guy? I decided to go check him out anyway. His address was on a rather busy street in the middle of a dense residential area, not some back-of-the-woods shack or something, and I could handle myself. I thought to myself that if he's weird, then I can just get out of there. But before long, I arrived at the house at the agreed time. It was a duplex-style house with one apartment on the ground floor and one on the second floor, a part of a row of several identical duplexes. It was the middle of the afternoon by the time that I got there. There was plenty of traffic on the street and the occasional person out on their porch or in their backyard. I pulled up to the driveway to the parking area behind the house, got out and knocked on the door. The guy that answered was a pretty normal, kind of mousy-looking man, probably in his late 40s. Slight, slim build, soft-spoken, looked like any guy working in an office, a cubicle maybe somewhere. Not really my type, but honestly, my curiosity was piqued, and I had nothing better to do anyway, so I stepped inside to take a look around and gauge the situation. With the warning email fresh in my mind, of course. I stepped into the back door, into the kitchen. It was very clean, and there was nothing out on the counters, and no table and chairs, or anything. This is to say that it didn't look like somebody was living there, to be honest. It looked like it had been kept up and cleaned, but for the most part it looked empty. Looking out into the apartment, I could see that it was not set up as a living space. A large window with sliding glass was between the kitchen and the living room, and I could see what looked like a large table out in the living room area. And then SG65 said something like, "This isn't where I live. A friend of mine used to run a doctor's office here, and I maintain the building for him. It's private, though, and we have the place to ourselves." Which I know was a bit weird, but okay, I guess. He shut the back door and locked it, with a key deadbolt, the kind that you need a key to open, even from the inside, and put his key back into his pocket, saying, "So, what do you want to do?" Upon seeing this too, my danger sense definitely spiked. This is not a normal home, and why was he locking the door like that? It's not necessarily suspect, I suppose. A lot of people have that sort of lock on their door, and the door actually has a window too, so it even made some sense, I suppose. But still, something just wasn't right here, and I could tell. But now I was locked in. I asked him straight up too why he was locking the door like that, which immediately flustered him. He was looking rather nervous, and his voice was a little wavery and halting. Not quite stuttering, but almost, I suppose. He said, well, we don't want someone to come in and interrupt us, right?" Flashing a weak and unconvincing smile. His demeanor and body language were all I needed to confirm that this guy was definitely up to no good, or at least there was something that he was hiding. However, I could tell that I was intimidating him. I was not a particularly muscular kid or anything, but I had a pretty large frame. Like, even when I'm at my very thinnest, I still wear large-sized tops and 36 waist pants, so I look pretty big, which people tend to interpret as me being stronger than I probably really am. Also, I am definitely not a tough guy at all, but I have a resting facial expression that makes me look like a bit of a thug, I suppose. In fact, people who don't know me often assume that I'm rough or something. I sometimes use this to my advantage too while I can, because, before long a new acquaintance will eventually figure out that I'm a total wimp. But this was definitely an occasion to play up the tough guy appearance, and I did exactly that. I put my best steely face on, and I told him to unlock the door, and that I didn't want to be locked in here like this. He looked for a moment like he was going to pee his pants, and then he said, "Okay, all right, I'll unlock this." And he unlocked the deadbolt. And then, "I'll just lock the knob here, okay?" He turned the little dial that locks the doorknob. That was fine with me, to be honest. I continued to stare at him until he said, "I'll leave the keys on the counter right here." And he set the keys down near the sink. I was relatively satisfied with this answer, to be honest. At this point, though, my adrenaline was definitely flowing. I was almost in full flight or fight mode, but I was kind of stuck in place. The guy was now between me and the door, though, and I was freaked out, but this little weasel didn't appear to pose any immediate physical threat to me. I could tell that his pants pockets were empty too, and that I was intimidating him now. But still, I didn't know exactly what to do. Now, keep in mind that despite my wordy descriptions, this all happened very quickly, without any real sort of long pauses. It had only been maybe 1 or 2 minutes since I'd stepped into the door by this point, and this all happened at the pace of a conversation. The guy was obviously nervous and trying not to appear so. He said, "Well, let's go in," and walked a wide path around me through the kitchen into what would normally be the living room, and toward the hall to the right from there. I was familiar with this floor layout. It's pretty common in this area. The hallway would lead up to 2 small bedrooms, with a bathroom in between them. But I sort of hesitated, thinking that I should just walk out that back door and take off. But really, now I was super curious. I mean, I knew there was no way in heck that I'm doing anything with this guy at this point, but I kind of want to see what's going on in here. Also, I was pretty confident that I could take him if it came to a fight, so I slowly headed toward the living room. I remember it feeling like I was walking in slow motion, and from the kitchen entrance I could see large rectangular stainless steel tables taking up a lot of the living room. I remember thinking too that this looks a lot like a surgical table. In fact, it looked like it could rise and tilt, and it also had a recessed channel running all the way around the edge. In hindsight, I now know what that was. It was 100% a mortician's table. The dude had a mortician's table in there. But at that time, I just thought it looked like a weird medical table of some sort. There were some other office-typey sort of cabinets too and stuff around, I think, but now all I really remember is that table in that room. And then I noticed that the large front window looking out onto the street was covered by vertical blinds that were closed. SG65 said something like, "This used to be a doctor's office. Like I said, come on back here." The hallway revealed the room setup that I expected. The first bedroom was closed. The second bedroom was open to a small, very clean bathroom. At the end of the hall was the other bedroom, which looked like, if the doctor's office story was true, had at one time been converted to an exam room. He said, "We can go into that room if you want. Go ahead, take a look." And he stayed by the other closed bedroom door. The back bedroom door was open, and I could see that the walls were covered in a sort of honey-coloured wood panelling, the type you might see in a den or an office that hasn't been updated since, the 1970s. I slowly took a few steps down to that door, trying to be very aware of what Mr. Creepy was doing behind me, but he didn't move. When I got up to that room, though, the first thing that I noticed was the door had a sort of key deadbolt lock, like the back door. But this room, it locked from the outside. I wondered if there was a lever on the inside or something, but I pretty much knew the answer to that question without needing to check, because I also saw a chair, a non-swiveling plastic desk chair with sort of thin metal legs sitting near the center of the room. The room had old dark carpet and those wood-paneled walls, like I mentioned. And I noticed that the walls were completely paneled with no windows. And I know that the room had at least one window, probably 2, so whoever did that paneling went over those windows for sure. And there was also a phone in there plugged in and sitting on the floor. It was an old office phone, probably from around the 80s or early 90s, dingy sort of beige plastic with several buttons to manage different phone lines, just sitting on the carpet near the wall, with the chair at a slight distance facing the phone. And apart from that, there was nothing else in that room. I was sort of standing at the threshold of the room with one foot slightly in, absolutely not going past that door. And I looked back at the dude. He was still standing by the other door, just nervously smiling at me, trying hard to look casual, I suppose, but obviously very nervous. Or something. He said something like, "Well, what do you want to do?" But instead of answering, I felt around the back side of the deadbolt lock, and sure enough, there was nothing there but the smooth wood of the door. It also dawned on me that I didn't see a light switch anywhere for the ceiling lamp. And where was the switch? Who knows? It should have been just inside the door, of course, but that original switch was covered up by the paneling now. He mumbled something about not having the key to that lock. Don't worry about it. I turned back to face the guy and just said, "What is it that you want to do here?" My skin had gone ice cold at this point as I realized that I was way too far into this apartment. In fact, it was at this point that I was running through my options in my head. What was this guy going to do? He doesn't appear to have any weapon or anything in reach, but who knows what goes on in this place? And what are you trying to do? That last part too I actually said out loud, and he was almost totally derailed by that. He stammered out, some hot man-to-man's fun stuff, with the weakest smile that I've ever seen, looking like he was just a hair's breadth away from fully panicking. I know too that it sounds a bit comical, but really at that time, that sentence was probably the most chilling part of the entire experience for me. It was just the way that he said it, like he had come up with something on the fly, like something that would sound plausible, but yet he failed. And I mean, who says that in real life? Hey, do you want to have some hot man-to-man fun? Nobody, right? It's sort of like something you might say for a cheesy advertisement for an inappropriate site or something like that. Some hot man-to-man fun. Gross, right? Anyway, that was it. I said to him, "No, I just want to go and I'm leaving." And he said, "Oh, okay." I quickly walked past him as he flattened himself against the wall to avoid me, and I noped right out of that living room dissection area and through the kitchen to the back door, which thankfully still had not been deadbolted. The keys were still on the counter, and I let myself out the door, and I didn't bother closing that, as I saw him slowly coming to the door behind me. I deliberately walked out, not ran, to my car, and looking back at the building, I can see that, indeed, there was actually a window facing the backyard area from that panelled room, but of course it was covered up from the inside. And the dude was shutting and locking the back door. Truthfully, in the end too, I left with my heart pounding, my skin icy cold, my heart in my throat thinking, what the heck was that? So, was this guy some kind of a killer, or was he just an awkward closeted gay guy with access to a sterile-looking apartment with an autopsy mortuary table and a windowless room that locks from the outside, with a chair and a phone and no light switch? It's clear to me that the poor soul who walks into that room probably gets locked in there, and then he shuts off the light from somewhere and calls the phone. But other than that, it's anyone's guess what actually happens. I assume that the friend of the judgmental person who emailed me must have been some kid that got locked in there for whatever game ensues. But driving home, at first I thought, of course I have to call the police and tell them what's in this place. But thinking it through, I realized that I didn't really have any crime to tell them about. I mean, what do I say? I went to meet a man for some casual fun, and what? I mean, he has a room with a chair in it. He has, as I thought at the time, an exam table. The police aren't going to do anything with that story. The guy didn't touch me or do anything to me, and in the end I just left. I considered calling an anonymous tip line, but again, what exactly would I report? There was no actionable crime, and also keep in mind that at that time, while the local police in the city were pretty decent, they weren't especially interested in getting involved with helping gays. They'd prosecute actual crimes if it was cut and dry, of course, but I'd heard plenty of accounts of them not choosing to follow up on cases where there was not an easy arrest to be made. And so, in the end, I decided not to report anything because nothing would come of it, except perhaps drawing unwanted attention to myself. And you know what? Even in retrospect, I honestly think that was probably the most rational choice to make. If this happened today in 2020, the law enforcement would probably be a lot more interested in it, but back then, not so much. And so, live and learn, right? I still drove past that house once in a while in the normal course of life for like several years, and I'd always pay attention to how it looked. The vertical blinds were closed for maybe 5 or 6 years whenever I went past, and then eventually the blinds were down and there were decorative curtains in the window, so I assumed that the place was eventually sold to someone who actually lived in it. But around 2002, maybe 2003, there was actually a murder of a young guy on the news. He'd been found in the next state, which borders on my city. It's not very far away. I recognized the guy from the gay community too, but didn't know him personally. And a friend mentioned to me something about this local serial killer. I said, "What?" And he explained that a few young men had gone missing over the past year, each after being at one specific dive bar, and each being found several miles to the north past the state line, and also out in the country. And the case on the news actually matched up with that MO. My friend told me that the young guy had been at that bar and left with someone the night that he disappeared, and the news report didn't mention anything about a gay bar or similar recent cases, of course, but I had to wonder if my acquaintance from the internet had something to do with it. The location of the murders apparently were nowhere near that duplex, at least according to the story that I was told, but I never heard of a resolution to that murder on the news or any official mention of a suspected serial killer, other than some gossip, of course. And so, in the end, I am just left scratching my head.
You're tuning into this episode because you love the creepy aspects of folklore. So I think you'd love our other show, Freaky Folklore, which takes a documentary-style dive into monsters like the Wendigo, La Llorona, and the werewolf. Search for Freaky Folklore on your favorite podcast app and give it a listen. And if you don't mind, leave a review for Freaky Folklore on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Thank you. Don't let me keep you from this tantalizing 5-hour compilation of folklore horror goodness any longer. Enjoy, and don't forget to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org so I can narrate them in a future episode. Now, let's begin. Camping Tales from Grade 7. From Anonymous. I live in Australia, and my school was pretty big on doing campouts and such. They had taken us out to some camping grounds at the base of a mountain. When we arrived, there was no one else there. We set up our tents and found the toilet block up a driveway. That first night, something strange happened. I woke up seemingly for no reason. As I struggled to go back to sleep, I heard heavy breathing right outside our tent. It was right next to my head. I looked over to my best friend. She was also in the tent with me, but she was fast asleep with her mouth closed. The heavy breathing was not coming from her. Not to mention, I'd been awake for about 30 minutes before I heard that breathing. The tents made quite a bit of noise when they were unzipped, yet I'd heard no one else unzip their tent. Whatever was outside, they were not part of my class. I was paralyzed, lying there praying that it would leave. I was scared it would open the tent and take me and my best friend. But after what seemed like forever, it finally went away. I never heard it walk away. It simply faded away. The following morning, I told all my friends what happened, but they all said the breathing was probably my friend sleeping next to me. The following night, my friend needed to use the bathroom, but I didn't want to leave the tent. It was very early in the morning when she had to get up, but there was a bit of light out. I forced myself to get up to join her. As soon as we step outside the tent, we see this massive footprint, followed by a tiny one. They didn't appear to be from separate creatures, but one. Something with one large foot and one tiny one. They were the only footprints on the dewy grass. My friend tried to ignore the weirdness of the situation, claiming it was one of the guys playing a prank. I pointed out that there were no return footprints, so how did the guys get back to their tent? She ignored me and started walking up the dirt driveway. That's when we hear this ear-shattering shriek. We were both immediately on edge. We continued up the driveway, slowly, quietly. As we turned the corner, we saw what caused the shriek. There were 3 freshly killed possums in a line on the road. Blood seeped out of their necks. My best friend turned to me asking if I think a dingo did that. I shook my head. There weren't dingoes around these parts. If there were, there would be a warning at the entrance of the campgrounds. My friend was now panicking. "Then what did that?" she asked. "I don't know. I still don't know." We made it to the bathrooms, and as we began to walk back, we bumped into a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s. She smiled at us and walked into the bathroom. As we walked back, I realized I didn't know where she could have come from. The only people at the camping grounds were from our school. There were no other tents or caravans in the open space, and the grounds weren't that big. They were surrounded by mountains, creeks, and national parks. We would have seen her tent or caravan. But no, there was nothing no one knew there. To this day, I've never told anyone about the woman or the possums. Menehune in Hilo, Hawaii. From Sea Philly 100. Hilo is the easternmost city on the Big Island, which is the easternmost island on the Hawaiian archipelago. Vastly different from the semi-arid Kona side, Hilo is a lush tropical climate, teeming with pristine virgin rainforest and wild jungle terrain. This encounter took place some 20 miles north of town at Uma Uma Falls State Park. There is a very sketchy route you can take to get out on top of the falls, but it is extremely treacherous, and I would in no way, shape, or form recommend it. So with that said, don't try this at home. Imagine, if you would, a 300-foot waterfall cascading down into a severe jungle basin, chock full of bamboo forest, coconut groves, and wild ginger. This story is told from the perspective of my friend from Hilo. Let's call her Jessie. I arrived at the trailhead right around dusk, as I was trying to catch the sunset out there. So I hurriedly gathered my things before throwing them in my day pack and hitting the trail. Right around 200 yards in or so, you can cut off to the left and get up on the ridgeline, leading down to the waterfall. So I hung a left and started climbing up into the dense jungle foliage. It was slow going through the bamboo thicket, but I gradually made my way out into this raw, exposed patch of hillside. It was incredibly steep, with nothing but ginger roots for handholds. To slip and fall would surely mean death here, and I remember thinking at the time, if I die, at least it's one heck of a way to go. Sweat beading on my brow, I finally crossed the open field, and I found a nice little ledge to post up on at the base of a cliffside. I stopped there to sit and rest for a while, enjoying one of the most brilliant sunsets I've ever seen in my life. Deep, majestic hues of purple and pink that we just don't get back on the mainland. I was taking a moment to collect myself when a tiny little pebble hit me square on the top of my head before bouncing off down the hillside. What the? Another pebble bounced off the top of my head. "Hey, cut it out!" I shouted. What puzzled me, though, was how someone could even really climb up above where I was perched. It was simply too dangerous. I stood up shakily and tried to look around. I didn't see anyone. The light was failing fast, so I started making my way back out across the open field. I was about halfway across said field when something caught my eye. I almost would have missed it, except for the fact that it moved slightly, kicking loose a bit of dirt and causing me to look up. What I'm about to say is going to sound crazy, but there it was, this little person standing there. Only they looked more like a garden gnome than anything. He was quite short, probably right around 1.5 feet, 2 feet tops. The first thing I noticed were his eyes. They were small and black, but full of curiosity, almost as if he was seeing something brand new for the first time, trying to process what it meant to him. He had this stubby little nose and pointed ears that sat very close to his head, suggesting the appearance of 2 small pointy horns. His mouth was closed, but I could see 2 tiny little teeth sticking up over his upper lip, right where the canines would be in a human mouth. He wore braided leaves for clothes, covering his tiny body and providing the perfect camouflage. His skin tone was a dark tan, but covered with what appeared to be elaborate stick-and-poke tattoos. He had a small pouch slung over his left shoulder, and he was holding a tiny little walking stick with an arrowhead on the top in his right hand. I went to shift my weight when suddenly he turned heel and sprinted up into the forest so fast it was hard for my eyes to track, giving him the appearance of a trippy little blur. It took me a minute to get over my shock, but it was now pretty dark, and I knew I didn't have much time left. I shimmied across the sketchy traverse, praying not to lose my grip. I finally made it back to the bamboo thicket, breathing a sigh of relief before entering the darkened grove. Ouch! Something pinched my ankle. I looked down, just in time to see a tiny little arm recoiling back into the shadows. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. It was insanely steep, and I knew if I fell, it was more than likely no one would ever find my body. Heck, no one even knew I was out there. What an idiot, I thought, chastising my entire life's choices leading me to this precise point in time. Not to mention I was distinctly aware of tiny little bodies moving through the bamboo. Another pinch, this time on the small of my back. I turned around to the sight of one of those little buggers running off into the forest. "Hey, you little jerk!" I exclaimed. That hurt! That was it. I knew I had to haul tail back to the car. I began jumping from pole to pole through the bamboo, only pausing to swat at the occasional hand poking out from in between the branches. I could hear this weird high-pitched laughter all around me, as well as the sound of broken pidgin and native Hawaiian, though I couldn't make out the dialect. I was crying by then. I truly thought I was going to die, and those painful pinches just kept on coming. The laughter was at a fever pitch now, like these little guys were all riled up, whooping and hollering and carrying on. At last, I finally broke free of the bamboo thicket before sprinting back down to the trailhead. I fumbled for my keys, jamming the key in the keyhole and throwing the door open to my car. I briefly turned back to see the bamboo shaking violently. I jumped in my car to the chorus of those little pebbles raining down from overhead. I turned the key in the ignition and went bouncing down the road back down to Hilo, silently mouthing "what the heck" the entire way back. It took me a while to talk about it, but when I did, I was confounded by the rather casual, matter-of-fact attitude that people seemed to have about my strange encounter. "Oh yeah, but minehune," they would say. I looked it up, and apparently the minehune are essentially the Hawaiian equivalent of Irish leprechauns and predate the Polynesian settlers there. Highly efficient hunters and trappers, they build complex traps for wild boar and crafty little fish ponds to capture fish. They tend to prefer remote jungle terrain far away from humans, but they have been known to make their presence felt when defending their territory. There's actually some really cool academic research regarding these little fellows, as well as several other forest-dwelling Hawaiian races. The Nawao, who are large-sized wild hunters descended from Luanu'u, the Mu people, and the Wa people. My understanding is that some of these creatures are similar to Australian howlies or Vietnamese rock apes. Overall, I wasn't too scared. Rather, I was fascinated by the ordeal as a whole, and I've actually been back to that spot a couple of times. Unfortunately, I haven't seen those little dudes again. Or at least, not yet, anyway. My Sister and the Vampire, from Anonymous. You know, I never really thought I'd be sitting down writing an experience like this that involved me. But after a while had passed since this incident, I figured now I can tell this story. Now I should explain that I'm adopted. My parents were both unfit to be, well, parents, and so my aunt and her wife both adopted me and took me in as their own when I was about 12. Being adopted, I gained a brother and 2 sisters. My brother Roger was a Marine and was constantly away. My sister Felicia lived about 6 hours away from us. My sister Crystal was the only one of my aunt's wife's kids to live nearby. Anyway, at the time of this story, I was a senior in high school. It was winter break and I couldn't wait to relax for 2 whole weeks. Being the loner I was, I decided to stay home all break. My days mainly consisted of binge watching Netflix and playing a crap ton of video games. That's just how I liked it, staying up until 5 a.m., then sleeping until 2 in the afternoon. One afternoon, I woke up to loud knocking at my door and the calling of my name. I reply with a groggy, "Yeah." "Crystal's gonna be staying the night with her kids, while me and Sherry hang with an old friend tonight," my aunt explained and walked away. Great, I thought. Me and Crystal didn't hate each other, we just didn't have a single thing in common, so we didn't have much of a relationship. She was really into witchcraft and voodoo stuff. Stuff I thought was just junk she wouldn't let go of from her goth days in high school. She always seemed so normal during the day, but at night she'd get really weird and start blabbering on about summoning things. I never gave it too much thought, other than she's probably crazy. 6 p.m. comes around, and I hear my sister Crystal and her kids swing by. I happened to be eating cereal on the couch when they came in, so I greeted them right away. "Hey guys," I say as pleasantly as I can. The kids respond with their cheerful noises and 1,000,000 hellos, but my sister didn't seem to notice. She didn't so much as look at me as she walked in and dropped off her kids' stuff on the couch next to me. Now, like I said, we weren't close at all, but we weren't on any bad terms. I expected her to at least smile and nod like she normally would. But no, nothing. Somewhat annoyed, I directed all my attention at the kids, listening to the tales of the museum they went to the other day. After some time, I felt as if I got my fill of social activity for the day and went downstairs to the basement, where my room was. It was around 7 p.m. or so now, so I knew the kids would be getting ready for bed soon. I decided I'd keep it quiet down here, as their room was directly above mine. I put on some Arrow and began my night of Netflix. About 5 or so episodes later, I hear a noise coming from upstairs, sort of like someone moving furniture or something like that. It wasn't like a table or anything, though. To me, it sounded like a rug being pulled around. Whatever, guess she's doing some moving around up there, I think to myself. But then it kept going. It sounded like she moved it all around the darned house. Annoyed, I walked up the basement stairs and opened the door which led to the kitchen, closing it behind me as I walked in. I walk into pure darkness, except for the lighting of 3 candles all grouped together on the kitchen counter. Save for the small area by where the candles were, I could not see a thing. I turned to my right and began shuffling my hand on the wall, looking for the light switch. Not having much of a sense of where in the kitchen I was, it took a moment. I want to say a solid 5 seconds after searching for the darned light switch, I heard a whisper coming from the darkness. It was subtle, and obviously directed towards me. "What are you doing?" I heard it say. "Looking for the light switch because you only got candles lighting things up in here," I replied, obviously annoyed. Before I could even finish my sentence, however, she cut me off as the last word left my mouth. In what I could describe best as a whisper shout, she replied with, "He doesn't like that. You'll scare him off." I ignored her nonsense and eventually found the light switch. Flicking it on revealed the rest of the kitchen, but boy did I wish I left the dang thing off. Felt as if my heart stopped. My eyes widened in pure disbelief as what looked like the body of a dead dog lay on the floor in the middle of the kitchen, sitting in a pool of blood. "What the heck?" I exclaimed, unable to muster anything else. I backed all the way up against the wall, my back hitting the door as I did. It was the most horrific thing I'd seen in my entire life, until I took my eyes off the body. Turning to look for my sister, I saw her in the doorway that connected the living room and the kitchen. But she wasn't alone. Standing next to her was a man with a hood over his head. Thanks to the light now illuminating the room, I saw his face. He was a pale man, no older than 30, and his mouth was covered in blood. But that wasn't the first thing I noticed. What I first noticed was the way his face was formed. It was weird and unnatural, his forehead huge, his eyes just slits that didn't seem natural at all. he didn't look human. Feeling like I was going to lose my mind, I turned and opened the door behind me and began running down the stairs, fear taking over my body. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. Halfway down, I heard the chilling and adrenaline-inducing sound of loud footsteps following me down the stairs. I didn't close the door behind me when I left, so it would be easy for whoever was behind me to begin chasing me. This only made me speed up and sprint the rest of the way down, running as fast as I possibly could. At the bottom of the stairs, I didn't even think about turning around to see if I was still being chased, as I could still hear those footsteps following me. I ran down into the basement and quickly into my room, slamming the door behind me and locking the door as I did. Not even 2 seconds after I locked the door, a loud bang came from it, as if someone had run directly into it full force. The flimsy door instantly showed signs of giving in with the assault. I screamed at the top of my lungs, not sure what the heck I was supposed to do. Loud banging and knocking came from the door, and from the sound of it, it was 2 sets of hands knocking. Thinking on instinct alone, I grabbed my BB gun that sat in the corner of my room. Sure, it was a BB gun and it wasn't even loaded, but it sure as heck looked like a real rifle. Anything to defend myself was good. I never considered calling the police as I entered self-defense mode, ready to bluff with this gun the moment that door came down, and it sure as heck seemed close. The banging and yelling increased as I heard my sister yelling things like, "Open this door," and "We just want to talk." But I didn't hear anything from the voice of the man she was with. He remained silent, banging on my door with my sister. "I'm armed. Come in here and I'll blow your freaking head off," I replied. I didn't believe my own threat. It was just a half-cocked yelp in fear. No way someone would take it seriously. But oddly enough, it seemed to work. The banging stopped abruptly. The door, now cracked in the middle, seemed to hold to my surprise. Everything just stopped. Everything had been so heated and intense, then as soon as it began, it just stopped. There was what I thought to be silence for a long while. I then realized the kids had woke up and were now crying out loud. They could be heard clearly even down in the basement. Other than that, there was silence. Then there was a voice so cold, so chilling that thinking about it to this day strikes fear into my heart. "Our blood isn't the same, but you're still family. I wouldn't consume you, and neither would Thor." I had no reply to my sister's words. The word consumed echoed in my ears, not leaving for the rest of the time we stood at opposite ends of the door. She attempted to sound pleasant, but it only came off as sinister. After a few long moments, I guess they realized I wasn't going to answer. I heard them leave, out of the basement and back up the stairs, the best sound I had ever heard in my life. I dropped the BB gun, and I sat on my bed, attempting to figure out what the heck just happened and if I'd been dreaming the whole time. Obviously, I hadn't been. I couldn't believe anything that just happened, I just couldn't. I didn't sleep for what seemed like hours before the sun came up. I waited for my aunt and her wife to return home and see the mess that was laid out in the kitchen. But to my dismay, that never happened. Instead, they came home to find nothing in the kitchen. It was cleaner than it was when they left. I couldn't believe my eyes. I frantically explained what happened, but without evidence left behind, they didn't believe my story. They assured me it was just a dream. I tried showing them the busted door, but they shrugged it off as the door being flimsy and old, just wear and tear they didn't notice from over the years. There was no way it was just wear and tear. It looked like what one could only explain as a door that almost got busted down on purpose. I saw my sister Crystal only a couple more times over the next year. Each encounter, she acted as though the events of that night didn't happen, and in fact, slowly seemed to try and make an effort to become closer to me. Something I was not down for. That fall, I applied and got accepted to a college about 2 hours away, which is where I live currently. I haven't heard from her since the day before I left for college, where she told me to stay safe because there are a lot of crazies out there. Yeah, trust me, I know. To this day, I wonder if it was all a dream, but thinking back to that busted up door, I know it was definitely not a dream. This past winter break, I decided on staying with a friend as I knew Crystal liked staying at home with my aunt during the holidays. But right around the corner right now is spring break, and I have no place to go but home. I'm hoping it was a one-time deal, and I'm praying not to see what I saw that night again, nor the man that she was with. To better understand the next story, I'm going to have to put the first entry to the story, which I narrated over 5 years ago, right here.
Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Submitted by Josh P. Whenever I hear a Mothman's story, it tends to be rather personal to me, and even sometimes frustrating, as I've had my own encounter with this creature, which is quite different from other stories you may have heard. For context, I grew up in the suburbs of northern Ohio, right outside some big cities. The thing with Ohio is that you're never more than 20 minutes away from some rural parts. Therefore, I was well versed in both city and country living. My parents, on the other hand, were amateur ghost hunters and frequently went out of town to ghost hunt. One spot they came across was a small city in West Virginia named Point Pleasant. Any fan of cryptozoology or the paranormal would know of this place. So it was no surprise when my parents fell in love with that area. So much so that when I was about 13, my family bought 100 acres of land, a mere 20 or so miles from the town, right along the Ohio River. It was our little retreat where we would go every other weekend to escape the drag of everyday life. Now, our property has much history on it, allegedly. According to legend, a now dead Shawnee chief cursed our land and the surrounding lands. Ever since we got there, I've heard of a werewolf sighting happening in town just last October, and my mother herself swears she saw a little boy roaming our campsite. But none of these come even relatively close to my encounter with the ominous and legendary Mothman of Point Pleasant. As most of you probably already know, Point Pleasant is one of the first locations the Mothman has ever been seen, for the most part, so it was a must for my family and friends to go out and explore the areas he is said to roam. As practically everyone in our town has had an encounter, we asked around town first for some good leads. And a lot of good online research shows that the Mothman lives in these old World War II bunkers just a few miles north of town. Allegedly, the bunkers were old bomb warehouses in the 40s and 50s, but after the war, the government closed up the bunkers and turned the surrounding land into a state park, patrolled by park rangers. Naturally, we sped through the back roads until we found the park, and after an hour of driving around the forest in broad daylight, we decided to get out and finally walk around. Immediately, we came to these paths with chains going across, eliminating vehicular travel, so we walked through. About 100 yards down the trail, we came upon a small clearing. Immediately walking into this clearing, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my heart seemed to skip every other beat. There, on the other side of the small clearing, stood a large concrete bunker, overgrown with the forest around it, like nature had reclaimed its territory. I honestly did not expect to find anything there, so upon seeing this, the story suddenly became that much more real. Gathering our courage, my friend and I walked up to the bunker together, which was clearly padlocked with one of those really heavy solid steel padlocks. The first thing and probably most intimidating thing we noticed was the bright caution sign on the door, warning us of highly explosive contents. That was scary enough in and of itself. But being the idiotic 16-year-old I was, I laughed to my friends to try to impress them, and I put my ear against the solid metal door, listening in for anything. But it was silent. I then grabbed the long metal door handle and shook the door with all of my might, but of course it barely budged, despite being probably 60 or 70 years old. We took plenty of pictures, and then moved to find more bunkers all on separate paths down the road a bit more. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, but for some reason, my mother refused to return to that first bunker we came across. All she would say was that it gave her an uneasy feeling of dread, and she desired to puke the closer she got. This was honestly kind of unnerving to hear. My mother has dealt with far worse things many times before, often with the supernatural, and she has been barely fazed by those. But something was different about this place. Beyond that, nothing happened regarding the Mothman for a while. That was until this summer, nearly 2 years later. This happened about a month and a half ago. Myself and 5 of my closest friends all went on a camping trip to my parents' property near Point Pleasant in the hopes that we could enjoy one last outing together, as most of us were leaving for the military relatively soon. At the time, we were all 18 except for our friend Dylan, who was 25. It was our first night there. We were sitting around the campfire telling jokes and stories, just being average teenagers. All in all, our night was going really well, until about 3 in the morning, when my friend Dylan excused himself to go to the bathroom. The rest of us continued on hanging out and laughing, when a few moments later, Dylan returned with a concerned expression on his face. When we asked him what was up, he told us it sounded like a deer was wounded, down the slope a little bit. He was a big animal guy, despite being a stone-faced Army combat veteran, which made us chuckle a little bit. I told him that as we're on top of a mountain, the sound travels very well, and that it was probably nothing, but he insisted that it was nearby and that we had to go check it out. So, admittedly a little curious myself, I agreed, and our friends Brian and Luke stayed by the camp, while Dylan, Han, Mickey, and myself went over to check it out. As soon as we left the vicinity of the fire, we could hear the groans of a wounded deer carrying through the trees. It did indeed sound close, so we followed the noise until we reached a large ravine with no way across. We stopped to assess our situation, and we noticed the cries of the deer had suddenly stopped. In fact, every night creature had stopped making any kind of noise, and only the gentle flow of the wind through the trees remained. This creeped us out, wondering if there was a predator nearby, as bears, mountain lions, and coyotes, and all sorts of poisonous snakes roamed these woods. Dylan and myself thankfully brought guns. He was carrying a 12-gauge Remington shotgun, and I had with me a semi-automatic Colt AR-15, both very capable of handling a bear or mountain lion. After 15 minutes of searching for a way to cross the ravine, we gave up and we began to head back the way we came. But the moment we got about 5 steps away, the groaning of the deer started again, louder and more drawn out than before, so we turned around, but again it stopped. This irritated my friend Han, who then stomped down toward the edge of the ravine, shining his light below. Just then, his flashlight cut out, and before anyone else could react, we all felt a massive gust of air, along with an enormous presence, looming before us. But we could see nothing but black. Then the ground beneath me gave out, and Han and I found ourselves tumbling down the ravine. We both hit the bottom hard, and we got up quickly. We scrambled for the flashlight or the gun, or anything to use to feel less defenseless. We could hear yelling and running above us as I scrambled for the rifle. Then it all went by like a blur, until we found ourselves back at the top of the ravine, gun in hand, running back to our campsite. We ran for what seemed like an hour, despite only hiking 15 minutes down the ravine. We both dropped instinctively when a shotgun blast rang through the air, and as we got back up, another shot went off, and another, and then silence. It was only then that I realized my leg was bleeding and Han was crying. We sat for a few moments listening and scanning the trees around us, when suddenly Han grabbed my shoulder and yelled for me to shoot it. Just shoot the thing. At that, I sprung around to see 2 red eyes staring at us from a tall tree. It was only about 200 feet away and 30 feet up. I froze and I was unable to shoot. I was mesmerized by those blood-red eyes. They seemed to have a glow about them. My sense of ease scared me even more, and it clearly shook Han as he just grabbed my shoulder and ran. We ran as fast as we were humanly capable of, until we finally broke onto the ridgeline into the camp, where everyone else was already scrambling. Immediately, we packed our things, got into the truck, and peeled out of there as fast as possible. No one spoke the whole way home, and it was only after 3 days of being back that we asked Dylan what happened with him and Mickey. He said that they began to run back, and upon realizing we weren't following, they turned back, where this thing, as he said, stepped into their path. He said he didn't have time to study its body. All he noticed was its immense height, wings, and those damned red eyes. He said that he thought it was a man, us perhaps, before he noticed those eyes. He said he didn't think, he just reacted and shot at the thing multiple times, then turned back. But Mickey never had a chance to see it like he did. None of us except Han told our parents, and Hans didn't believe him apparently, and now he won't ever bring it up. Since then, I've been obsessively researching the Mothman, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is what we saw in those woods. Since then, my family has returned to our property multiple times, and we've had no weird encounters with the Mothman, surprisingly. Was he hunting us for stalking too close to his home at those bunkers? I don't really know. But I do plan on returning to the bunkers to find out more about this creature. So maybe there will be another tale to tell soon. Though I admit, I get cold sweats now when I simply think about going back there.
Mothman follow-up. A while back, I posted a story detailing my encounter with the ominous Mothman of Point Pleasant. I promised to return to the bunkers from the encounter, and I did. This happened about 3 or 4 months after the first incident. None of my friends from the first encounter went back. They either didn't want to go or they left for the military. So my good friends Alex and Jess volunteered to tag along. Both Alex and Jess have had paranormal encounters of their own, so you could say we were all more or less prepared for the trip. We brought flashlights, a professional-grade camera, survival gear, and paranormal equipment, including my parents' K2 EMF detector, which picked up on electrical and magnetic impulses, generally given off by paranormal entities. At least that's what I read online. We got down to our property, which was about 20 miles from Point Pleasant and the Mothman bunkers. It was about 1 a.m. when we pulled up to the campsite, so it was pitch black. The first thing any of us noticed was the way it felt. The usually peaceful hilltop was silent and eerie. It felt distinctly like something was watching us from the tree line. We grabbed our bags and immediately crowded into the camper, where we locked the doors and drew the shutters. After about an hour, we settled down, forgetting all about that creepy feeling and managing to catch some sleep. At about 6 a.m., I woke up to make some coffee, and I found that Jess was already awake. She asked if I would go outside with her, so she could smoke a cigarette, as we all three agreed not to venture out alone past dark. We sat there watching the sun barely begin to shed its rays over the trees, and we just made small talk. As she finished her smoke, we suddenly heard a light tapping coming from behind the camper, about 15 feet or so to our right. This freaked us both out, and we jumped up, immediately wishing we hadn't left our guns in the camper. As soon as we jumped, the noise stopped, and we heard crashing amongst the bushes behind the camper, as if something was running away from us back into the tree line. We bolted inside and locked the door, not venturing out until the sun was well above us in the sky. For the next couple of days, we wandered the town and our property, learning about colonial history and just enjoying the gorgeous sights. In town, we came across an obelisk where Chief Cornstalk of the Shawnee tribe was buried. He had been murdered by the early colonists and is said to have originally cursed this land, and many believe his curse gave birth to the Mothman and the tragedies he invokes. We also noticed a prayer stone which was used by the Shawnee to ward off evil spirits with an offering. We kept that in mind if something were to go very bad. Later on, during the third night there, we were looking through the photos we took on the land, and we came across a picture Jess took of some cows on the land. The cows seemed disturbed by something, and as we zoomed in and enhanced, it became overwhelmingly clear that something was there. Something was watching us from the trees, and we hadn't even noticed. This shook us with fear, and we stayed up all night researching and pretty much just freaking out over what we have on photo. We decided the next evening we'd go to the bunkers. The following day, we rolled up to the bunkers with all our gear, ready to investigate. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sun was just beginning to set. We hiked up to the first bunker, where my mother felt the most disturbed with the K2 meter on. It was on the lowest level, meaning electronic and magnetic impulses were low, which was normal for the middle of the woods. As soon as the bunker came into sight, my heart nearly ripped from my chest. The closed and bolted door to the bunker was wide open. At that moment, the K2 meter spiked to the maximum level, meaning there was an extreme presence nearby. All my instincts told me to run, but our curiosity pushed us on into the bunker. Inside, the bunker was ice cold, and so dark my flashlight barely cut through the thick air. Jess sat near the door to take pictures, while I dared to venture a little further in. It was super quiet, and every little noise we made was amplified tenfold, echoing throughout the complex. Every picture Jess took sent a shiver down my spine, and we couldn't shake this morbid feeling of dread. Suddenly, there was a crashing of branches from outside. Alex yelled we had to go, so we hurried our way back to the entrance and out to the car, where we finally shook off that feeling of being followed. We decided to try a few more bunkers before we left, but none felt anything like the first. We couldn't shake that eerie feeling, and Alex became increasingly paranoid, which made Jess and I very on edge. As we got back in the car to finally leave, we saw headlights behind us, and as the truck passed by, it slowed to a crawl, but it was too dark to see who was driving. After they passed us, we pulled out to leave the woods when suddenly we saw the truck's taillights disappear. They didn't shift like it was turning or fade like they turned off. They simply ceased to be there. I didn't believe it, so I floored the gas, speeding up to nearly 60 miles per hour to catch this truck that was going no more than 25 on a straight, flat, narrow road. We made it to the end of the road in no time, but there was no truck. We all felt tingles down our spine. There was nowhere this truck could have turned or gone to escape our view. It just vanished. Nothing made any sense at this point, and as we drove back to the property, we went over every possible scenario that could have happened. The truck, the bunkers, the thing watching us in the distance by the cows. The bunker door looked as if someone or something had ripped it open from the inside, which would have taken an immeasurable amount of force, as outrageous as that may sound. We returned home the next day and looked at all the photos and recordings we took, now completely sure there's something stalking or flying through those darned woods in Point Pleasant. Hat Man, from Anonymous. I was 7 years old when this happened to me. My family and I had just moved into our new house. It was my mother, father, sister, and 2 brothers. My parents' bedroom had a broken window, so my dad thought it best to sleep in that room by himself, while my mom and us kids slept on a mattress on the floor in the living room. We were really excited to be in our new house. We'd had a long day, so we called it a night and went to bed. A few hours later, I woke up to a noise. It sounded like someone was trying to break into the house. I was so scared I couldn't move. I was able to slightly lift my head when I saw a figure of a man. He had no distinctive features save for the hat he wore. I would describe it as perhaps a fedora. All I saw was a silhouette of a man. He had no other dimensions to him, but I felt evil radiating off of his presence. Fear engulfed me when it felt we had made eye contact, Even without actually seeing his eyes, I realized he was aware of my presence, just like I was aware of his. He was standing in the hall staring down at me. In the hall was a window. He started to bang on the window with one fist, all the while his body and head were still facing my direction. I was able to nudge my sister awake. She was a bit annoyed, but I quickly told her what was happening. I pointed towards the figure. The look on her face was sheer terror. She quickly hid under the blanket, and I followed suit. We continued to hear the noise until sleep caved in. I woke up the next morning, and everything seemed normal. I asked my sister if she remembered last night. She looked at me in a weird and puzzled way, telling me she didn't know what I was talking about. I don't know if she was in denial or truly didn't remember. All I know is after that experience, more paranormal experiences soon followed up, even to this day. Ghost Hound, from Anonymous. This happened a long time ago, so my memory of it isn't super clear. But I remember being quite frightened after something strange happened in my own backyard. I was about 8 or 9 years old at the time, and my friend and I were hanging out at my house. We were having lunch in the yard on a beautiful sunny fall day. The fence at the time had seen better days, and there were lots of fairly big gaps in it that rabbits and stray cats often went through in and out of the yard. Seemingly instantly, a cloud covered the sun, and a huge gust of cold wind came through, blowing leaves everywhere. Our attention was then drawn to the back alley, where we saw a large dog behind the fence of the yard. The dog's appearance seemed odd. There weren't many dogs in the neighborhood either. If I remember correctly, it was brown and white, and it looked like a smooth collie. Something about it wasn't right though, and my friend and I were both frightened by its presence. We watched this dog as it walked down the alley, when all of a sudden, it began trying to get in the yard. It wasn't barking, which in hindsight seems very odd due to its abrupt aggression. It was viciously snarling and clawing at one of the gaps in the fence, shoving its head inside. This was when we noticed that its eyes were a bright, glowing red. With the only barrier between us being a rickety old fence, we both panicked. We got ready to sprint back inside the house, but as soon as we got up, the dog just stopped clawing at the fence. It then turned away calmly, and just as it appeared, another huge gust of wind went by with leaves everywhere, and it was gone. There was nothing left in the alley besides dead leaves and garbage cans. No trace of that dog, no sounds of it running away. And trust me, it would have had to run to not be seen by us, due to the length of the yard. After it was gone, we took our food back inside, and we did not go back out without our parents with us. I saw the Grim Reaper, from Anonymous. My name is Magnus, and I'm from Iceland. I saw the Grim Reaper. In the year 2014, I was 13 years old. My family got a puppy because we thought our old dog was going to pass soon. She was getting weak. She didn't do much anymore, until we got the puppy, who we named Lori. Our older dog, Rose, got better and happier after Lori came to us. It was like Rose thought of Lori as her own pup. After around 6 months, Lori began having problems. She always had to go to the bathroom to either pee or poo, and I'm talking more than 20 times a day. Her stomach became bloated. We took her to the vet and she gave us some pills, but she didn't get any better after a month or two. We found out that her liver didn't grow. It was apparently infected and was not doing its job properly. We had to take her to a better vet or animal hospital since we lived in a small town. There was just so much a small town vet can do here. Once there, we were told she would have to stay the night. I believed we would take her home the next day or the day after. However, the last night we stayed there, she was put down since the vet could not do anything for her. We discovered the problem with her liver a little too late. Now, the very same night she passed, I had a very strange slumber. It didn't feel like sleep. It didn't feel like a dream, but I knew I'd fallen asleep at some point. Some believe it to be astral projection. Maybe that's what it was. I was in my kitchen all of a sudden. I went to look through the window and I saw Lori running up towards the house, but she wasn't on the ground. She seemed to be floating. She was also transparent. I could see through her. But what I saw coming after her I did not expect. Keep in mind, I had no idea the dog had passed that night. The figure I saw I knew instantly was Death, the Grim Reaper. But it wasn't your typical look for the Grim Reaper. It was shorter, like a child in height. It had a white hood and cloak. I could not see any legs either. It still had some flesh on its face and hands, but most of it had rotted away. Lori tried to hide behind me. It didn't seem to notice me. It just went after her. This made me very angry, so I lashed out at the Grim Reaper, trying to punch it. But I was pushed back as Lori ran away. That's when I woke up. I had a weird pain in my back as if I'd just fallen on it. I told my mom about this a year later. She's a little superstitious, and I didn't want to worry her at the time. She thinks it appeared white and youthful because Lori was young and had a pure soul. The dream and the picture of that Grim Reaper is always in the back of my mind. No dream has ever been as vivid and clear as that. Bloody Mary Disaster. From Anonymous. It was a typical summer day. Me and a few friends of mine were playing late-night football in my backyard. Our parents were over at a neighbor's place for a house party. After a while, we decided to go inside. We were browsing the internet, seeing a few people doing the Bloody Mary challenge. It was the usual, people saying her name in the dark bathroom, screaming as they claimed to see her, and then the video ends. My best friend, Josh, smirked and suggested we do the challenge ourselves. "Are you crazy? No way." One of my friends, Paris, said. She sounded pretty scared, and I shrugged. Don't worry, it's not real," I stated. Josh chuckled and grabbed a few candles as his cousin Daniel grabbed my dad's camera and turned it on. We got ready and headed into my basement bathroom to make it more creepy. I lit the candles with the lighter I had, then we closed the door and turned off the lights. I sat the candles on either side of the mirror. By then, Josh and Daniel were so excited they were bouncing uncontrollably. I had Paris hold the camera. I still had the football with me and gripped it hard as Josh, Daniel, and I all said her name in unison. After a few seconds, nothing happened, and I sighed. "See, Paris, nothing happened," I said. I looked at her. She looked pale, and I looked at her worried. "Paris, you okay?" Josh asked. We then heard ragged breathing, but it wasn't coming from any of us. It was coming from the mirror. Shakily, we all turned to it, and we saw her. A girl in the mirror, another figure in the room with us, only in the mirror. The girl banged on the glass from the other side as we all screamed. Then I swear she reached out, her nails digging into my football and popping it. We hauled tail out of there, escaping to the neighbor's house. We told my parents and they came straight back to the house. We saw shattered glass from the mirror and a broken camera. My parents were mad. They told me to just stay at Paris's house for the night so they could figure out what to do with me. It's been years since then, and I just started college, sharing a house with Paris, Josh, and Daniel. I'd be lying if I didn't admit the feelings of being watched we all have even still, especially when we stand in front of a mirror. The Black-Eyed Boy. From Anonymous. It happened when I was about 8 years old. There were always strange things happening at my grandparents' house, but this one experience still haunts me. My mom had taken me and my brothers and sister to my grandpa's house. Naturally, all of us kids were outside playing, being loud and running around near the woods. As the sun began to go down, I suddenly got a strange feeling that we were being watched. I told my older cousin, but he just brushed it off, telling me to come inside with everyone. So we all hung out in my Uncle Sean's room, playing his old Nintendo or Atari, I can't remember which. After a couple of hours, when it was completely dark out, I got that strange feeling again, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked over to my cousin, and I was about to say something when we both looked towards the window. That's when I saw him. A little boy with pale white skin and deep red hair was staring at us. The most horrific part about this was his eyes. They were solid black as coal, staring back at us. Whenever I looked into his eyes, I felt a wave of negativity, and a deep, almost primal fear took hold of me. Just as I was about to scream, my grandpa came running into the room. He glanced at the window, then charged outside, yelling at the boy in Cherokee to go away, that he's bad, that he's not welcome here. I had never seen him so angry in my entire life. After that day, we were not to play outside after dark. I've listened to several Black-Eyed Kids stories, and the one thing that's missing is an accurate description of the fear you feel when you lock eyes with one of these creepy little guys. Sleep paralysis experience with the Reaper. From Anonymous. A few years back, in my late teens, I would suffer from frequent episodes of sleep paralysis. Most of these cases involved me seeing dark, featureless figures, commonly referred to as shadow men, in the corner of my room, accompanied with a heavy feeling on my chest, and I would feel pinned to my bed. The worst of these experiences happened roughly 2 years ago, and was perhaps the only time in my conscious or unconscious life where I was thoroughly convinced I was going to die. I was sleeping in my bed when I was awakened by the sound of my bedside alarm. This initially confused me as I didn't remember setting an alarm, and it felt way too early in the morning to be waking up. My room was still pitch dark. I removed myself from the warmth of my blanket and rolled sideways to turn off the alarm, which surprisingly was set for 4:30 a.m. I shrugged it off and began to roll back over to sleep. Usually, I sleep on my side. I was rolling over to sleep on my opposite shoulder. However, I was unable to reach that position. I soon realized I was pinned down on my mattress the moment my back was flat on the bed. Unable to move my torso and struggling to breathe, I turned my head back towards the alarm. That's where I saw a figure that I thought was the Reaper himself, floating an inch or two above the alarm. In retrospect, this dark thing looked and behaved more like a Dementor from Harry Potter. I began to shake and fight violently against what felt like an invisible 3-ton truck on my chest as the dark figure began inching closer and closer to me. I remember feeling a sense of dread, convinced that I would forever be stuck in this nightmare if I didn't manage to escape before this thing reached me. Thoughts of my family and loved ones waiting for me on the other side of my consciousness flashed before me, motivating me to fight harder against the weight on my chest. The thing was now right next to me, and it began to whisper something in my ear, just as I was able to break free from the invisible chains and wake up from my nightmare. I awoke in a panic to find myself in my pitch-black room, my bed and body soaked with sweat. I immediately rolled over to check my alarm, and was horrified to find that it had indeed been set to ring at 4:30 a.m. A cold feeling of utter dread suddenly filled my body, and I didn't manage a single minute of sleep for the rest of the night. The most horrifying thing about this so-called dream was that I felt the Reaper-like thing had used the alarm to bait me into its ambush. It was like it knew I was safe from its clutches so long as I was wrapped up underneath my blankets. It used the alarm to lure me out of my safety. Fortunately, this was the last of these experiences I've had in a while, but I still often check my alarm before going to bed to see if it had been set at a strange time by something. Skinwalker in Tuba City. From Anonymous. This is my true skinwalker story. At the time of this experience, I had no knowledge, nor had I ever heard of a skinwalker. I was 19 years old at the time and lived in Phoenix, Arizona with my parents while attending community college. My sister-in-law had asked me to go with her to Tuba City, Arizona, to visit with her mother and pick up some papers. Her mother was a school teacher there on the Navajo reservation. We would be staying there overnight. Her mother lived in one of those small government houses on the reservation. There were about 3 or 4 houses near her on a small paved street. Except for a few buildings near there, it was pretty desolate. My niece and nephew were with us. We'll call my sister-in-law Mary, my nephew Mike, and my niece Amy. Mike was 10 years old at the time, and Amy was 9. It was early evening when we finally arrived in Tuba City. We had stopped at a fast food restaurant on the way to pick up dinner to go. Upon arriving at the house, we all ate together at a small kitchen table. We talked and visited a while before settling in the small living room to watch some TV. There wasn't a lot to do there, so Mary and I decided we would take a night drive and explore around the reservation. I know what you're thinking. It was a very bad idea, or a dumb idea. 2 white women who are in a strange place have no business driving around at night on an Indian reservation. Whatever. We drove around for about an hour and a half. Surprisingly, nothing weird had happened yet. We were just laughing, talking, and listening to music as we drove up and down dirt roads. After a while, we decided to head back. When arriving back home, we stayed up a little bit later, then decided it was time to go to bed. I slept in a small back bedroom on a twin bed next to a window with horizontal blinds. My nephew Mike slept on the floor in a sleeping bag in the same room. Mary and Amy were in the other room, down the hallway. During the night, I was awakened by strange scratching noises outside the window by my bed. It sounded like something was making long, deliberate, slow clawing sounds down the window, like when someone runs their nails down a chalkboard. I am a light sleeper, so this woke me up right away. I whispered loudly to my nephew Mike to wake up, asking him if he was hearing the same thing I was. Mike was sleepy and groggy, being awakened from a deep slumber, so he seemed confused at first. I asked him again if he had heard the scratching noise. He didn't answer. He was just out of it. He then lay back down and was out like a light. I was perplexed and a little frightened. I thought to myself maybe it was just a stray cat or dog, but I couldn't figure it out. I did, however, have no inclination to look out that window, so I simply lay there, listening. After several minutes, the clawing stopped. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I mentioned this at the kitchen table during breakfast, but no one seemed very interested. We left later that afternoon, and I never gave it another thought. 6 months later, I was attending one of my college classes called Indians of the Southwest. The teacher was lecturing us about different legends and stories of the Navajo people. He touched upon tales of evil medicine men, or witches, called skinwalkers. He began telling us that they are very dangerous and harmful. They have the ability to turn into or disguise themselves as any animal. They could take the guise of a coyote, wolf, or even a bear. They've also been known to follow people home at night. That's why you should never be out on the reservation after dark. You're never supposed to make eye contact with a skinwalker because they can possess your soul. You should never talk about them because you can draw them to you. They can cause havoc and bring evil into your life. An icy chill went down my spine. I remembered that night I'd spent on the reservation. I wondered if a skinwalker had followed Mary and I home that night after our drive. The realization that a skinwalker had targeted us fills me with fear. I think of this often, and I'm so glad I didn't look out the window that night. I'm also haunted by the fact that there was just a very thin pane of glass separating me from such an evil entity. And now I guess I know why no one in the family wanted to talk about it. My Mother's Haunting, from Fallen Angel. The year was 2004 in Southern California. I was 16 years old. I'm Native American, Navajo. My grandmother was a medicine woman and at a young age was in the process of teaching me her ways. When I was a child, she always told me to not be afraid of anything I might see, that I was special. Ever since then, it was like a gate opened in me, and I began to see things and feel. I do hear them sometimes, cries and screams like whispers in my ears. This causes me to have to wear earbuds to sleep, playing some music in order to drown them out and sleep. I've been through a lot of hauntings through my childhood till this day in 2021, but this haunting was one that has upset me, as something attacked my mother. One day my mother came to me, and I could see she looked so drained, like she hadn't had good sleep in a long time. I asked her what was wrong, when I noticed she seemed scared. She said to me, "I'm terrified to sleep. Every night I get woke up, and I can't move at all, and all of a sudden I see something dark slowly crawling from the edge of the bed by my feet, climbing up my legs all the way to me. All I can do is cry. I feel hands on my neck starting to choke me. I try to move to wake up your dad, but nothing happens." I kept my eyes on her, listening to her story, to her every word. I'm no stranger to the supernatural, and I know ways to keep things away. This angered me that something in my family's home was hurting my mother. I tried to calm her down and assure her she would be okay. "Mom, come sleep in my room tonight. I'll stay up and watch you as you sleep, and I'll see if I can catch it." I have a little dog named Princess. She was a very good dog. She would sleep with me in my room, and she'd always growl when she felt danger, tangible or supernatural. Through the night, she would keep watch of me all the time, and she made me feel safe. That night, my mother came into my room, lay on the bed, and I told her to sleep, reminding her that I'd be here so she didn't have to worry. It was around 10 p.m. at the time, and she fell fast asleep. I stayed up right next to her, with my dog in the middle of us. The dog soon fell asleep too. At around 2 a.m., nothing had yet happened, so I got up to use the bathroom. As I was coming out of the bathroom, I looked at my bedroom door, which I kept open just in case, and a dark figure ran past inside. In my head, I thought, well, here we go. I walked back into my room and closed the door behind me. I lay on the bed and waited for anything to happen. Before long, I was getting bored, since nothing was happening. I lay on my stomach with my hand holding my head. I let out a long breath, folded my hands, and lay my head on them facing away from the door. Not even 1 second passed and I heard my door open. I had a quick conversation in my head, and it went something like this. Did someone else wake up? Maybe my little brother? He must have woke up. As I was saying this in my head, I felt like someone was shaking the bed, but only by our heads. They were shaking it in a way as if they were testing to see if a person was awake. I said again in my head, it must be my little brother. I better get up to see if he's okay. But when I tried to move, I couldn't at all. My head, my hands, nothing. I was completely frozen. The moment I noticed I couldn't move, I began to feel something climbing on the bed, and on top of my mother. My heart began to pound, and I was thinking of what I could do. I felt something like a leg on the side of me from this thing that was on my mom. The bed felt like it was sinking in the middle, and whatever this was had its foot on my dog. My dog didn't even move either, didn't make a noise this whole time. I fought in my head, saying I had to do something. I need to. Think. At that moment, my side began to feel like it was on fire. It hurt so bad, making me lose focus on trying to think. But I endured it all. I blocked out the pain, my fear, my panic. I said to myself to pray. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't remember any prayers at the moment, nothing. I couldn't even make one up. I was blocked, so I looked at my hand that was close to my face and I tried to focus on it, saying in my head, "Open your hand. Just open it." I tried and nothing was happening. I kept saying it over and over. It felt like hours now, but I needed to fight this and save my mom from this evil spirit. But then I felt the top of my fingers. I took that and I began to try and open my hand fully and slowly. I could feel it moving. As I felt my hand open just a bit, this thing jumped off my bed and ran out of the room. I heard my bedroom door slam shut, and as it slammed, I felt this surge go through my body, and I could finally fully move again. I looked at my mom, and she was okay. I let out a sigh of relief and tears just started flowing. My mom woke up, asking what had happened and why I was crying like that. I told her, let's get out of the room. So she and I went to the living room, and I told her everything that occurred. After that, she looked so scared. As I finished the story, we heard something that sounded like something running on hardwood. We looked up, and it was coming from the attic. But this time, it sounded like it was trying to get away. And then it was gone. We didn't know what it was that was haunting my mom, but after that night, it never came back, and my mom thanked me for helping her. The Woods of Yosemite and Stanislaus, from 3rd GR2T. I'm a local to the Mariposa and Yosemite National Park area. I've lived here as far as I can remember, and in my time here, I've definitely experienced weird things. While I have several stories, I'll tell the one that sticks with me the most. To start, I'm Native American, from several tribes, including Navajo and Miwok. As far as I can remember, even as a little kid, something has always bothered me about the Mariposa and Yosemite area as a whole. This particular event took place towards where Yosemite and Stanislaus National Forest meets. It was deer season, and my family and I went hunting within the Stanislaus National Forest. We'd heard about an area that had decent-sized bucks. We decided to set up camp and to head out the next morning. The area we set up camp at had a clearing to our left and a hill in the distance, and a forest and brush to the right. This was the first time I'd ever hunted this specific area, but according to some family, the hill in the distance across the clearing was an old Native American burial ground. This I never proved or disproved, no matter how much I researched. The first night was very uneventful and quiet, like dead quiet. No owls or coyotes, nothing. We spent the next day hunting with no luck, besides spotting a few birds. As we came back to camp and night settled in, we noticed once again it was dead quiet. Later that night, I was up alone thinking to myself when I heard footsteps. I tried not to think too much of it. I mean, we were in the woods, right? It was probably just an animal. The night was clear, after all, no clouds, full moon, lots of stars, but the longer I listened, the louder and heavier these footsteps got. But as I looked outside, I couldn't see anything, and we were on flat ground, and yet I could see nothing. I started to think that's weird. I did a small scan in a 360-degree direction with a flashlight, and still nothing. I could definitely hear the footsteps still, and I could smell a low odor, but I couldn't distinguish what it was. Just as I began to think this was weird, I heard a howl off in the distance. It was closely followed by several more. The thing that took me by surprise is the fact the howling I heard got a reply that was way too close for comfort. The howling continued as well as the footsteps for most of the night. It seemed to get close and then distance itself several times over. I get most of you hearing this story probably think it was just some animal. I myself thought that until I realized coyotes don't have heavy-sounding steps or a weird underlying smell. I definitely felt watched, but tried to rationalize it to myself, but I just couldn't find a good explanation that suited my mind. The following day was quite uneventful, just more hunting with little to no animals seen, though it did seem almost quiet again. No birds, no anything, just the occasional breeze. That night we broke camp and went back to Mariposa. While the day was fine, that night was not. When I was home that night, I had the overwhelming feeling of being watched. I felt super paranoid. This feeling seems to happen every time I am back close to Yosemite and Stanislaus's border, or when I'm in Stanislaus National Forest, even if this event is not on my mind. I know this story may not seem exactly scary, but it has bothered me for a long time. I just don't speak about it. I understand some people may have explanations, but certain things of this event don't make sense to me. My uncle's skinwalker suspect, from D the Beast 14. My uncle is a cop in Salt Lake City, Utah. One night on March 12th, 2016, he and his partner were sent to respond to a call. The call was made by a husband and wife driving by a forest. They saw two hikers dead and partially mutilated. So my uncle and his partner were sent to go check it out. Coincidentally and thankfully, my uncle's partner is of Navajo descent. If he wasn't, I don't know if either of them would be alive today. The two of them arrived at the scene. Two men that appeared to be in their early 20s were, in fact, mutilated. The bodies were about 200 feet apart from each other, so my uncle and his partner decided to split up. While my uncle was examining one of these bodies, he heard a whistle off in the darkness to his right. He shined his flashlight in that direction and called out a warning, telling the suspect to keep their hands up. He then heard a voice in the same direction that sounded like a cop that sometimes worked shifts with him and his partner. The voice said, "Come over here, please." Hesitantly, he begins to move toward it, with his gun drawn slowly. He realized something that hit him like a bullet. That cop didn't work late shifts that day of the week, and if he did, they would have been told. Plus, he shouldn't have been on that scene anyway. He then gets a call on his radio from his partner saying, "We have to go now." He then sees an old man who looked to be in his 60s exiting the forest. He orders the man to stop. The man runs off, but my uncle chases him. According to my uncle, that man ran faster than anyone in their 60s should be able to run. He ran down a steep hill. Once my uncle reached the hill, the man was just gone. Instead, all he found was a coyote running the other way. His partner came over and yelled, "We need to get to the car!" So the two of them hightailed it out of there. His partner explained to him that he saw these slashes on one of the victims, and he saw the tracks in the mud, and he knew what it was. He explained to my uncle it was a skinwalker, and what it was capable of doing. That if my uncle had followed the voice all the way, he might have been taken. Then, in the rearview mirror, a wolf was chasing after the car at an incredible speed. My uncle shot at it, but it ran off into the woods after that. My uncle's partner took them to the nearest Navajo reservation where a medicine man blessed the two of them. They were given some weird object as protection. When they got back to the station, they explained that the hikers were killed by a pack of wolves. Someone was sent out to recover the bodies, but by the time they got there, the bodies were gone. The medicine man's blessing must have worked, because neither my uncle nor his partner have seen the skinwalker ever since, and hopefully never will.
Creature in New Mexico, from Tiffany M. My husband, mother-in-law, myself, and at the time our 3 children were moving back to Oregon from Tennessee in early 2015. We were bound to have a terrible time as soon as we started. I mean, right away we began having serious car trouble. After getting through slowly to New Mexico, we got temporarily stranded at a small settlement on the Navajo reservation. At first, everything was fine. The people who lived there were amazing, kind, and overall some of the best people I've ever met. We had some dogs at the time and were told under no circumstances to leave or let them out after dark, as being in the middle of nowhere, there were several types of predators around, among quote-unquote other things that would love to get a hold of your dogs. That was fine with us, as it was an unfamiliar area. In the meantime, we did what we'd been doing all along and began trying to find a new water pump and thermostat for the car. This took almost a week, and the closest place was the next town over, which was about 20 miles away. While searching for these items and how to get there, things began getting a little strange, to say the least. The people began to get more nervous around us, aside from the children who lived in the small community. Cats and other house pets started turning up missing through our stay, things of that nature. Well, the kids decided to take us out exploring one day, with their parents' permission, of course. They decided to take us to a short cave they knew of. We left around 10:30 a.m., and it was about an hour walk to the cave. Nothing was overly strange about the cave, or the half-hour walk through it, from one side to the other. There were a couple of bats, some low-hanging pieces of rock we had to belly crawl under, pretty much normal cave stuff. However, when we got out on the other side, it was getting dark. That in and of itself was extremely odd, and shouldn't have been possible. However, it was, so we decided to take the road back to make sure we wouldn't lose our footing if it got dark. Then the really strange things happened. There was no wind, and it was eerily silent. The kids we were with had begun to almost run back to the small town, and we were all doing all we could to keep up with them. It felt as if we were being watched and stalked at the same time. There were no sounds of crickets or other night insects. Then we began hearing what sounded like coyotes howling and yipping quite suddenly, and they were close. Then came the voices of some of the tribe members. The kids told us to ignore the voices, to not look behind us no matter what. All the while they kept their heads tilted slightly down. We did as we were told, as the voices continued to call our names one by one. When it began to use my mother-in-law's voice, trying to get my attention, I knew this was all wrong. It even used the whistle she uses to call us when we're out and about, to let us know something is up. After about 20 minutes, one of the adults showed up in their car to pick us up. When we got inside to go back, we were asked what we heard or saw. We explained everything. We could see the color drain from his face. He floored it, but before he could, I looked everywhere for a source of the calls, but saw nothing. Though I did smell sulfur and death, which were thick in the air by this point.
The following morning, we were told we needed to leave as we were bringing devils around by being there. We were told it was nothing against us personally, and they wished they could do more to help us out, but they wanted us gone. We had until sundown, but even then, that was more than enough time. We got all of our things, and we were in the next town in less than an hour. My mother-in-law asked what that was all about. She and I are believers, but my husband is not. We both told her the same thing about the voices, and she went pale as well. None of us could explain it away. We decided there was only one thing this could have been: a skinwalker in the New Mexico desert.
Navajo Skinwalker in Colorado. Submitted by Hunter L. My story begins in Colorado. I was 14 years old at the time. My family was taking a trip to visit my grandmother, who lives deep in the country. We were planning to stay over a few nights and enjoy the peace and quiet of the country. I've always been more of an indoorsy person, but I did love taking a nice hike through the woods from time to time. The highway drive was long and uneventful, but once we finally got there, I was super excited. After all, I had my own room in the beautiful cabin my grandmother lived in, with an amazing view of the lake and forests surrounding the property. I exchanged greetings with her, and after a few minutes of idle conversation, I headed to my room. I pulled out my laptop and began to get set up for a quality gaming session when I first heard the howling. It sounded like a wolf's cry, but slower, almost distorted, like if you recorded the howl and played it back at half the speed and lowered the pitch. That's how it sounded. It was very creepy, but having little to no experience living in the country, I brushed it off, assuming it was some animal I wasn't accustomed to. Soon the sun began to set, and I was exhausted at the time, partly from the really long car ride. I began to get settled into bed, and despite the thick comforter, something didn't feel right. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, like something was misplaced or missing. I didn't know what it was, but again I brushed it off, telling myself it was just weird to sleep in an unfamiliar place, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up around 10 in the morning, feeling really well rested, and I looked through my window. I could see that it had gotten foggy, as there were billowing clouds of mist drifting through the trees outside, and it was raining too, heavily. It was a bit difficult to see through the windows due to the excessive amount of water outside. I threw on some pajamas and went to grab some breakfast. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a note on the table. According to the note, my family left the house to grab some medication for my grandma, and that they'd be back in a couple of hours. So I settled with eating some frosted flakes. I was sitting on the comfortable couch directly under the living room window, watching the rain and fog roll in. Then again, I heard that eerie howl, the same howl from the night before. It was so slow and thick, so deliberate. As that happened, I noticed a figure creep forward through the fog. Of course, foggy weather in the country can be extremely thick. I couldn't see anything over 5 feet from the window, and I could barely make it out. But it looked like a dog or a wolf, almost anyway. The feeling that something was wrong, very, very wrong with this animal suddenly hit me. Slowly as the form of this thing came through the fog, I realized why I was feeling that way. The creature was standing on its back legs. Its back legs, I thought. I was shocked and confused. When I finally could think clearly, I looked at the creature in more detail. Its legs were twisted, bent in weird ways, almost like it was hit by a car. Of course, up here by the cabin, the closest road that's often used is a good mile away. As I looked on in horror, the creature spun around, and on its 2 hind legs, sprinted. In moments, it disappeared into the thick fog. As it turned around, though, I could see that it had no tail. Literally no tail, like it was ripped off or never there. The moment I snapped myself out of that trance, I instantly ran back to my room, shutting and locking the door. I hopped on my laptop, trying to Google and find out exactly what I saw. When my family finally got back, around 3, I waited until my parents were out of the room to tell my grandma. My parents would never believe me anyway. She was part Native American, but not that she was Navajo. She told me what she believed I saw was a skinwalker. Supposedly, it's a shape-shifting spirit or witch that takes the form of animals in order to harm people. However, it can never perfectly replicate the animal it takes the form of. When we left 3 days later, I was happy to get out of those foggy woods. After researching the legend of the skinwalker further, I honestly believe that that is what I saw. So to all of those listening, be careful when you go deep into the countryside of Colorado. If I met that creature outside of that cabin, I don't think I'd be here to share this story.
Stalked in the Northern Woods, from Joel W. The year was 2009. I was 19 years old and had just finished my formal education near Stockholm. I've always been fascinated by history. Our different ancient crafts and material handiwork in particular has a special place in my heart. This interest of mine had me traveling up north, up to the endlessly billowing seas of never-ending forests and deep valleys, to attend a folk high school. This school was pretty much like you'd imagine J.K. Rowling's Hogwarts, but for ancient crafts instead of magic. No matter how eerie this particular instance might have been, I still look back on my years in this place as some of the best years in my life. We did everything from fire making to herbalism, flint knapping to bronze casting, iron making from ore that we dug up ourselves, as well as forging said iron and steel into useful tools. Needless to say, I was in heaven. Barely a single day in 2 years felt wasted. It was the year that I found my element in the forge as a bladesmith. However, there came a day, just like so many other days, that I decided to take an evening stroll through the surrounding woods, up the path to the overlook of the valley in which the school was situated. By then, I had familiarized myself with the surroundings, and I breathed in the fresh air of the northern woods as I weaved between the bare pine trunks. The tall trees created this majestic hall of straight pillars with a dark green roof, through which the still blue sky could be seen. You could see so far ahead and around since there wasn't anything taller than a blueberry bush on the ground. I followed the trail up and down a ridge before entering a small moor. A narrow path made of carefully joined planks made the walk across nice and effortless, and I very much enjoyed the earthy, fresh scent of moss and the wind that found its way over the damp bog. I was rewarded at the other end with a great patch of ripe red lingonberries and a small spring that sprung up from a rock face ahead. The water in these undisturbed places tastes truly amazing. Someone had left a handmade ladle made of a fir twig and some birch bark on a branch beside the spring. After a few cold and wonderfully refreshing gulps, I flushed the ladle in the running water and hung it back in its place. Everything was right in the world. Well, almost everything. Just an arm's length from the ladle branch, something had gotten stuck on a jumble of jagged twigs. It almost looked to be hanging beard moss, and I almost wrote it off as such, since it grows everywhere up in those deep woods. But something made me look closer. Among all the familiar scents of the forest, there was something else, something that sent a needle prick into the back of my mind, a sensation that I could simply not immediately understand. Looking back, I now understand that what I felt was my old human instincts trying to make me aware of a danger that my modern mind simply would not register as a possibility. In front of me was a tuft of greenish-gray hair. It looked coarse and filthy, and I realized that what made me react was the smell it gave off. Trying to describe it is hard, because I'd never experienced anything like it, nor have I since. The closest I can think of is the scent of old urine in a subway corner, mixed with a warm, slightly sweet smell. Now that I think about it, although there may not be that many of you who can relate, I have butchered a few roosters in my days. It was similar to the smell of fresh, warm innards. I probably don't need to tell you that this kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I'm not a squeamish guy by any standard, but whatever this was, it had a repelling effect on my entire being. I gave the thing a wide berth and continued my walk up the hill ahead of me. This was the final stretch before arriving at the lookout. During the winter, this path up the ridge of the valley is nearly impossible to traverse, since it gets covered in waist-deep snow and slick patches of ice. However, this was just between summer and autumn, so the way was clear. The tall firs and pines slowly got shorter and shorter, and gradually mingled with yellowing birches and aspen. The forest canopy got lower and lower to the ground, and opened up slightly, so it lightened up a bit, even though the day was growing late. One thing that you'll notice about Sweden are the random boulders pretty much everywhere. Huge rocks that just sit there without any obvious place of origin or explanation of how they got there. Back in the days of stories and folklore, these rocks were called Giants' Throws or Troll Rocks. The implication was that giants or trolls had been throwing these rocks to fend off invaders or to challenge rivals for territory. However, I knew in the back of my head that the random rock formations of Sweden mostly stand as a result of the fact that pretty much the entirety of the land once was covered in ice, which moved and shaped the ground into what we see today. While musing over these thoughts, I let my hand run across the coarse surface of one of the stone sentinels, feeling the residual warmth of the evening sun. Days were short in this place, and it was soon time to head back. I looked up ahead and saw the clean open sky of the lookout point. I must admit that I've never been in great shape, and my breath came heavy by the time I arrived at the top of the ridge. There, on the moss-covered plateau of stone, stood a small, lonely, and crooked pine, and under it, a simple wooden bench facing the valley below. Many had made their mark in the bench, and I wasn't going to pass my chance to leave a little memory. Every student of this school was pretty much expected to always carry a knife for various tasks, often knives that we'd made ourselves, so the process was somehow made even more special by that little detail. I believe that bench still stands there today. I sat down to enjoy the last rays of sunlight as it slowly sank behind the valley ridges. It was so clear that I could see Norway on the horizon. It was then that I took a deep breath. Expecting the fresh, clear air, my nose instinctively wrinkled as it was assaulted by a foreign odor. It took my brain a moment to register that it wasn't just a glitch of my senses, but something that persisted and gradually intensified. Up until that moment, my blood had been pumping from the walk up the incline. My head and ears had both been occupied by the rhythm and whispers of my heart and circulation. Now, however, it was like my instincts told me to sharpen my senses and be quiet. I was most certainly not the only thing that felt that way. Suddenly, all the noises and calls of the forest let themselves be drowned out by gently whispering wind. What was a serene, beautiful, and safe place a second ago had turned into something threatening. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand up. Never in my life had I felt this exposed, this vulnerable. Never had I felt the pinpricks of being watched. This was an entirely new experience for me, and I didn't like it one bit. A bear, I thought, as my eyes darted from one corner of my periphery to the next. I didn't dare move my head. While on a hike, me and my class had been followed by a bear cub once. No matter how cute and adorable the situation might have been, we quickly marched to another location since we knew that Mama Bear wouldn't be far off, and she'd probably prefer if we kept our distance. Bears are fairly common up in these parts, so it was possible that's what I was picking up on. To be fair, I'd never sniffed a bear before. As the moments passed by, I waited as if frozen on the spot for the feeling to pass. It didn't. On the contrary, the wind changed direction and started blowing from my left, from where I'd come just a few minutes earlier. The stench struck me, and I had to concentrate not to exclaim my disgust. Slowly, I let my head turn to the side. Darkness had begun to fall, and the colors began to bleed into one another, giving way to dusk. Shapes and forms shifted and quivered in the wind, and I started to truly regret coming out here so late. One of the shapes, which I first thought was a stubby and bearded fir tree, didn't move, however. It stood stock still. The rotten smell hung heavy in the air. I couldn't look away. As my gaze concentrated on this shape, a few variations started to manifest. It was difficult to make out, partly obscured behind the needled branches of other fir trees. But this is what I can remember from that moment. It was tall. Compared to the trees around it, it might just as well have been as big as 16 feet. One of the most striking features was the absence of a neck. Almost obelisk in shape, it seemed like it had long hair that hung down from its head and draped over its shoulders. In the middle of what must have been its face sat a gigantic misshapen nose. Behind the curtain of moss-like hair, two deep sockets of deeper darkness held one tiny glimmer of reflection each. The same moment my eyes met those expressionless points, I knew I'd made a big mistake. The shoulders of the thing began to rise, and I heard a deep, raspy intake of air. I saw its arms then, as they left their hanging position along its sides. They must have almost reached down to the ground. So grotesque and long they were. With a loud thump, it took one step forward and lifted its arms, like a toddler that reaches for its favorite toy or snack. I didn't think, I didn't feel, I didn't care. I was up on my feet in the same instant. The next moment was a blur, as I must have thrown myself down the steep slope of rock just in front of me. Too steep to walk up, but much more lenient towards a quick and tumultuous descent. Lucky enough for me, it was quite smooth, but I still got pretty beat up by the tumble. As soon as the slope started to level out, I got up on my feet. The right side of my hip, my right elbow, and my left ankle had taken the brunt of the fall. I limped forward as fast as my legs would carry me. I would later find out that my foot had been sprained, and it still aches now and then, popping when I roll it around. But at that moment, I must have been high as a kite on adrenaline. I looked back up the ridge, because you always look back, but that thing wasn't up there. This made me pick up my pace even more. By throwing myself down the slope, I'd taken a significant shortcut. The downside was I now had to run through untrodden terrain. My heart skipped a beat when I suddenly heard what sounded like two massive feet getting closer. I thought I could feel the vibrations in my teeth. I almost yelled out as I thundered through the blueberry bushes, between the pillars of pine, under the now black profiles of needled canopies, and finally saw the glimmering lights of the school buildings. Along with the coming footfalls and tremors in the earth came the raspy breathing from before. I forced myself to keep my gaze forward, tears escaping the corners of my eyes, just as much from exertion as from the absolute terror I felt. I flew over the ditch and ran across the road, passing the bus station, and into the school's entrance walk. That's when I realized how quiet it was. No footfall, no breathing, no birdsong, nothing. I turned and looked back, only to be greeted by the vast empty forest on the other side of the road. Upon losing the sense of absolute immediate danger, my ankle began to scream in pain. My breath came in short, deep gasps, and I fell on my backside where I stood. My body simply refused to move any further. When I looked up again and gazed into the dark, I realized it wasn't as empty as my oxygen-deprived brain made it out to be. There, a few steps into the forest, blending in with the trunks in the dark, stood the obelisk shape. I thought I still could see the large nose and sunken shark-like eyes in there. However, as soon as I started to make it out again, it seemed to fade, as if slowly gliding back into the dark, never releasing me from its stare. After a few more painful heartbeats, The sounds of late evening washed over my surroundings. It was as if a cold hand around my throat had been removed, and I could breathe freely again. Well, not really. I still gasped after my neck-breaking sprint, but it felt as if the air around me was cleaner, richer. A friend of mine came out of one of the buildings and helped me up. I got my ankle looked after, and I had a long, warm shower to ease my nerves before bed. This horrifying feeling never came over me again, and slowly I got confident enough to go back into the forest. But I'll never brave the dusk or night out there ever again. So the next time you hear of the old creatures out in the woods, take heed and listen. Be vigilant, and try to avoid being out alone in the northern woods during dusk or night. There are trolls out there, and you may not be as lucky as I was that day. Take care. Full Moon Sleepover from Tier. Quick note, I think I narrated the story in the past. After someone on my subreddit asked where to find the narration, I couldn't locate it, so I'm just gonna re-narrate it here. Enjoy. My name is Tier. My name might be a little strange. I live in Sweden, like in the most northern part of Sweden, that doesn't have a lot of contact with the outside world. Of course, we have technology, but it was just very limited. This happened in the early 90s during my childhood. I lived in a small community out in the middle of the forest. I want to point out the fact that you could literally walk here for miles without seeing a single house. Our community was one of the only modern places you could find out there. I had a happy life. I lived with my mother, father, and 2 sisters, as well as a dog named Rufus, in a small red house. We were happy. My parents loved each other, and my sisters didn't try to kill me. We had enough money to survive. It was all in all a very happy time of our lives. But one incident would change that. One thing would destroy our worryless world. There were about 20 small houses in our community back then. The population was mostly made up of old retired hunters or woodcutters, but there were some families with children too. There was Andreas, Mia, Eric, Anders, and Ingmar. Me, my sisters, and the rest of these children were all around the same age, maybe around 10 to 13. All of us were great friends, as there weren't exactly so many people to be friends with. We all went to the same school that was situated very far away from our community. So every day we'd sit underneath the trees and wait for the school bus, talking crap and eating candy like kids do. The girl that mostly talked with my 2 sisters, Mia, was a very nice person. She was often quite serious, but she'd always been a pretty gentle soul. When I, for example, had forgotten to do my homework, she would help me out so that I didn't fail. I think I had maybe a small crush on her too, but pretty much all the boys in our group did, so I didn't really bother to try to make her be my girlfriend or something like that. Overall, she wasn't someone that really stood out in a group. She was always just quiet and focused on what to do next. One Friday after school, we had all decided to have a sleepover at Eric's house. Eric's house was probably the biggest in the community, and the most isolated. We all brought pillows, pajamas, and tons of junk food, and movies, so we could stay up all night. At that age, we thought it was so cool to be up so late. Anyway, we arrived at the house and everything seemed normal. We were laughing and having a great time. Everyone seemed to be happy except for Mia. I remember all of us dancing when Mia stormed off to the bathroom. One of my sisters followed her and asked her if she was all right. She'd only given a weak yes as an answer to my sister when she sat down on the floor. My sister, weirded out, went back to the rest of us. We all just, of course, assumed maybe she was sick or sad about something, maybe something to do with her parents. Then again, I'd met Mia's parents before, and they were really nice people. They'd even once planned a trip for all of our families to go to Norway whale watching. Going on such a big holiday was very nice of them and very expensive. Maybe a little too nice, I guess. So maybe she was just feeling sick, I thought. Around 3 p.m., Mia began to get stranger. She began to stand on the side of the room, and her eyes seemed to change. They became almost white or silvery. She started to really creep us out. We asked her if she wanted to sit down with us, and that's when everything spiraled out of control. She screamed no. It was the highest I'd ever heard her scream, and I'd seen her before being bitten by a dog. Mia then just ran out of the door. We all chased after her. Mia ran out between the trees next to the house. It's really dark out during Swedish autumns, but we ran after her either way in only our pajamas. None of us understood what was happening to Mia. She acted berserk. She started screaming some gibberish while running. That was when I think that I began to notice something about Mia. She was probably the slowest person in our school. Not exactly fit, she was quite the opposite, a little chubby. But now when Mia ran between the pine trees, she was running faster than anyone could keep up with. I tried my best to, screaming at her with all my power, trying to get her to stop running. The rest of our friends had lagged behind now. After a while of trying to keep up with her, I saw Mia beginning to run on all fours. She was now faster than before. Despite the speed, I kept running. I think this went on for about an hour, before I was finally running out of breath. I was in pretty good shape myself back then. But at that point, I just wanted to stop. I wanted to try to make sense of everything, like the weird stuff Mia was spouting. Just when I thought I was about to pass out from exhaustion, Mia stopped. At last, she finally slowed down. She just stood still there with the moonlight touching her face. I screamed at her in anger. "Why are you running away from us, you idiot?" But she didn't respond. She just stood there with her gaze on the moon. I remember it being a beautiful yellow full moon night. Then Mia began to walk up a little hill. There she just stood for several minutes, her back turned towards me. I was really starting to get scared now. The forest was dark, and this was the time of year when wolves were most active. My friends had now finally caught up to us. We all just stared at Mia, who stood completely motionless, like a statue on top of that moonlit hill. Eventually, she turned around, looking out into the darkness of the trees behind us. I swear then my heart stopped. It's hard to describe the following events. I remember my friends and I beginning to lift off the ground with sticks and moss. We panicked and screamed for Mia to help us, but she stood there, seemingly unaffected. It was as if she couldn't hear our cries. Then something else happens that haunts me to this day. Behind Mia, a creature or person stood completely still. It was much taller than her, and very pale, as if the creature hadn't seen the sun for years. Eventually, this person moved towards her, standing next to her. Now I could see it in detail. It looked human, but it was very skinny and had long black hair that covered the creature's front. This creature was definitely female. It had an hourglass figure and breasts. Still, it wasn't a pretty sight. While the face looked very human, it had these very large black eyes that just stared at us. I had no idea what this thing was. Then, the creature turned around, showing us its back. I expected to see a thin skeletal frame with the spine poking through, but instead, there was a big hole on her back, like something you would see on a very old tree. I'll note here that I immediately thought that I knew what this old creature was. In Swedish mythology, we have something called Raw. They're some sort of protectors of the forest that take on the shape of beautiful women to lure men out into the woods, to never be seen again. The Raw's most notable feature, except its beauty, was that it had a hole in its back. However, this thing looked anything but beautiful. Not long after it turned around, revealing its back to us, both it and Mia disappeared. Afterwards, we all fell to the ground. None of us wanted to stay there, so we just ran the fastest we could out of there. I don't think I've ever in my life ran as fast as I did then. I just wanted to run all the way home, and so I did with my sisters. Back at our home, my sisters and I looked at each other. None of us told our parents what happened that night. We just went to bed, seemingly in shock, pretending that nothing had happened, though I'm sure none of us actually slept that night. The weekend after, everything seemed normal. We went to school, but we all just kept quiet about the story. And yeah, Mia was there. She'd apparently forgotten everything about the sleepover. I think that she maybe had just pulled a sick prank on all of us, but I wasn't convinced. Well, after a while, we all sort of stopped being friends. I, who had been happy with everything before, had begun to get huge psychological problems. I began to doubt what was real and what was fiction. This destroyed many years with my family. My illness began getting better. I moved to a big city to study with my sisters, and we all just wanted to stick together. After living there for many years, we found Mia on Facebook. It was my oldest sister that found her. She lived not so far from us actually, so we decided to meet up with her after all these years. We decided on where in town to meet. Mia would meet us at our favorite lunch place in town. I guess I thought we could sit down and talk and clear some things up between us. But that's not really how it turned out. Mia walked in through the door with another woman. She introduced us to her girlfriend. Her girlfriend seemed normal, except for the fact that I thought I recognized her. And eventually it hit me. Mia's girlfriend looked exactly like the creature we'd seen with her that night when we were kids, if she was all cleaned up and more human-looking. The rest of the meetup was as normal as it could be. Some small talk about what we studied and how our families were. But the face of that woman, it still haunts me. Both my sisters and I are okay today. I will never go back into the forest, and I probably won't let my kids go out to the woods alone either. Midnight Wake-Up Call from Sparkling Sea Cucumber. I was born and raised in Sweden, but both my parents are from different parts of Finland. All relatives on my father's side originally came from a small village close to Vasa. It's a small village where everyone knows each other, and basically everyone is related in some form or another. In those parts of Finland, the population speaks Swedish, as well as learning Finnish in school. When I was a kid, we often visited my grandparents on my father's side during summer vacation, Easter, or Christmas. I have many fond memories from that time, but there were moments where I was truly frightened. As a kid, I was really scared of the dark, ghosts, aliens, murder dolls, and spiders. I often had frightening dreams where it felt as if I was awake, but I was in fact dreaming. I could lie there in the dark and see how shadows moved, or imagine my bed filled with spiders. I had dreams where I heard footsteps, loud mumbling whispers, or felt as if the bed had moved. I sometimes saw objects move or pictures becoming warped. I could also move freely, so it wasn't a form of sleep paralysis. These dreams usually happened when I was scared and stressed while being sleep deprived. That being said, my sister and I have been through some weird stuff that we can't fully explain. Those things happened when we were both wide awake. Some of these things have been second nature while others stick out more. It could happen at home or when we were visiting our grandparents, as well as our mom. With all that in mind, the story begins as me, my father, and younger sister arrived in Finland. Dad was driving the whole way from the harbor. I believe it was late autumn, but it's hard to be sure since my memory is pretty hazy and our frequent travels blended together at times. But I know it was getting darker, and summers in northern Sweden as well as Finland are very bright until autumn. We were tired, but had stuffed ourselves with candy as we usually did when we took the boat. I can't remember how old I was back then, maybe around 10 or 11 or a bit older. My sister was 5 years younger than me. As we finally drove down to the gravel walk to a red 2-story house, There was a lamp lit in the window facing the road. Grandma had the habit of staying up and serving us with sandwiches and tea or hot chocolate while asking about the trip, while Grandpa usually kept snoring in the bedroom next to the kitchen. When we arrived, we were all pretty tired, but we stayed up for a little bit, talking and carrying in luggage. As we say goodnight, we took our luggage upstairs where there were 3 guest rooms. My sister and I slept in the second room while Dad had the first room. I always picked the bed closest to the door for some reason, and my sister took the other bed. After brushing our teeth and changing into pajamas, we went to sleep. As usual, I had a hard time sleeping. I kept thinking that some crawling ghost would be coming from the stairs, which was even scarier since I had full view of the staircase. I also began to think about murder dolls, since there was a Victorian-styled porcelain doll placed outside the room on the wall. My imagination was running wild. I was sweating, my pulse going crazy. It took me forever to calm down. Then I slowly started to drift off to sleep, when suddenly there was this loud scream. It sounded as if someone was screaming right into my ear, but it didn't sound human. It sounded unnatural and mechanical. It's hard to describe. I was so startled that I sat up in bed and noticed that my sister was also awake now. I even heard my dad and grandparents moving around in their rooms. We turned on the lamp and just looked at each other in disbelief. We were scared. We'd all heard it. What just happened and what was it? It didn't sound like something from outside. None of us had screamed, and even more disturbing, my grandpa, who was basically deaf when he took out his hearing aid, had heard the scream too. There were no intruders either. My dad blamed it on some malfunctioning wire or something else. My dad always blamed stuff on something else even though it didn't make sense. He was a skeptic. He claimed that the brain played tricks on people, or he would just blame rats. But we were all hearing this sound, and we all felt as if someone or something had screamed into our ears. We all woke at the same time. I'm not sure what the logical explanation would be. I had an even harder time relaxing after that. I kept wondering what kind of creature could do that, and if it was going to scream again. I don't know how long it took me to fall asleep, but I do remember waking up in the morning, and since that time, we never heard the scream again. Was it something natural? Supernatural? I have no idea. I wish it had been just one of my nightmares. Possible skinwalker in my neighborhood. From Soviet Onion. I believe I've seen this potential skinwalker many times, and I've asked a lot of people in my area about it. I live less than a mile away from a Native American reservation, and I've talked with the locals briefly about what we might be seeing here. Be warned, as the story has some violence towards animals. I live in a town near Phoenix, Arizona. It's small, but there is many mountainous areas right by my house. I've lived here about 1.5 years, and I've heard many people mention that a coyote likes to dig through garbage cans, eat out of the local McDonald's dumpsters, walk through the drain pipes, and supposedly lives in a small park nearby. At first, I thought it was really cool to live so close to the wildlife like this, since I thought we'd only see rabbits and the occasional scorpion. One night, I was taking a walk by myself around said park. I'd brought a flashlight to watch for scorpions on the sidewalk when I heard someone whisper my name. I whipped right around and looked all over the place, but I was the only one in the park. It freaked me out. I started to walk faster, thinking someone might have been following me. I then felt a very cold breeze wash over my skin. I ignored it, thinking it was just the breeze that comes off the mountains on occasion. That's when I saw the coyote that everyone's been talking about. It was standing on its back legs, digging through one of the public trash cans. I froze. Not only was this the first time I'd ever been so close to a coyote that wasn't in a zoo, but the fur on its back made it look as if it had gotten into a fight with a larger predator. Patches were missing and covered in what looked to be dried blood. Figuring if the coyote had won a battle with whatever it had come up against, I slowly backed away and I started to run home. I wouldn't see it again until a month later. My neighbor has an outdoor cat named Marty. Marty likes to pee on people's porches, so my mother set up a frequency alarm on the front and back side of our house. The frequency is one that only cats and other animals can hear in hopes it would scare them away. It also has a red light on the front that will blink rapidly if something is close by, sort of like a motion detector. One night I heard a screech coming from outside my house. My room is in the front, and if my curtains aren't closed, I can see the frequency alarm blink when it senses motion. I got out of bed and moved the curtain to see the red light flashing very fast. But I couldn't see anything in the street. Even so, the light was blinking, so I knew something was outside. The following morning, my mother was talking with one of my neighbors outside on the porch. I came out asking what was wrong. My neighbor had said that Marty came home last night missing an ear and had patches of fur missing from his tail. She kept going on, saying the local coyote must be attacking outdoor cats now. I thought that maybe the screech I'd heard last night was Marty. I wasn't sure since my cats would have probably lost their crap if they heard another cat at all. Whenever Marty came up to the driveway, my cats would growl and hiss at him. I didn't say a word about the screech I heard. A few days later, I went on another walk, staying just on the edge of the park since there was a sidewalk. I was still terrified of that coyote. I came to the unlit part of the park, and I pointed my flashlight into the brush. However, bouncing back from my flashlight beam were two orange eyes staring directly at me. I immediately moved my flashlight and pointed it at the ground, telling myself I was just freaking myself out. I lifted my flashlight up again at the same spot, and the eyes were gone. I told myself I imagined it until I was heading back home. I decided to take the sidewalk that was right next to one of the main roads, the most lit one. A side note, for drainage purposes, the city had built a very deep ditch along the right side of this sidewalk. Since Arizona gets some very bad monsoons, the ditch gets to about 20 feet up at its lowest point. The part directly behind my house is only about 5 feet deep, with a retaining wall ending my backyard. Anyway, I was walking past the deepest part of the ditch, where the drainage pipes end, when I heard it again. Someone whispering my name. Jen, come here. I heard it coming from the ditch, and I thought to myself, there's no way that came from down there. It's 20 feet deep. I figured it wasn't anything, and I was just freaking out about those orange eyes. So, being an idiot, I walked over to the edge of the ditch, and I looked down. I almost threw up from what I saw. The coyote was tearing into a cat. I had no idea whether it was Marty or not because I could barely tell it was a cat. I'm still not sure if it was. I thought to myself at first that the coyote is a predator, and I suppose this is normal. The ditch is surrounded by small gray rocks, and I was shaking, and I accidentally slipped a bit, trying to get a better look without having to point my flashlight directly at it. A few small rocks tumbled into the ditch, and that coyote whipped its head around, showing its face to me. I wanted to run and cry at the same time. I had no idea what I was looking at. The coyote was missing its lower jaw completely, and its fur looked as if someone had placed a coyote pelt over a person. It stared directly at me with big orange eyes. I choked, frozen in place. I knew if I moved, I'd be the next victim in that ditch. What it did next fully proved to me it wasn't a coyote. It cocked its head to the side and rotated its head 180 degrees to get a better look at me. I swear I could hear bones cracking and popping out of place as it did so. I thought to myself, there's no way it should be able to do that. Then its body rotated to join the head. I couldn't stop myself. I bolted out of there. I couldn't watch anymore without throwing up. As I ran away, I heard it crawl out of that ditch, stumbling since the small rocks were all over the sides. It began to run on all fours down the sidewalk after me. I didn't dare look behind me. I just kept running. Like I said, this was one of the busiest roads in the town, and I soon spotted a car's headlights coming to turn down the road I was heading straight towards. I then screamed for help. The next thing I knew, I was in my bed. I sat straight up and asked my mom, "What happened last night?" All she told me was, "You came home from a walk with our neighbor Susie, who offered to drive you home since you were really tired." I calmed down a bit and got dressed. I told my mom I was heading to Susie's house to thank her, since I thought I forgot to last night. Susie's house was only a few houses down. I could see the car I'd seen last night and had yelled at. The car had a very large dent on the passenger side door. I rang Susie's doorbell. She answered and looked around wildly outside before letting me in. She was shaking. She asked me, "What the heck was that last night? What was that?" I shook my head. I don't know myself." She replied, "I saw that thing running at you on 4 legs, but as soon as you climbed in the car, it stood up on 2 legs and threw itself at the door. I just stepped on the gas and got you back home, and I didn't see it after that." I told her what had happened to me. She told me she was going to install a security system around her home after that. She was just as freaked out about it as I was, and we swore never to tell anyone in the neighborhood, so that they wouldn't freak out too. I didn't see it for a while, until I began to hear stories from my neighbors about the local coyote eating out of trash cans again. And unfortunately, someone had found their dead cat's body completely torn up in the ditch where I'd seen it. There were also reports of strangely active wolves around the mountainside. People were warned to stay away from the mountain after sunset. The reason I've decided to finally tell this story is because I saw it again yesterday. I was at a streetlight near my house on the main road, and I saw it dash across in front of my car. Its back legs were bent the wrong way, and still, its lower jaw appeared to be missing. It freaked me out so bad that I wanted to warn at least someone. I tried telling my neighbors to just watch out for the coyote, but they only believed me to keep their cats indoors for the night. I haven't seen Marty in a while, and my neighbor refuses to tell us what happened to him. So, if you live near South Mountain in Phoenix, Arizona, keep your pets inside during the night, and don't go out at night without protection, because there might be a skinwalker in the area. If anybody has seen this coyote, I'd love to hear your encounter. South Dakota Sasquatch, from C. Philly 100. This story is told from the perspective of my friend. Being half Native and half African American presents a unique set of challenges living in America, but I feel truly blessed to have grown up and spent much of my life on the Sioux Reservation in South Dakota. Now, it's well known that Native people tend to have more of these types of encounters than most, and Sasquatch are no exception. Many Native people regard Sasquatch as relatives of sorts, distant cousins or something to that extent, and that is not an insult, quite the opposite really. Sasquatch are masters of survival, masters of camouflage, apex hunters, and excellent foragers. They love their family members like we do. They engage in trade and barter like we do. They enjoy good food like we do. And they even like to dance to good music, play games, and have complex emotions like we do. Some people call them the missing link, but we see them more as relatives. Indeed, if you go into certain areas where Native people live, or used to live, and go out into the woods speaking the language of those people, chances are you'll get a better response than the white folks who go out into the woods hootin' and hollerin' or knocking on trees, which are actually territorial indicators which may well provoke an aggressive response. One night I was walking home from my grandma's house, making my way through an abandoned compound, when I stopped for a moment to relieve myself on some bushes. I zipped up and continued on my way when I heard something behind me. so I turned around and ducked behind some brush. I peered through the overgrowth to get a better look. At first, I couldn't see anything in the dim light, but gradually I could see something moving through the compound I'd just come through. It looked like a little orangutan, or something of the sort. It was cautiously following the same exact path I had just taken, even sniffing the bushes I had just used to relieve myself. Now, this little guy was probably about 4 to 5 feet tall and covered from head to toe in light brown fur. Behind one of the structures on the compound was another one, this one at least 10 feet tall, if not 15. It was keeping a mindful eye on the little one, while periodically sniffing the air and looking around in an alert manner. And behind that one, back in the trees at the edge of the clearing, was a third, and this one was even taller still, its head reaching at least halfway up the lodgepole pine tree it was standing next to. The little one was still sniffing, but slowly making its way toward where I was, still crouching in the brush. So I slowly backed away and exited the area as quickly and quietly as possible. I'm not sure if they heard me or not, but I didn't see them again that night, or ever. That's my quick story. I think it stands out simply due to the sheer size and height of these things. They were huge. It's my understanding that there is almost as much variation to Sasquatch as humans, that they have tribes and regional groups with different physical characteristics and dispositions, much like the First Nations people of this great land. Creatures from a Northern Reservation, from Anon X. I grew up on a reservation that's located within mountainous terrain. I won't be giving specifics in terms of names because amongst indigenous people, it's frowned upon to mention the other beings that live and have lived amongst us. As a matter of fact, it's so frowned upon that we don't even have names for them. To talk about them is to draw them closer to you and to begin experiencing them. The stories that follow will be a collection of stories from the creepiest time of year for us there, the winter. You've got to understand that the woods are home to not only those ordinary little critters that are found anywhere. There are things there, respectfully, that are truly the stuff of nightmares. I never had a personal experience, nor did my family, until I was a freshman in high school. Maybe they knew better than to bring these experiences around for me, as I was the youngest of the family and sensitive, or maybe we never truly experienced as a family. Now, the things our family, friends, and neighbors have seen aren't your stereotypical Wendigos or skinwalkers. The nighttime brought 2 rules we had to live by, no matter what family you come from. After dark, you're not to look outside, or be outside. One night, my brother snuck out of the house to meet a girl who lived nearby. Teenage stuff, if you catch my drift. Fast forward to the later hours of the night. He was sneaking back through his window. As he was getting ready to pull himself in from the absolute darkness of the night, he heard my dog growling a few feet behind him. The dog we had at the time was from a known highly aggressive and territorial breed, but to hear him growling came as a surprise to my brother. He claimed to call out softly to the dog, but the dog was unresponsive to him. After a few moments, my brother slowly began walking toward the dog, and as he drew closer, the smallest glint of light hit my dog's face. As his face softly lit, my brother realized that the dog was not looking at him, but the area of roof right above his bedroom window. As he slowly turned and looked at the empty space, he began to recognize that heart-sinking feeling of being watched, along with the sounds of something sitting as though it was perched at the edge of the roof. The more time went by, the more dread he felt. He was so scared that he rushed through his window and to our mother, panicking and telling her what he did and what was going on. She was so scared she wasn't even bothered by the fact he had snuck out. I remember watching and listening from my bedroom door, seeing her turn pale and beginning to shake. She warned him to never do it again and to keep his window closed. It was from that moment forward that not only our neighbors, But people from the complete opposite side of the community began opening up about their experiences with the thing that walks among the roofs at night. One of these stories includes a close relative who was home alone with an aunt one night. She claimed to begin hearing something clawing and walking on the roof. When she noticed it, she said it was like it noticed her or knew she was there, because when she tried to find a room to shield herself in, the footsteps followed right above. Imagine your own ceiling is made of glass, and this being always knows exactly where your foot is falling and the exact moment you extend your foot out for another step. The only way she was able to escape it was by standing in a doorway in which a blessed cross hung. That aunt began praying from her Bible. It wasn't until I reached my 20s that I would personally begin experiencing this creature on a weekly, yes weekly, I'm not exaggerating, basis. It was like clockwork once snow began to fall. There would be heavy footsteps before the sun was up that woke me up around 5 a.m. at least once a week. Those footsteps seemed to change on occasion. Sometimes it was like a grown man in steel-toed boots running around. Other times a small infant doing its best to crawl as fast as its tiny body would allow. And other times it would sound like chains dragging. I was so desperate for sleep and to not be bothered that I began to put holy water on my ceiling weekly, but it seemed to only hold off whatever this thing was for a few days before it came back again. Unlike my relative who found sanctuary under that small wooden cross, this creature seemed to make my childhood home its favorite place to be at 5 a.m. once a week. As time went by, not only my direct neighbor but the residents who lived several houses away would tell my family about their experiences with the thing. One neighbor was simply sitting in his living room when he began to hear walking above him. It left him paralyzed with fear, and all he could do was sit and stare in horror at the area above him. Another friend who lived 3 houses down was taking out her trash when she began to hear walking right above her doorway. She was so scared, she ran inside and refused to be out at night for months. But the list goes on with the small stories we've been told. Like the rest of the animals looking to escape the frigid temperatures of winter in the mountains, the other beings migrate to warmer places as well. It's believed as well that the area our reservation was placed was a cursed place, and they had very little to do with it until they were forcibly colonized there. Now we knew why the amount of creatures we shouldn't ever wish to see seek it out. They, along with deer, mountain lions, bears, coyotes, flee the harsh winter in the mountains surrounding our home. Another one of these creatures was something that could only be described by our people as a demon who took the form of a black cat. Luckily, I never had an encounter with this being, but someone close to me had, briefly. She, as well as the other kids in her area, were out riding bikes one weekend afternoon. She claimed that as they waited on one other kid to show up on the broken gravel road for the ride out, what she described as a large dog that was so black that no details were even recognizable on the body appeared. She said they all stood there, staring and trying to make out which neighborhood dog it possibly could have been. The more they looked at it, the more she said something wasn't right. It just stood there, watching them until they got freaked out enough to finally get a move on. It wasn't until I brought up this demon-like creature my people warned of that she got noticeably serious and almost on edge. She then opened up about this brief but strange encounter. I can go on and on about the amount of stories that left our friends, family, and neighbors shaken to the core for hours, but for now, I'll keep it at what seems to be the 2 most nightmarish creatures our people have continuously shared a space with since we were forced into colonization. Although this might interest people in seeking out these beings, I simply ask that no one actually take the time to. You never know what will want to follow you home. Make your home its home as well. My people had unfortunate circumstances that placed us on the one bit of land that we knew and still know is home to horrific, nightmarish, and cursed creatures. So trust me when I say, This is a horror you do not want to carry for the rest of your life, nor is it a horror you only want to experience once. My own mental state is scarred enough. I want little to do with the night. Possessed by an Evil Spirit, from Nick P. I'm from New Mexico, and I'm also a Native American from a tribe located in the state. I won't name the tribe for privacy reasons, or say what part of the state I'm from. I'll start by saying that growing up on the reservation as a tribal member, you're exposed to a lot. Tribes tend to take their tradition very seriously and try to preserve it the best they can. Native tradition can be very rewarding and bring joy and happiness. However, there are things that happen that are not talked about on the res. It's no secret that there are people that are plain evil, and their intentions are to turn something that's pure into something wicked, or just flat out destroy it. We've all heard of skinwalkers and wendigos, evil beings and spirits that torment people or corrupt their mind with evil. As outrageous as those creatures seem to be, believe me when I say such things do exist. I've had run-ins on my reservation with dark entities, and I've heard plenty of stories from fellow tribal members or friends that have experienced similar things. For example, the things they experienced include unnatural whistling in the back hills of the reservation at night, or moving shadows in the trees, or arroyos that are black and misshapen, or owls that have an uncanny largeness to them that perch up in nearby trees watching your house all night long. But this story I'm about to share with you didn't happen to me or anyone I know. It happened on a Pueblo reservation here in New Mexico. I was in high school at the time of this incident. I went to a school where it was nothing but Native Americans, thus you had to have native blood in you to attend this school. Going to this school, there was always rumors going around of sketchy things kids would see or hear on campus. Most of it was just that, a rumor, made-up incidents to scare each other. But one day, what I thought was a rumor actually turned out to be true. While I was at school, I overheard a group of students talking about something gruesome that happened to someone. "Did you hear what he did to the body? After he did that, he sat there with his face painted," I heard a girl say to her group of friends. What the heck? I thought. I didn't know who these students were talking about or what they meant by "he sat there with his face painted." I continued on my way to class, and before lunchtime, I had a partial understanding of what had happened after asking around for a bit. A young man from the Pueblo of Jemez had killed another young man in a very brutal way. As the lunch hour proceeded, I found out more information on what had happened. The man who had killed the other man were both friends. The man that committed the killing gutted his victim in a gruesome and satanic way, supposedly lighting candles around the body. There's no way this could be real, I thought. Yeah, maybe a man murdered another man, but in that type of fashion? And he did all that? Nah, it has to be just rumors. But when I got home, I found out all those gruesome details were real. There was no hiding it. It was all over the news. When something like a murder happens in New Mexico, especially one like this, you can guarantee it'll be on the news. I sat there in horror and disbelief as the newscaster spoke on the incident. A Jemez man is being held on murder charges for killing another man, 21-year-old Matthew Panama, on the Jemez Pueblo reservation late Saturday night. The rumors from school had turned out to be true. The man did kill his friend, he did gut him, and he did paint his face black and white, like he was trying to bring forth something evil in a satanic sacrificial ceremony of some sort. All of this was hard to take in. The incident not only shook the people of Jemez, but all the neighboring Pueblo communities as well. Weeks after the incident, information was still coming to light. Jemez Pueblo banned trick-or-treating that year. They also had the medicine men of the Pueblo perform a huge Pueblo-wide curing to get rid of any evil that was there. The reason they had to take such measures is because of the traditional beliefs they have. When an incident of this magnitude happens, the village must be cleansed. I don't blame them for taking such steps. They, as well as myself, believe this man was possessed by something that was pure evil, and it corrupted his mind. Some would compare it to the evil spirit of the Wendigo, or maybe something along the lines of a skinwalker. The Pueblos have their own names for those evil spirits, and I do believe one had gotten inside this man, or he was involved in black magic. But whatever the case may be, something sinister was definitely involved. Now, some of you might think I'm making this up or exaggerating on the details. I understand where you're coming from, because I enjoy listening to scary stories of the paranormal and such, and find myself doubting people's stories sometimes. But I can say with all honesty, this is true, and if you don't believe me, then check the description for a link to the article of the incident. Oklahoma Crawler, from Gabe Z. I live in Oklahoma near a busy road that a year back got insanely flooded. That road was almost completely covered and had to be detoured. But the dirt road leading out of our property had basically become a river. Mom said it was too dangerous to cross, and I was inclined to believe her. I even checked it out myself walking down the driveway till I could see this new quote-unquote river. It was so loud as the water rushed by I could barely hear myself think. I remember thinking, if anyone fell in there, they'd be lucky if they didn't get swept away. This river lasted over the next week. During that time, Mom had me walk down the west side of the hill toward an old convenience store. The folks that ran that place were flooded in too, and told us to take what we needed free of charge. I was grateful, but we were sure to take only what Mom and I needed, and we paid them back once the flood lowered. The couple of times I went to and from the convenience store, I'd walk along those rushing waters. Not too close that I was at risk of falling in, but close enough to sort of enjoy listening to it and watching it. I was a bored high school-aged kid, stranded by a flood for a few days. Of course I was going to get bored. Well, one day on my way back from my second trip for some milk and eggs, I saw something that had been swept up in the floodwaters. I swear I thought it was some kid. A small person splashing about and choking on the water, loud enough that I could hear it over the rapids. My heart raced, and I dropped my grocery bag by a tree. Then I ran over to the edge of the water. The figure looked pale. I began to panic. I had no idea what to do in this situation. I doubted I could do anything at all, and yet judging by the person's skin, they were near death. I remember screaming out for help. I even dialed my mom on my phone, but she didn't pick up. I was struggling to decide if I should dial 911, as I stood there helplessly trying to decide, my hands clutching my scalp. This person latched onto some roots sprouting from the ground after, by chance, being swept closer to the edge of the water. As it crawled back up onto land, I took a few steps closer. I soon realized what I'd been watching nearly drown had never been an actual person at all. In fact, I had no idea what I was actually looking at. The creature before me had a human shape to it, with extremely thin limbs, pale gray skin that was almost light blue, veins like spiderwebs all over its body, bald head and eyes solid white, no pupil that I could see. At first I didn't think it had ears because I couldn't find any, but as I sort of leaned my head to the side for a better look, I saw these spiral-like holes on the sides of its head. Basically, they were like inverted ears. As I observed it, the creature coughed up water. Floodwater splashed onto the grass with each nasty-sounding retch. When I took another step closer, curious and partly wanting to make sure this really wasn't just a terribly mangled person, the creature half hissed, half choked at me. I saw its teeth then, like human teeth that had been filed down to rough points. Its mouth was wider than a person's too, the edges of which stretched past its cheekbones. Overall, it just reminded me of a person if you took every aspect of them and dialed the knob back a bit towards a more animalistic direction. Then, when it was done hacking up dirty water, it began to scurry away. It used its hands and feet to move more like a giant pale spider than a person, and it moved with precision and speed. Humans look funny when we try to run on all fours because we aren't built that way, but this thing looked so natural with its exit that it gave me chills. It could outrun me that way if it wanted to. As the creature disappeared into the thickness of trees, I regained control of myself, having been dumbfounded by the sight of something so, well, disturbing. I grabbed my grocery bag and ran home a little faster that day. This ain't one of those stories where I continued to see it or saw it come to my window or anything like that. That's the end to my experience. I saw something weird on a walk home after a flood, and my view of what exists in this world has changed ever since. Bigfoot on the River. From I'm Not a Moose. This is a true story told to me by my grandmother a few years ago. I'd brought up Bigfoot as a topic and showed her the famous Ohio howl. She snapped to attention in fierce recognition and said, "I heard that one time when me and your grandpa were fishing on the river." It happened down in southeastern Oklahoma, west of Broken Bow Lake, when my grandparents decided to go catfishing in a spot we'll call the Big Hole. This was their favorite place to catch catfish, as the depth of the river allowed for bigger fish than what was normal. And so after a long drive into the woods, they picked their place along the bank and set up their gear. Sitting on the bank, they were enjoying the nice time period between sundown and nighttime, feeling the cool air from the water cooling them off from the fleeting sun's rays. That's when they heard what was described as a yell from upriver. Now it's at this point I have to say that my grandmother is a sweetheart, but in some situations, she lacks some common sense, as when she heard the yell, the first thing she did was to mimic it. They went back and forth between each other for about a minute, before it stopped, and she thought that was the end of it. Hours pass, and sometime around midnight, they hear the same yell again, only it's closer and louder than before. If you're wondering whether she tried to mimic the yell again, the answer is yes, and again it was a back and forth. However, this time when it stopped, there was silence for a while. Suddenly, an enormous splash came from just up the river. After the first splash, there was another, and another, until they realized it was rocks being thrown into the water, steadily coming closer with every throw. My grandfather decided that he'd had enough and started to pack everything they brought, telling my grandma to go start the truck that was sitting at the top of the embankment. Once she got to the top, she froze at the trailhead because she could see a dark figure in the trees standing next to the truck, yards from where she was. This figure was taller than the truck by at least a foot or more, and easily towered over her. She could hear this thing breathing heavily, not in a tired way, but more aggressive, as if to say, "I know you're here, but I own this land, and you aren't welcome." Right then and there, my grandma made the smartest decision of the night and walked right back down the bank to my grandpa so she wouldn't have to be alone with that thing. When she got back down there, he asked her why she hadn't started the truck, but all she said was, "Let me help you and I'll tell you later." They finished packing and now had to return to the truck, but once they got there was no sign of that thing she had seen. Relieved, they hopped in and sped out of there as quickly as possible. In the truck, she told him of the figure she saw by the truck, and the two of them swore they would never go back. To this day, they still haven't, and now that the roads going there are all blocked off by the Forestry Service, I doubt they ever will. I marveled at her story because not only was she someone who didn't make up tales, she was also a very experienced woodswoman and had accompanied my grandpa on many hunting and fishing ventures. So to say she knew about the animals that should and shouldn't be in the forest would be an understatement. Oklahoma Encounters, written by an anonymous 4chan user. You can choose to believe this or not. The story is set over a period of 20 years. I lived in a small rural area in Oklahoma, between Tulsa and Bartlesville. The county had been experiencing weird sightings of black triangles and cloaked people walking down rural roads. Cows were disappearing, and viscera was being found in fields. At the time, I lived on a ranch that had livestock. I was 14 years old. I was chilling at the house one night during the summer playing Super Nintendo. This was around early 1996, so the Nintendo 64 was not yet released. The game room was a sunroom that overlooked land, and in the distance, if it was clear, you could see the Tulsa skyline that was about 30 miles away. I got up to go get an RC Cola. I walked into the sunroom and saw what looked to be people by our pool on the bottom of the hill. Mind you, our house was built on a hill to overlook our land. Oh crap, I thought. My little brothers were out again, trying to swim at night. I left the sunroom and proceeded to go out to the back deck. I began walking downstairs to the pool at the bottom of the hill. I noticed these figures were smaller and skinnier than my brothers. I saw a baseball bat on the staircase landing halfway down, so I grabbed it, and I could feel my adrenaline pulsing. The walk toward the pool felt like forever. I tried to say something to the figures, but barely a word got out. But they definitely heard me. They turned around and stared at me. They had these large eyes and gray skin. I began to hear static in my head. I felt weird. I began counting them. 1, 2, there were 4 of them. I tried to raise the bat, but my arms suddenly felt like jelly. I heard what seemed like distant whispers in my head. "We're not here to hurt you, unless you try to hurt us." I start to feel like I'm congested. I begin to slowly walk towards them in the pool. My bat is raised. I'm thinking I can get a good swing in on them. I try to swing at the creature nearest me, but I miss, and I'm beginning to feel weak. I sat down, ready to accept what happens. I hear footsteps on the concrete around the pool, and I hear the gate move. I look around. The figures are walking away. I see light from the TV in the sunroom. I see one of my younger brothers in his pajamas lit up by the light from the TV. I just sit there for a few minutes as I regain my strength. Slowly, I walk up back to the house and I can feel warmth on my face. My nose is bleeding. I walk to the bathroom when I get back inside. Washing my face off, I contemplate on waking my dad and stepmother up. My younger brother walks up behind me and says, "You saw them too? They've been coming around here for the last few months. That's why I draw the blinds when it's evening now. A few months back I was reading Hank the Cowdog, and I looked up. One of them was staring at me from my window. I felt a loud buzzing in my head and it just disappeared." I looked at him, and the dots of his odd behavior were adding up in my head. My brother continues, "They mostly walk around outside the windows and try to peek into the glass. They know we're here, but they're trying to mess with us." "Do Dad and Sue know?" I reply. Sue's the name of my stepmom. "No," he says. "I don't want to tell them. They might think I'm crazy." "Well, let's just keep it to ourselves, okay?" I head back to the sunroom and turn off the TV, then run back to my room, freaked out. I lay in my bed all night until the sunrise, unable to sleep, listening for any movement outside. When my father wakes me up, I told him that I wanted a rifle. His eyes lit up. "What for?" "I just want to plink and walk the land with it." "Of course," he says. We went to the tractor supply store and got a cheap SKS from a barrel and some ammo. Then, I figured, I was prepared for these guys if they showed up again. Weeks went by and nothing showed up. Until I was playing Quake on DOS. The computer room is in the front of the house. The room is a computer informal dining area with a window, with benches built right underneath it. The sun was going down in the Oklahoma sky, and my anxiety began to set in. I drew the blinds, and I played about an hour or so and began feeling odd. Specifically, there's a weird feeling on my back, and my back faced the window. I stopped playing my game for a second. I began listening to the sounds. I could hear a theme playing from my computer, but then I heard what sounded like movement in the bushes outside the window. I gathered some courage. Then I peeked behind the curtains. I saw two large, all-black eyes staring at me. Panic mode kicks in. I run from the window while yelling. My dad gets up, and I hear him running towards me. He comes into the room with a loaded 1911. "What is it?" he asks. "There's something outside," I tell him. He walks out the front door, and I hear, "Holy crap." He runs back in and locks all the doors, drawing the blinds all over the house. "Everyone to the office." We do as he says, and my dad walks in a few minutes later with a few sleeping bags and a few rifles with some food. Then I hear him trying to call his coworkers. My father is a deputy. He tries to call my stepmom, who's out of town for a conference, but there's no service. Dad comes in and rounds up all 5 of us. I have 4 brothers. He tells us that what is out there looks like a gray, and begins to explain to us what that is. He tells us all to stay in this room tonight. Dad randomly patrols the house while my brothers fall asleep. I fight it, but I end up passing out around 1:30. I wake up because I think I hear knocking at the window. I look around and see all my family is sleeping. Even my dad fell asleep with a chair in front of the locked door. I can hear rain outside, assuming it is the rain. It's coming from the window. I look outside and see nothing. I can hear cans falling from the direction of the garage. Dad's now on high alert, locked and loaded still. My brothers wake up crying. "I forgot to lock the garage!" My dad calls out. Dad hands me the SKS and tells me that he'll lead. We slowly walk the length of the house to the garage. I can hear movement in the garage. Sounded like cans are being thrown about. Dad reached for the door handle and quietly unlocked the door. Here we go, I thought. He opened the door right as lightning flashed. The door swings open. The garage is lit up. Dad flicks on the lights, and it was the wind. It had blown the door open, scattering cans around the garage. Thank God, I thought. I go to close the door, looking outside and seeing something run past the door about 100 feet away as another bolt of lightning flashes. I close the garage door and tell my dad. I start hearing a soft buzzing, followed by slamming at the garage door. Then I hear my brother screaming from across the house. The two of us run towards them as we lock both garage doors. Running back to the office, something is slamming on the window. We tell everyone to get out, and we all run toward the master bathroom with a walk-in closet with all our things. The banging goes on for another hour in various places throughout the outside of the house. Doors, windows, and walls, until all we hear is the rain and distant thunder. We patrol the house and wait until the sunrise. After that, we peek outside, but nothing is there, just a dreary morning. We walk the perimeter of the house, finding little footprints. Later on, we prepare to cook breakfast. My brothers wake up scared. We reassure them and tell them it's okay. Dad says not to tell Mom, that will make sure the house is safe. Even so, fear consumes the house for the next few weeks. But nothing happens and school begins and all is well. Fast forward 2 years to when I was 16 and edgy. I was working on the property and feeding the cows. There were multiple cows out in the pasture. It must have been 10 a.m. in the morning. I had my SKS slung on my back, and I noticed a group of cows standing by a creek bed, mooing like they're lamenting something. I walk over. Smells like a hospital and rotting flesh. I found 3 mutilated cows and a calf fetus still with the umbilical cord attached, floating in the creek. I run back to the John Deere Gator and call my dad on the walkie, telling him to call the sheriff and to come here. An hour later, deputies were taking pictures, and the coroner looked confused. A Crown Vic rolls up, and a few guys in slacks and button-up shirts walk up. They identify themselves as Oklahoma Bureau of Investigation. They start checking things out, then they call a college vet to come pick up the bodies for further research. After that, they drive off with the cattle bodies, and we go on our way. That night, I have to stay up and patrol the property on an ATV, making sure nothing goes wrong, while my dad keeps an eye out at home by the walkie in case I call for help. At around 10 p.m., while on the ATV down a dirt road, I heard a car rolling down the road. It's an all-black Crown Vic. As they drive by, I noticed 2 men in all black in the front. They stare at me as I wave at them as I pass. I go about a mile down the dirt road and hear a buzz, just like the one I heard 2 years before. The hairs on my neck stand up, and I see something slowly move across the sky, hovering over a house down the road, then moving on before shooting all the way up. I sit there in awe for 10 minutes. Then I can hear jets in the distance. 2 jets fly over me, probably from the Air National Guard base in Tulsa. They make 2 or 3 passes. I drive on, and for the rest of the night I see and hear nothing. I spend the rest of my weekend with no issues, then go to school on Monday. Back at school, everyone has seen this black triangle and knows what happened at our ranch. People are saying it's a common occurrence, but the Air Force and the feds are keeping it quiet. Another year goes by. I'm 17 and I'm getting ready to graduate high school. I'm preparing to enter the Oklahoma National Guard. I'm still working at the ranch and keeping an eye out for odd things. Late one evening, I'm driving my beat-up 1986 Silverado with my girlfriend, who's the stereotypical 90s goth girl. We're listening to Pantera on an Oklahoma back road, being edgy and different. We stop at an isolated part of my family's ranch and start a bonfire, pulling out a 12-pack of Lone Star beer. We drink some and eventually get drunk. We're looking up at the stars at one point while the fire dies. Suddenly, I hear buzzing, but I'm able to ignore it. "Hey, do you hear that?" asks my girlfriend. "Yeah." She looks at me. "I hear it all the time at my house. I think it's just the electricity from the power lines." "Is that right?" Then, the stars black out over us in the shape of a triangle. She starts screaming. The 2 of us run back to the cab of the truck. I struggle to get it started. I turn the engine over a few times until it finally starts. We begin to haul tail towards the road. We bust through a barbed wire fence. I look in my rearview mirror and I see the triangle slowly following us. We keep hauling it down this country road, trying to get to the highway to be around other cars. A storm is following behind the triangle. Only a mile left till the highway. My girlfriend's screaming for me to go faster. It begins to rain hard. I push my truck to the limit. I see a bridge, and I have to cross it, but it's flooded. I tell my girlfriend to hang on, making a sharp left turn into a field and checking my rearview mirror. The triangle is still following us. Making a sharp right turn back onto the road, I can see the highway. I feel relieved. We get on the highway and keep hauling it. Eventually, I see blue and red lights on the other side of the highway, Cars on the other side of the road are stopped, and people are staring in bewilderment at this triangle. I cut through the median toward a few stopped sheriff cars. They're in awe too. The craft stops and hits a crazy amount of speed, flying right off. The deputy looks at me and says, "Hey, you're Deputy Anon's son, right?" "Yeah." "Was that thing chasing you?" "Sure seemed like it." "Holy crap, kid. From where?" "Near Ramona." "That's like 6 miles, kid." I was still in shock, my girlfriend still crying. I drop her off at her house in the shadow of a mesa in a trailer park, a poor rural area. Then I drive home, and my dad has been told that I had been chased. He listens and tells me I did the right thing. At school the next day, that's all people can talk about. I go on to graduate high school, and I do get into the National Guard. Fast forward to 2003 when I get home from Iraq. I start going to college, working part-time as a corrections officer at the local jail. I gotta say, when I got home from Iraq, the world was a different place. I start my part-time job at the sheriff's. Soon enough I get moved from the jail to patrol. That's awesome. I'm having a typical boring evening shift one day, sitting in my patrol car listening to classic rock. Eric Clapton, to be specific. Dispatch calls in. 843, we have a call about a person hanging around a ranch. I answer the call. It's probably just a bored kid wandering around someone's property. It starts to rain on the way there. I get to the residence and put on my raincoat. Stupid call, I tell myself. I walk to the house and knock on the door. "Sheriff's Department." The door cracks open. "Is near the barn. Short little fella. Probably a kid that's wandered onto my property," the homeowner says to me. Alright then, it's gonna be an easy call, I thought. I can hear thunder in the distance, and I can hear some AC/DC coming from my car subtly. I walk toward the barn, my radio starting to squeak and get choppy. Stupid rain, I tell myself. I can hear footsteps near the barn. "Hey kid, it's the sheriff's department. I'm gonna need you to come with me so we can take you home." The footsteps stop. "Hello? Kid, it's the sheriff's department." I walk around the side where I hear the stepping and pull out my mag light because the sun is going down fast and the rain is picking up. Huge black eyes reflect back at me. My eyes are watering, my head buzzing. My radio is making a moaning sound. I hear it walking towards me. I pull out my 1911 and pull the hammer back with all my strength. "You missed with that stick. You're going to miss with that." A voice rings in my head. I put my head down. The buzzing stops. When I look back up, nothing's there. I put the hammer back on my 1911 and my radio is back to normal chatter. 843? 843? We have reports of a large triangle near your call. Are you okay? 843. I'm okay. I get back on the radio. Dispatch is going crazy. They'd apparently been trying to call me for 5 minutes. I simply tell them my radio went to crap because of the storms. Dispatch then tells me to cancel officer non-responding call. I hear like 5 patrol cars rolling down the road to my position with sirens and lights. I walk back to the house and tell the homeowner it was just a deer. All my coworkers are worried as they turn around and drive back. Dispatch then comes in with a civil disturbance at a certain address. I tell them I'm on it. I drive 7 miles to my next call. I get to the call, and it's a familiar place, where my girlfriend from high school lived with her parents back in the day. I knocked on the door and I could hear yelling. The door opens. It's her mom. "Oh hey, Anon. Someone put you in a deputy outfit, or did they think you were sane enough to be a cop?" "Ma'am, now's not the time." She told me her daughter, my ex, was having violent fits and outbursts. I walk towards her room in the trailer and hear yelling and screaming. I open the door and see her thrashing on the ground. I lower myself and try to calm her. "Anon, they know who you are," she says to me. "Who?" "They do. The things. We saw the triangle and they are trying to get you with me." I looked over at her mom and she told me that she was diagnosed with bipolar depression last year. "What do you want to do, ma'am?" I asked her. "Please take her to the hospital. Maybe a few weeks in a padded cell will help her." I call dispatch. I handcuff her and put her in the back of my squad car, beginning to drive her to Bartlesville, the nearest city. She's talking to me and telling me that they know my younger brothers are my weakness. My radio is going off with reports of multiple F-16s flying over the area, and a black triangle showing up after they RTB, then they scramble them again. Eventually, we make it to the hospital. I leave her there and continue on with my shifts for the next few weeks. I get a phone call at 3 a.m. 4 weeks later. "Hey, Anon. Your ex-girlfriend hung herself in the hospital. She left a note saying that you were being watched and that they are after you." It seems everyone but me is able to laugh off the event. I tell my father, and he looks at me. "Son, they're here every night outside, and your stepmom is in denial." My dad is literally sleeping 4 hours a night, walking the house when he is up at night, and my stepmom is taking Xanax and working her rounds at the local rural healthcare clinic like nothing is happening. Fast forward 2 years, I'm finished with my associate's degree, and I'm working full-time at the sheriff's department as a corporal. No weird happenings lately. One day during someone's shift, they called me and told me they found a girl that had been missing. She wasn't wearing any clothes, and she was found in the woods, rocking back and forth. She had been missing for a week, and was found by a few hunters. This girl was talking about big eyes and gray little men. Investigators are treating this as an assault, as they see signs of certain activity and other bruises. She was taken to the hospital, where Homeland Security took over, taking us off the case. Homeland Security goes to our headquarters and starts taking reports and evidence from every call about cattle mutilations and black triangles and odd sightings. They then tell us that all future calls need to be notified with the Homeland Security office in Oklahoma City. A fight breaks out between feds and sheriff's deputies in the motor pool. Someone keeps screaming "Patriot Act, Patriot Act." As the fight goes on, one of the feds pulls a sidearm, making us stop and saying that if we continued like this, we would be stripped of our post certifications and blacklisted from policing for the rest of our lives. I end up falling into a deep depression, drinking about 8 to 12 cans of Lone Star every night, basically becoming a functioning alcoholic. I work my shifts, which is mainly just me dealing with druggies and domestics. One day around 2007, I was working the night shift. It was 1:30 a.m. I was chilling on a back road, taking a leak. Then, over the radio, I hear the piano exit of Layla. It was a nice, clear Oklahoma night, no worries. But then I hear a thumping in the distance. I've heard this before, digging deep in my memories. Thump, 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 thump. It's getting closer. That's a freaking Black Hawk helicopter. I get in the car and turn off the lights as it gets closer. It flies over. I leave all my lights off and begin to follow this helicopter. I follow it for about 20 minutes. The helicopter lands in a wooded opening near a nice new home. I couldn't help but think, what the heck? I see multiple black SUVs and a lone sheriff's car with the deputy sitting beside it, looking like he had been scolded by some Homeland uniformed officers. I turn on my driving lights and wait for the deputy to pull out so I can talk to him. The deputy comes out and I wave him down. He tells me to follow him. We drive about 2 miles away and make sure we're not followed. He tells me that he got a phone call from our lieutenant
about a person peeping in the windows of a house, so we went to investigate. He told me he went to look, and about 5 minutes later, some DHS guys rolled up and told him he had no jurisdiction on this case and detained him for a while. I connected the dots in my mind. DHS coming here in less than 5 minutes using a freaking helicopter. They must have a place that operates from in the county, and they'd have to be listening to our calls. I finish my shift and go to my dad. I tell him what I think. He says, yep, that's the issue. We're meddling in something they don't want us to know. I lay low for a few years and just be officer friendly. In 2010, I met a woman and married her. She worked as a general surgeon in Tulsa. I'm still bebopping around my sheriff job wearing my khakis and my cowboy hat. Working my beat, it's raining, and I'm thinking about quitting this job and moving to Tulsa, working the urban beat. Sitting at a railroad track while In Bloom by Nirvana comes on, I think back to being a teen, being reminded of my girlfriend who took her own life, and all the crazy moments. Dispatch to 843. This is 843. We have reports of a missing child, little girl following a fireball. It's around the 4th of July and fireworks are shot off a lot in the country. I put my Crown Vic in drive and make my way towards the address. I'm greeted by one of my younger brothers who is now a deputy. The mother of the little girl is there too. She's talking about how the whole house lit up and an orange ball shot through the house. The daughter started to follow it, which pointed her in the general direction of the forest. We tell her that we'll go into the woods once another deputy comes by and is able to stay with her in case the child comes back. Soon the third deputy showed up, so my brother and I turn on our mag lights and walk into the forest. We walk about 300 feet into the woods, and our radios go nuts. My cell phone battery just dies on me as I try to make a call to dispatch. Screw it, I yell to my brother as we go deeper into the forest. I start hearing someone calling for help. It sounds like it's echoing, and I whisper to my brother, "Do you hear that?" Yeah. The thing about it wasn't a real voice. It was in our heads. Help. It sounds like a distorted child's voice. Our flashlights die. What the heck? These are fresh batteries. A scream blasts over the radio before it beeps that it's dead. We both sit in the forest, waiting for our eyes to adjust to the dark. The voice continues to ring in our heads. I pull out my SIG 226. I whisper, "Let's move up." We move up about 200 feet and begin to hear a soft buzzing. Then I hear real crying about 500 feet to my front. Someone calling out for help. I look to my left and my brother is right beside me. "Why'd you call out for help?" I ask him. "What? That wasn't me. Anon, I heard someone say your name." "Let's keep going," I whisper. We're getting closer to the crying. Soon we're right on top of it. Then we find the girl. She's lying in a dried creek bed. I jump in. She whispers to me, "They're watching us." "Hey, Anon, there's something up here." My brother calls from up above, "If you have to, just run." I call back. I can hear my brother booking it back to the tree line, and now in my mind I hear help and buzzing. I cannot climb out of the creek bed because it's about 10 feet up. I walk with one hand holding my pistol and the other holding the girl. I can hear leaves moving above the creek bed. "Is that you?" I called out to my brother, but there's only silence. Until I begin to hear a clicking noise. Something drops behind me. I turn around real fast. It was a rock. I turn again and hear the help. I start booking it to a place where I can run up the creek bed. Clicking sounds are falling behind me. I can still hear running behind me too. About 500 feet further, and I'm able to run up the creek bed. I begin to run towards the tree line, but then an orange ball of light flies past me. I start to hear more running sounds in the front of me, and I can see 10 flashlights. I begin to run towards them. It's 10 deputies. "Anon, come on!" I'm running faster than I've ever run in my life. I reach the line with the deputies, and their lights begin to fail all at once, their radios beeping, and then the night goes completely dark. A humming goes over us, and an object blocks out the stars. 6 orange balls fly up towards the craft, and it speeds away right as 2 F-16s fly over. We all walk towards the squad cars and hear a helicopter on the horizon. It flies over and places a spotlight where we were. Then 3 DHS SUVs pull up. Blah blah Patriot Act blah blah. They have those little radioactivity detectors, and they beep when they scan us. They run towards the forest and begin looking. We go through SOP and make it home at 8 a.m. I crack open an ice cold RC Cola and rest, but only for a short time. In 2014, I'm living in a nice trailer in the country on my family's ranch, still working at the sheriff's department. My wife and I had 2 children, but she ended up leaving me for a banker in Oklahoma City. One night, I'm watching some crappy late-night variety show. I hear knocking at the window, but I didn't hear anyone drive up, so I grab my cig. I check the window and nothing's there. Then the power goes out. Crap. I'd gotten some Gen 3 NVGs from the Federal Police Aid Program, and I kept them because we had no use for them. These are night vision goggles. I put them on, and my dark world turned green. I walked to my room and put on boots, finding a can silencer for my cig. I wanted this to end. Quietly, I make my way outside. It's eerily quiet. I check the perimeter. I change things up and go the other way. A knocking came from the other side of my trailer. I make my way quietly toward the other side. There he is. One of those grays trying to peek into my window. I call out, "Help me." The thing looks at me and screeches and begins to run off. I give chase, not thinking to fire at it for some reason. I'm just full of anger. These things have been messing with me for the past 20 years, and I'd rather have answers. But this thing can run. I sped up as I attempted to catch up to it. The creature begins to run towards the ranch house. I see the outside lights of the house as the hill comes into view, which is odd considering my trailer had no power. I run towards the creature and all of a sudden, it runs under security lights and blinds me. I take off my NVGs and try to readjust. I start to see spots in my vision. Soon it comes back, and I'm looking at the pool. The creature is looking back at me. I fill my pockets and fill a baton. I pull it out, and I walk towards the pool. If I lay one lick on you, you better never come back. Those empty, soulless eyes just stare back at me, and I hear buzzing. My nose now bleeding. I extend the baton and walk towards the creature. I swear, I land 2 blows on its head, and it lets out this blood-curdling scream. Then I kick it into the pool. I hear it struggling to keep above water as it slowly swims towards the stairs. I walk to the stairs, and I spit in its face. I land 1 good whack on its head again, then feel a burning in my body, and I hear a buzzing. The lights go out, and I can't move. 4 of the creatures show up and drag the wounded one away. The craft flies off, and I collapse on my baton. I hear my dad running down the steps. "Anon, are you okay?" "Yeah." I walk home, and I go to sleep. I'm writing this all down now in 2016. I'm remarried and still working at the sheriff's, and we've had no odd cases reported in 2 years.
Stories from Around a Forest. From Denise Andre. I live in Romania, in a village at the foot of a forested hill. The forest on that hill is very big, spreading across 3 other villages. That forest is very old, dating back to the 9th century. The only trees growing there, besides the occasional pines and birches, are tall and crooked beeches, with their canopy that's so dense it makes the forest seem dark, even in broad daylight. So you can imagine how dark that forest is during the night. Most of the people living in my village are old folk, with lots of stories to tell. Some of them are funny, others are full of wisdom and advice, but some of them are scary one way or another. Most of these scary ones are about that old forest. The first time I got into contact with someone about these scarier stories was back when I was only 8 years old, when my grandmother was still alive. She was like a second mother to me, as most of the time it was her taking care of me. It was on the evening of the 30th of November, when Romanians celebrate the St. Andrew Day. My grandma's scary stories truly fascinated me, so it was around then I decided to write all the scary stories I would listen to in a notebook of mine. The first story I wrote on my notebook was the very first scary story I'd ever heard. This one happened to an aunt of my grandmother. Her aunt remained a widow since a young age, and she only had 2 small children. Their only wealth was a cow that was greatly taken care of, since it was the only source of money and food they had. One evening, an old woman knocked at her door, begging for a place to sleep and for some food to eat. Her young aunt, being a warm-hearted woman, she invited the old woman inside, eating with her and offering her a warm bed to sleep. Every morning my grandma's aunt would tend to the cow. The old woman, during her stay there, would leave the house too, coming back only in the evening. Well, that evening, when the cow usually had to be milked, the only thing that came out was blood. This continued for 3 days. With no milk left to feed her children, my grandmother's aunt became upset. She started to walk back home from tending to the cow, when a different elderly woman stopped her and asked her why she was so sad. The young aunt explained to her about her cow giving her nothing but blood. The elderly woman thought that the cow might have been cursed by a witch, that perhaps the witch cursed the cow to gain all the milk from the cow for herself. The elderly woman advised the young woman to take a bucket of milk, to toss it into a pit of manure, and to say, "Just how the milk in this pit smells, so the milk you steal from me may smell and taste." And so the young aunt did that. That evening, as she was dining with the original old woman that she was hosting, the old woman began to complain about drinking an awful-smelling milk that day. The young woman had figured out that the very woman she was hosting was the witch that cursed her cow, and that very night, she forced the old woman out of her house. The old lady vanished into the forest. The next story I wrote down in my notebook is a story from my grandpa. It begins when he was just a young boy, working for a local shepherd. The old shepherd had many other people who would help him, and many other flocks of sheep around the county he had to take care of. Grandpa, being the youngest of his helpers, had to do the work at the sheepfold from the village. The sheepfold was located right underneath the forest. A sheepfold is a sheep pen. Grandpa had to clean the pen, and he had to clean the shack where the shepherd slept. Then he had to make cheese and porridge and feed the dogs guarding the sheep. One night, when the old shepherd and his men left to herd the other flocks, he told Grandpa to take care of the young rams in the pen, as they were going to be sold soon. About 2 hours after the men left, Grandpa began to hear the dogs whining. When he looked outside the window, he saw 2 red glowing eyes circling the sheep pen. It was a huge black wolf with red eyes, and it seemed desperate to eat the young rams. All the rams inside the pen were standing still, looking straight at the wolf. My young grandpa was petrified. He watched the wolf, unsure of what to do, when suddenly the wolf stood up on two legs and opened the gate of the pen like a man. The wolf fell back down on all fours and went straight in front of the biggest of the rams, staring straight into its eyes. After some time of staring at one another, the wolf began to run, followed by the ram. The ram was chasing and charging at the wolf. No other animals were harmed that night, but the wolf and that ram were never seen again. Perhaps the wolf lured the ram into the woods to strike. Even more curious is that in this forest live only roe deer, fallow deer, foxes, wild boars, rabbits, and other small animals, but not wolves. At least there wasn't supposed to be. Grandpa, being a religious man, still thinks that the wolf he had seen that night was the devil in the fur of a wolf. Another story I wrote down in my notebook is about what I believe to be a pricolic, a Romanian folklore creature, which is an unbaptized man that rolls 3 times or that wears a cursed wolfskin and transforms into a wolf or a dog. These creatures are pretty similar to werewolves. I got this story from my grandma's sister. The story goes that a woman from this village and her husband went alongside with her mother and father to stack up hay in the fields. As they were stacking the hay, the husband went into the forest to go to the bathroom. After a couple of hours, the husband did not return. As their concern grew, a huge white wolf and 3 other wolves attacked them. The white wolf attacked the husband's wife, biting and tearing up her skirt. She defended herself, cutting off one of the wolf's ears with a sickle. The wolves took off, shortly vanishing into the forest. An hour later after the attack, the husband would return, and all of them would head back home. That evening, as they were dining, the wife told her husband what happened, but in response, the husband said, "What is it? Are you afraid of some dogs?" And he laughed. As he was laughing, the woman noticed that between his teeth were stuck bits of her severed skirt. Her husband was a pricolic. She went to her parents to tell them what she thought. The following day, after that event, the woman sent some of her brothers to search for the husband because he was not home. They went into the forest to find him, and curiously enough, when the church bell rang to announce it was 12 o'clock, they found him hanging by a tree, covered in wolf fur, with claws of a wolf at the end of his fingers. Other people from this village and villages around, both young and old, claim they saw in the forest strange deer with backward legs or with wolf ears and eyes. These sightings seem similar to those of the knot deer from the Appalachians. An old lumberjack told me about what he saw one day when he was cutting trees as a young man. Seeing roe deer herds in the forest was quite a common view for someone who works most of the time in the woods. But that day, the lumberjack saw a herd of does led by one single buck. He looked at the deer, but suddenly the deer looked back at him. All the does seemed normal, but the buck had the face of a man, with ears and antlers of a roe deer. After a few seconds of staring at each other, the herd left the spot, and so did the lumberjack. He still remembers how he felt sick for 3 weeks after seeing that deer, not being able to work for some time after that. People around here think those are spies sent by the devil to glance upon people and to terrify them. These are just a few of the many stories I've been writing in my notebook, and I'm still looking to write more. I'm not sure how true they are, though remembering them still frightens most of the people these days. The Grim Reaper, from P.K. Winchester 2. Back in 2010, we moved into this old 5-bedroom home because my family is huge, so we rented this house so everyone had more room. I was 15 back then, and my sister took me to go look at the house. I liked it, but it gave me a weird vibe, especially the basement and the bathroom. It was an old home. You could hear every little step you took in the house. The walls were thin too, and everything, even the floors, were wood. Your typical scary house, right? My family liked it, and we all began to load and unload our things into the home. I had to share a bedroom with my older sister because, well, we're the only 2 girls, and the rest were boys. We had 4 brothers, to be exact, and then my mom. So yeah, some of us had to share rooms. The first night sleeping there was creepy as heck, but with the walls being thin and everyone being in the house, it wasn't so bad. Soon after, I began high school, and everything was going smoothly. The whole family was going to work or school at that time. We have this family friend that's been a part of our lives for forever, it seems like. Let's call her Tanya. At the time, she was maybe in her late 30s. Tanya helped us move in and showered us with lots of housewarming gifts. She was very tomboy and wore men's clothes, and I don't remember seeing her wear makeup, jewelry, or women's clothes. Tanya is also a hardcore Christian, but she never forces her religion onto us. As for me, I was never really interested in my culture, but some of the folklore and myths I still believe till this day. I was just a high schooler, usually busy with reading or hanging out with friends or doing my best in school. One day, Tanya was talking to me and my little brother about God, asking us if we knew about God, and if we wanted to basically convert. I had no idea who God was, or what the Bible was about. I'd heard of Jesus, of course, but never really got into the religion. I was born growing up with my religion. I then saw a spark in Tanya's eyes, like a light bulb turned on in her head. Why don't I introduce you two to Jesus? My brother and I looked at each other and said, sure, why not? How bad could it be? Tanya made sure to pick us up for church in the mornings and drop us off back home. My mom didn't mind us going to church. She wasn't really the traditional type either. I'm not gonna lie, I honestly felt good going to church. I felt whole and new, like nothing could scare me, and nothing could touch me. I even went to Bible study, and that's when I began to question things. I wanted to know about angels and ghosts, demons, the devil himself, and Tanya answered all of them, even my dreams I was having. She taught us to use the Bible and how to pray, and to use Bible verses to ward off evil. I even had my own Bible and bookmarked and highlighted important verses, in case I came across something evil. One night, my sister and I were watching TV downstairs. It was around 9 p.m., and I was beginning to doze off. At one point, she woke me up, so I could go to bed in our room. So I did just that. I went upstairs to go to sleep. I remember shutting the door, too, and I quickly dozed off. I was sleeping so soundly, until I woke up and I couldn't move. My arms were at my side and I could hear my breathing growing rapid. I tried with all my might to move my arm or my leg, anything to wake myself up. I tried to scream, but all I was doing was pretty much grunting. Then I heard it. Slow, methodical, heavy footsteps coming up those wooden stairs. It was so heavy and loud in my ears. Then it entered my room. My breathing became more and more rapid. This wasn't my sister that came in. I felt a hand touch my ankle and slowly move up my thigh. For some reason, it hurt so bad I let out a whimper. This hand went up to the side of my stomach to my arm and gripped it hard. I was screaming in my head to wake up, to move, to do anything, but I couldn't. I started to pray. I prayed for my life. I prayed for it to leave. I don't know how many times I yelled out for Jesus, but I kept praying. All of a sudden, the grip loosened, but the hand was still on me. I could now see through my left eye as I tried to open both eyes, and I saw it. A tall, cloaked figure hovering over me at the side of my bed. I could see its pale white skin, I could only see its chin though, because the hood draped over its face. It was like a skeleton, all bony and white. The minute I saw it, it vanished. I then opened my eyes so fast and ran to the light switch. I was breathing so hard I looked around my room, but nothing was there. I looked at where it touched me. No bruises, thank God. I don't know how I could fall back asleep, but I eventually did after praying. It felt as if I kind of defeated it in a way. The next morning I had school. I went downstairs to put my shoes on. We have a back door with a window on it, and there was an area where we store all of our shoes by the door. I bent over to put on my shoes, and I saw something black in the corner of my eye standing by the garage. In my head, I was thinking it was one of the cars in the parking lot, but then I remembered my brother has a red car, and his car was the only one there. I turned quickly to look, and that 7-foot-tall Grim Reaper-looking thing swiftly moved and disappeared out of sight. I nearly fell on my rear. What the actual heck, I wondered. I went to the door to look out, but nothing was there. Just my brother's red car. I was hoping last night was a nightmare, but then I woke up to this. I told my mom what happened. She burned chili peppers and put them in my room. She gave me a piece of wood, a specific kind you have to purchase, that supposedly helps with sleep paralysis, and so far, so good. Nothing else has happened. She also got me a bracelet that is meant to ward off evil spirits. I don't know what's happening in that house. I don't really want to know, but I'm so glad we finally moved out of there. We'd been there for 5 years, and those 5 years were torture. The memories weren't so good. I've decided to just stay neutral and respect both Christianity and my culture's religion. I'd rather not stir up any angry spirits. Something in the trees. From Anonymous. This happened about 2 years ago. I was 18 and my cousin was 20. We lived in a small apartment together, right outside of a small town in southwestern Pennsylvania. It was a nice area, with lots of places to wander off to in the woods or just fields, mostly forest or country and farmland. We'd often go out and either drive or walk around at any time of day or night. We were also insomniacs, so we'd pretty frequently go on drives or walks between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Sometimes we'd have bad feelings about areas, or just feel like something is off. But us growing up watching scary movies and having an interest in serial killers and cryptids, we usually just brushed it off, or made up some funny scenario about it. Like, oh, it's just Slender Man stalking us. How would he be able to do that without eyes? He's probably constantly running into trees. We'd also discuss what kind of creatures we could fight, or which we would just run from. As you can tell, we really didn't give much thought into unsettling feelings or sounds. This one night, we were going on one of our nightly walks. It was about 10 or 11 p.m. when we started. We were walking on a trail through a field. You could see mountains and coal mines around, and a few lights from houses in the distance. We eventually made it into the woods around 1 a.m. We were walking for about an hour, just goofing off. We used the lights from our phones every once in a while to see where we were. But we knew this area, so we weren't trying to drain our phone batteries too much, since we didn't have actual flashlights. At one point, I picked up a stick, as I usually did on walks, to keep my hands occupied. As we continued walking, we heard something brush the leaves. It was slightly unsettling, but we both agreed it was probably a bird, owl, or bat. After about 5 more minutes, we heard a very loud sound in the trees. We both jumped. After grabbing my stick with both hands ready to swing at something, I froze. My cousin turned his phone flashlight back on, pointing it at the ground to see if it would do anything. After a few seconds, we didn't hear anything, so my cousin pointed his light into the trees, but we didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Our hearts were pounding, and we were trying to figure out what we'd heard. It sounded way too big to be a bird or a bat, and possibly way too big to be an owl. Being us, we joked about it, saying it could have been a pterodactyl. An obvious exaggeration, but it definitely was way too big to be anything local. And at the time, a pterodactyl or something the same size seemed pretty explanatory. We even tried to think of it to be a branch falling, but we heard something like wings flapping too, and it didn't fall straight down. It went at least 10 feet horizontally. We tried just putting it off and continuing our walk. About 10 or 15 minutes later, we heard it again. We both freaked out, because now we knew it definitely wasn't a branch falling. It was the same flapping sounds, the tree shaking again. This time it flew for probably 3 seconds. We decided we should probably turn around. By then we both had our phone lights on. We walked back for maybe 25 minutes and thought we got away from it, but it happened again, right above us this time. The two of us froze for a second, looking at each other. I don't remember what we said to each other, but it was most likely us both agreeing to run. So we started running, trying to get out as fast as we could. We didn't run for long, and we walked backward for a bit, just looking up at the trees as we did, trying to find something, but couldn't. We got back to the field and onto the path. It was probably 3 a.m. We were both kind of paranoid about walking the rest of the night. I still had my stick, and my cousin was talking about possibly having to run again, or end up fighting it. When we got back to the car, we both were still puzzled about what it could have been. We said maybe it could have been Mothman. We weren't too far from West Virginia. We eventually calmed down enough to think of it being a very, very large owl. Maybe we were overthinking it out of panic, but we usually weren't that scared of anything. To this day, I still think about it a lot, and I have no idea what it was. The cryptid that could fly. From Anonymous. Bonjour, how I say hello in my language. I'd like to tell you of my friend's experience they had with encountering a cryptid that could fly. They were a group of teenagers up to no good late one evening, planning on enjoying the night with some drinks. As they were driving to pick up the drinks, one of them noticed something in the corner of their eye in the sky. The sky was that kind of dark blue when the sun was just barely shining its light across the horizon. Let's call this friend Seth. Seth looked towards the thing that caught their eye. As they saw it, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. It looked like a humanoid with arms and legs with wings on its back. Seth then tapped the right shoulder of the other passenger to show them what they saw. Let's call her Medea. She just looked furiously and said, "What?" Seth replied, "Look, do you see that thing flying right there?" Medea looked towards where Seth was pointing, but as she looked, it dove towards the trees in the far distance, only catching a glimpse of it. Medea said, "What was it, an eagle?" Seth responded, "No, it was something flying. It looked like a person, but with wings." "Your eyes are just blind. It was probably an eagle," she said. The driver, Sedna, asked, "What are you talking about?" Seth gave in. "Let's just go get the drinks and meet the others. I'll skip the unnecessary stuff." They arrived at the meetup spot, which was at a local playground. The area was about 400 square feet with trees all around. One end of the square-like area had the road to go in and out of. By then, it had gotten quite dark and cloudy. That Canadian weather. It was so dark, you couldn't see very far into the tree line around the playground. You wouldn't even see a black bear if it was just 20 feet in the tree line. As everyone was enjoying their time, Seth suddenly heard a baby crying coming from the opposite side of the road, coming into the playground. Seth said to everyone, "Shh, I think I hear a baby crying. It's coming from that side of the tree line over there." As everyone kept quiet, they started to hear it as well. Everyone looked in the direction it was coming from. As they listened, Medea said, "It's coming from way in there. But why does it sound like it's coming closer?" Everyone began feeling uneasy, judging by the looks on their faces. Sedna said, "We should probably take off." But as she was saying that, Seth looked back towards the tree line and could just barely see an outline of someone standing outside the tree line. Seth then said, "Look, there's someone standing there." Everyone looked in disbelief. Before anyone could say anything, the sound of the crying baby came from the figure. Everyone ran towards their vehicles. Seth turned his head to look behind to see if it was giving chase, but as he did, he instead saw it leap, then spread its wings. The span of each wing seemed to be 10 feet. It flew towards the highest part of the playground, but it didn't do anything else. It just stayed where it landed and watched as everyone got into the vehicles. The creature just stayed in the spot the entire time, watching everyone drive off. One of the friends told their parents about what they saw, one of which went to drive towards the playground to see what the fuss was about. Let's call this parent Michael. Michael is Seth's dad. Seth had stayed home, while his dad went to the playground to investigate. Seth, feeling his buzz going away because of the adrenaline, he thought he would go for a smoke. Halfway through the smoke, he heard a shot go off far in the distance, and later that night, his dad Michael returned home with an expression like he had seen a ghost. His dad said to him, "Don't tell anyone what you saw tonight. Tell your friends that too. Just say it was a bear." And that was the end of the story. Full Moon Devil, from Tanya T. This happened many years ago. My sister and I remember this terrifying night like it happened yesterday. It was around 1974 or 75, west of High Prairie, Alberta, Canada. We lived in a trailer in a very rural area. I was only 5 years old and my sister was 7. In the trailer with us was my mom and our 3-year-old sister and infant brother. My father worked nights at the sawmill in High Prairie. It was the beginning of fall, and there was a full moon out. The younger kids were in bed. My sister and I were watching TV. Back then, we had to use antennas on the TV. All of a sudden, my mom came into the doorway between the kitchen and living room where we were. The first thing I noticed was how scared my mom looked as she stood there waving for us to come into the kitchen. She whispered, "Girls, come quick." We got up and followed her to the kitchen window. My sister was taller and jumped up onto the countertop. I was holding myself up onto the countertop, and I could see my mom shaking. My sister asked, "What is that?" My mom whispered, "I don't know. Be quiet, and don't let it see us." As I said before, the moon was full, so our eyes quickly adjusted. We saw something coming down the small hill on the side of the trailer about 70 feet away. It was lit by the moon. It was a creature about 8 to 9 feet tall, walking on 2 backward-looking hoofed bull legs. We could see the haunches on it. It kind of trotted down the hill, and its eyes glowed red in the dark as it got closer. We saw 2 giant horns and a face like a deformed human. It looked like it had spikes on its back, or maybe folded wings. It faced away from us, and as it went off into the swampy willows, we saw a long pointed tail. We only saw it for several seconds as it disappeared into the thick willows. My mom gathered brooms and knives and pushed the couches into the corner. Gathering our siblings, we sat up all night in fear until my father got home early in the morning. We told him what we saw, and he went to look for tracks. He later came back in and said he had seen the biggest hoof tracks he'd ever seen. That night instilled a fear into us that still haunts my sister and I to this day. Shortly after this sighting, we moved to town, and we never went berry picking or into the forest again. Back then, we attended a Christian school, and all I could think about was how the devil is described exactly what we saw that night so many years ago. Warning. The following story contains a wild animal attack against cattle and people. The Stalker. From Kiko. When I was 12, I had a friend named Imogen. We were particularly fond of each other. We did everything together. I cherished small moments with her as if the next moment I might drop dead where I stood. It was an uneventful life for a 12-year-old. Sleeping, eating, morning school, and time for Imogen. And I liked it that way. I met Imogen first a short walk from my house, following some morning lessons. I didn't have many friends at the ripe age of 12, and I suppose you could consider me a loner. I've been called a lot of things. Odd, certainly creepy, but rarely friend. The girl was occupying a sunlit clearing, busying herself with art or something close to it. I hardly knew what to think at first. This creature of black hair, fair complexion, and white garb, sitting hunched with a poor notebook, at which she was savagely sawing away with a weathered wooden pencil, clutched in her bony fingers. At first sight, I thought she was some sort of ghostly apparition, with how she stood out against the soft greens and browns. But as I drew closer, I heard her humming softly, and I reached out a hand to touch her. "I'm Imogen. How do you do?" she asked without turning. The suddenness of her reply might have startled me, if not for the light, soothing quality of her voice. "Oh, I beg your pardon," I replied awkwardly. "I suppose fair. And how about you?" My eyes traced her back. Her black satin dress hung over her shoulders somewhat elegantly, somewhat carelessly. "It's nice today, I suppose. Any day that's nice deserves to be enjoyed, and I do enjoy my coloring," she replied dryly after a pause. Her face lifted to look through the spotted canopy above us, and I finally saw the whole of her complexion. "I agree," I said, sitting quietly beside her. "What are you drawing?" "Nothing important," she replied, moving so that I could see her sketchbook. "Just a flower I saw a while ago." It was a flower, and a beautiful rendition at that. The lines folded neatly, and the colors blended perfectly. I gazed at it in awe, for it was incredibly lifelike, as though she had placed it in front of me. "Oh, it's beautiful," I whispered, running my fingers across the rough paper. May I?" Wordlessly, she handed me the sketchbook, and I leafed through it, marveling at her skill. We talked for hours afterwards, long into twilight, and we promised to meet in the forest. And from that day on, we became an inseparable pair. We saw each other nearly every day, and did the normal things that girls did. Tea parties, painting, dressing up, but also some rougher activities such as digging, tag, tree climbing, and such. It wasn't long before she invited me over to spend the night. I was never one to have friends, much less slumber parties. Needless to say, I was excited. We were both excited. It took some time to convince my parents, rightly so, as I had never stayed the night at someone else's house before, and I had come to expect that any field in which they didn't have experience, they approached with caution. But soon, I was standing in the dried-out riverbank, a backpack filled to bursting with clothes and games slung around my shoulder, and a sleeping bag under my arm. Imogen was there as well, leaning against a rough oak tree, her sketchbook clutched in her hands, as it always had been. We sat a while in silence, listening to the cacophony of birdsong and wind rushing through the trees, keeping pace with the erratic scratching of Imogen's pencil. When she'd finished drawing, we played some games. Tag, hide and seek, hopscotch, all the outdoor games you'd expect children to play. We cherished the woods, but as the afternoon faded to dusk and the shadows grew longer across the forest floor, it took on a menacing quality. Imogen insisted that we be present for dinner, so without much delay, we raced through the forest. We broke the tree line just as the last hint of sun settled over the forest. I gasped when I first beheld her estate. It was wonderful. Even in the fading dusk light, a vibrant white turned slightly yellow by the warm illumination coming through every window and 2 stories. It towered over the amber farmland that stretched endlessly behind it. Imogen must have caught my awestruck expression. She turned and latched onto my hand, tugging it gently.
"It's rather quaint,"
she said lightly, her gaze shooting into the forest.
"But come on now, we mustn't be late for dinner."
She dragged me to the house rather quickly, explaining what to do so that her parents would think highly of me whilst we ran. Take off your shoes on the carpet, which I'd never actually seen a carpet except for the TV. Mind your manners at the table. Don't make a ruckus upstairs, and leave the restrooms cleaner than you found them. She slowed to a stop, turning to me with apprehension. Her voice was softer, slower, and she looked as if she was almost nervous.
"And whatever you do,"
she said, looking me dead in the eyes,
"you mustn't part the curtains after 11.
But why? The corners of her mouth dipped into a disapproving frown.
"You just mustn't. Have faith in me, Evelyn."
I nodded slowly. The grave expression on her face upset me slightly, but I hadn't time to stew on my feelings. For, after one last glance to the woods, she again tugged me to the house. We entered the house loudly, Imogen kicking off her shoes as she ran to the dining room, and I following suit. I slowed to an anxious shuffle as I neared the doorway, hearing bubbling laughter and chatter beyond the alcove.
"You're late, Imogen. 15 minutes late to be exact,"
I heard the harsh voice of a woman say from where I stood.
"Oh, Mother, you know I was kept up."
Imogen's gaze flitted around the room searchingly, finally landing on my frail frame, pressed into the deepest shadows of the room.
"You haven't met Evelyn yet, have you, Mother, Father?"
Her mother finally glanced in my direction, her mouth forming a sort of O shape in her surprise.
"Oh, my dear, I haven't even noticed you,"
she said, rather flustered.
"Please, do sit down. We're delighted you could come over. Imogen speaks very highly of you, and we're glad she finally has someone her age to spend her time with."
She pulled a chair just as Imogen sat in her own and beckoned me to sit. Graciously I did, watching as she rushed to set the table. Imogen turned to me and we began discussing in earnest what we would do that night. Sometime later, after we had finished dinner, Imogen and I trudged up the stairs to her room. I marveled at the high ceilings, cherishing the feeling of the soft, sandy-colored carpet beneath my feet. Upon arriving in her room, Imogen put her bag in a dark corner, running her hands along her mattress, feeling its rough texture as she sat down on her bed. I lingered for a moment, unsure of what to do. Soon, however, I followed her onto the bed, leaving my own bag leaning against the corner of her bed. We ate candy, watched horror movies, anything a kid could ever wish to do at their first sleepover. It was during the construction of our first of 5 iterations of a blanket fort that I had the urge to go to the restroom. I got to my feet slowly and shambled my way to the door. Imogen caught my arm on the way and shot me a questioning look, and behind her eyes I caught a glimpse of terror. "Restroom," I said cautiously, shaking my arm from her grasp. "If I may." Her gaze softened and she got up to follow me.
"Second door on the left."
A pause.
"Don't part the curtains."
I nodded, confused, and went about my business. Imogen watched me from the door a while, until I was at the bathroom. It was a small bathroom, though still larger than my own, and pearl white. Directly opposite it was the first set of stairs, and at the landing where they turned to face the kitchen, a massive window, ebony curtains drawn tightly, like massive barred doors. I was captivated by them, and Imogen's words caught in my head. What could be so dangerously important that the most ultimate rule was that it not be seen or be allowed to see inside? My eyes lingered on the sliver of light protruding through the curtains. It felt like wave upon wave of malice radiated from those curtains, and for a moment I thought I saw that sliver of light interrupted by something foreign to my knowledge beyond the window. I dared not linger any longer. I went about my business, not even looking at the window as I returned, though I could still feel its malice. I entered the room quietly. Imogen was watching some horror movie on the TV. "What is behind that window?" I asked, sitting beside her.
"Pardon?"
she asked, turning to face me. If you don't mind me asking, what's behind that window and those lovely black curtains?" Her expression morphed into one of terror for a moment.
"You didn't open them, did you?"
No, I didn't," I assured her. "They're just rather quaint, and I was wondering why they must be drawn so tightly at night. You have such a lovely estate, and all those lights outside. It seems like such a shame to keep them as they are." She sat in silence for a moment, her face twisted in anguish.
"I suppose if you really must know."
A pause. She turned to her bed, rising and slipping over to the wall beside it. From underneath the mattress, she pried a beaten leather sketchbook. She opened it and began leafing through it, then stopping on one of its pages. Tentatively, she pushed it to me, her face contorted with fear, eyes wide with anguish. "What is this?" I asked, looking at it confusedly. The entire page was colored black, pitch black. I could hardly make out heads or tails of it. As I stared longer, certain features began to take prevalence. A line darker than the others, a white spot, 2 white spots, a thin gray line. The chaotic blackness evolved into something more ancient and terrifying. I could only make out its vague shape, and yet I was still paralyzed with fear. It was tall, I could tell that at least. Tall enough to reach the second-story window, even though it appeared to be slightly hunched over. It was thin, unnaturally thin. Its arms and legs were long, longer than I'd seen, so long that even with its hunched gait, its razor-like claws dragged across the ground. Its eyes, or what I perceived to be eyes, were but small glowing dots arranged unevenly on its head. And its smile, God help me, I shall never forget that smile. It was curved and jagged and cruel. I thrust the book back onto the bed, releasing myself from its spell.
"What in God's name is that? That thing?"
I cried to her.
"It's hideous, terrifying. How on earth did you capture it?"
"It's a stalker, or at least that's what my father likes to call it. Supposedly he encountered it on a business trip in Washington, and it followed him all the way back."
She slid the book under the mattress. "It waits there, just outside the house every night. I know nothing about it, except that it lives in the woods." "But why?" "I don't know that either." I pause. "Do you understand now? You mustn't open the curtains." I nodded, thoroughly terrified. I'd always thought Imogen's drawings to be lifelike, but that one had an old air to it, a negative feeling, and it filled me with dread. Imogen's face softened slightly, and she held her hand out. "Let's go to bed. It's rather late." I nodded, and we clamored to get into our sleeping bags. I shut my eyes, though I didn't sleep. I didn't feel safe in that house anymore, and I never would again. Sometime later, when the entirety of the estate was quiet, but for Imogen's rhythmic snoring, something changed. I didn't know what it was, but some old instinctive part of me was filled with terror. I sat up quickly and looked around. The whole of the room looked unchanged in the soft yellow of Imogen's nightlight. "Imogen," I whispered, turning and shaking her gently. "Imogen." She didn't stir. I was about to call her for a third time when I heard something from outside. It was the pained screaming of a cow, high-pitched and gut-wrenching, and the low bleating of the rest as they clamored to get away from whatever was outside. I stood carefully and walked to the door, opening it slightly. Imogen's parents had left the lights on so we could find our way about during the night. The awful sound seemed to be coming from the window. I stared at it for what felt like forever, rooted to the spot as if in a sort of daze. Slowly the noises were silenced, and my terror was replaced with curiosity. I shambled to the window tentatively, terrified of what I might find. Then I heard another sound that I was not expecting, but which filled me with more terror still. From beyond the black satin curtains, I heard the unmistakable sound of crunching bone. I hooked one finger delicately around the corner, wondering if I dared to look outside. I pulled at the curtains slowly, opening them just enough to see the thing outside. In the darkness, I could make out the general figure of a hideously emaciated man. An enormous figure, towering much taller than the drawing Imogen had shown me. It held the half-eaten carcass of a cow in its grasp, dipping its unnaturally long neck to take a bite every few seconds, accompanied by another crunch. It paused as if pondering for a moment before its bright white beady eyes shot to the window. The last thing I saw was its hideous smile, a jagged, fanged smile, spread wider and part to taste the air. I left the curtains slightly parted and backed away from them slowly. I heard the thing get up and walk over. Its huge, lumbering steps made the walls tremble as it moved closer. I ran as quickly as I could then, diving behind an alcove and slamming my back against the wall, trying desperately to conceal myself. I heard the thing's steps grow louder and then stop. I held my breath, too terrified to look or to move. I heard it then, against the pounding blood in my head. Then I heard an awful shattering sound and a terrifying, unearthly scream. As the thing penetrated the window with its long, bony arm, it scratched at the carpet with its horrible, hooked claws, spreading blood everywhere. I didn't know if it was the cow's or its own. I stayed in that hunched position for the entirety of the night, until I saw a crack of sunlight against the bathroom door, and I heard the thing get up
and lumber away. Then I ran. I ran as quickly as I could and leapt into my sleeping bag. My relationship with Imogen didn't last long after that. I was bedridden for months, too terrified to look outside. My family faithfully serviced me until I felt brave enough to leave my room, but I never went back into that forest, and I never spoke to Imogen, except for the few times she came to visit me. I got a call earlier this week. Some feeling I got when I heard my mother on the other side compelled me to write this. "I'm very sorry to tell you this," she said. "I know you hadn't spoken in a very long time, but Imogen has passed away. They think it was a bear attack. It broke into her house and dragged her outside in the night. Her mother and father asked if you would like to attend the funeral." I politely responded no. I was caught up with my studies, so I bid my mother good night. I hung up the phone and went back to my textbook. Amidst the gentle whisper of rain on the window pane and a soft Daddy, I grew teeth. From Cuz Anime, That's Why, 1337. My father's grandmother once told him a story of a man from the 1900s in Mexico that had a very heart-stopping experience. Said man, let's call him Jose, a very common Mexican name, loved to drink. So he and one of his friends are finishing drinking at a local bar one night. When they leave the bar, they say their goodbyes and go their separate ways for the evening. As I stated before, it's Mexico in the 1900s. For most people, you either traveled by your own 2 feet or by horse. Luckily for Jose, he had a horse. So off he went, back to his home late at night, taking the dirt trails. Along the way, he passes under a bridge. As he comes out the other side, he begins to hear what sounds like a child crying. He stops and gets off his horse. He looks in the direction of the crying. He soon finds the source of the crying. It's a little boy crying all alone. He asks the child if he's all right.
"I'm lost. Can you help me?"
Jose, of course, agrees to help the little boy, so he picks him up and places him on the rear of the saddle. He gets back on, and then they're on their way. As they travel along, Jose feels the little kid poke his back a few times. So Jose asks what's the matter. The young boy responds,
Daddy, look.
I grew teeth."
When Jose looks back, he's face to face with a horrifying sight. What was once a little boy now sat a dark figure with rows of sharp, long white teeth smiling at him, with a pair of eyes that radiated death itself. Turning white with fear, Jose's only reaction was to pull back the reins of the horse, which causes the horse to fall backwards. Luckily, he didn't get caught in the middle and just fell off the back. Jose wasted no time getting up and looking for his horse, but unfortunately the horse had been spooked and ran off into the night. Jose proceeded to do the same and hightail it out of there, not even daring to test his luck. He didn't look back. The following day, when his friend asked to go for some drinks, he said only a little, because he didn't want to stay too late. Werewolf at My Door, from Poptacular Werewolf. This happened a few years ago. At the time, we lived in a small mountain town in New York.
Spring, summer, and fall were full of tourists because of our big lake. In winter, it was a ghost town, especially in bad weather. We lived in an old farmhouse at the base of the mountain, so our back porch had a decent view of said mountain and surrounding woods. In winter, it gets creepily quiet. One winter night, I was walking home from the gym. It was snowing and bitter cold. Now, getting across town wasn't hard, even in the snow. The main street was a mile long, if that. Our house was thankfully close to the main road. My friends were walking with me for half the journey, until they split off to go their own way home. I was taking my usual shortcut past the ball field when I saw movement coming from the upper field. I didn't think much of it. Yeah, we had bears and pumas, but they tended to shy away from humans. I was honestly more worried about drunk teens starting trouble. Stupidly, I stopped to see if I could make out what was in the upper field. At first, it did look like a weird bear, sort of hunched over. Then it stood up. It was big, way bigger than the black bears we have, who by this point should still be hibernating. Then I noticed it had long ears on top of its head. I swear at that point my heart stopped. My legs felt stuck. I watched as it sniffed the air, its massive head turning in my direction. If I didn't start moving, I knew this could be my last night alive. Somehow, my feet remembered how to work, and I slowly made my way home. I made sure to keep half an eye on that creature as I walked. After a few feet, though, I lost sight of it. Now, I know you should never run from a predator, but my brain was screaming to get away. I raced as fast as I could down the street until I saw my house. As I rounded our fence, I saw it. There was a street lamp near the road that went up the mountain and around the lake. This creature had dark, matted fur, huge, yellow, seemingly glowing eyes, and very big teeth. Now, I've been a Halloween fan since I was a kid. I love movie monsters, and this creature was very similar to a werewolf. Then it snarled at me, and my blood froze. I'd never been so scared in all my life. Before the thing could take another step, I jumped over our fence, bolting up the stairs and running into the house, as if the hounds of hell were chasing me, because it felt like they actually were. As soon as I got inside, I locked the door, then shut and locked all the other doors and windows. My mom asked me what was wrong. I told her there was a bear. I knew she would not believe me if I told the truth. I didn't sleep that whole night, and when morning came, I had to let the dogs out to use the bathroom. And that's when I saw them. Very large paw prints in the snow around the house. They traveled from the fence, up our porch stairs, around the wraparound porch, and down into the yard. The dogs didn't want to be out long, which I was thankful for. To think that thing was that close, what if it had tried to get inside? After this experience, I never saw the creature again. If you ever plan on walking mountain roads at night, in the winter, don't. You never know what's actually out there.
The Faceless Creature, from Anonymous. I've never told anyone else about this experience, in fear of sounding crazy. I mean, heck, it is crazy. However, I just started listening to this show to lift my spooky little spirit in time for Halloween. It was when I heard a story that sounded strikingly similar to my own that caused me to stop what I was doing. Listening to that episode gave me hope that in fact I'm not crazy. It was a seemingly normal weekend night when my cousin M came to my house to sleep over. For context, we've always had a strong sisterly bond, as we're only a year apart in age
and have lived with each other multiple times. Even when we didn't live together, our houses were always 5 to 10 minutes away from each other, so weekly sleepovers were common. We know each other like the back of our hands, so I know when she's serious and when she's messing with me. I was about 14 years old at the time, making her 13 in 2003. Our computer was set up on the left side of our Florida room in the back of the house, while my bedroom was on the right side with a large open space in the middle. The room was connected to our dining room by a sliding glass door with a long row of windows and a bar-like counter. If you were sitting at the computer and turned around, you could see right into the kitchen, as well as the dining room. The only thing separating the computer room from the Florida room was a small half wall that was in the process of being torn down. This is necessary information for the story. As you must know, there is no possible way for M to have pranked me without me seeing what she was up to. We grew up interested in the occult very young, as I had another cousin who was much older, D, who was a Wiccan. I could listen to him talk for hours about all the magical and mystical joys and challenges that came with his religion. I remember asking him about Ouija boards, because I really wanted to use one to attempt to speak to my great-grandma. I was still naive. He quickly and sternly warned me not to touch Ouija boards if I didn't know what I was doing. Yet he didn't elaborate. He just told me that if I valued my happiness and my soul, I shouldn't touch one, as I can attract something much darker than Grandma. Of course, I ignored this advice, thinking he was just being dramatic, and secretly bought a Ouija board anyway. M and I became obsessed with that Ouija board, using it often. Extremely stupid, I know. We were being typical teenagers, trolling people on forums and playing games late into the night. At some point, M said she was thirsty and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. As she shut the sliding door quietly, I could clearly see her retrieve a cup and walk to the fridge. We looked at each other and silently giggled, because she was doing everything in her power not to make any noise. We didn't care to feel my mother's wrath for waking her up at 3 a.m. I turned my attention back to the computer and continued my game. Not even 5 seconds later, I heard a soft scuffling noise coming from behind the half wall. My younger siblings always left toys in that area, which would randomly turn on, so I didn't think much of it. I just figured it was a family spirit or another harmless spirit that decided to once again mess with the toys. I've had so many paranormal experiences I've lost count, so I've become used to it. Although, for some reason, I felt uneasy. I felt dazed and confused. The only time I've ever experienced this feeling was when I went with my grandma to check out an old house for sale. She would always bring me house hunting with her to see if I felt any sort of negative energy, as she said I was still pure and would have stronger senses than herself. Probably not one of her best ideas when I think about it now. I still wish I'd never looked towards that wall. I glanced behind me when I saw M filling her cup in the kitchen, and it then emerged. I could see it slowly crawling from behind the wall in my peripheral vision. I froze, too terrified to rip my gaze from M, who was completely oblivious to what I was seeing. I took a deep breath and dragged my eyes to the creature in front of me. It was faceless, void of eyes and a nose, with gray skin stretched tight around its head. It didn't even have indentations where the eyes were supposed to be. The only distinguishing feature this thing had was a mouth. A wide, human-like mouth sat low on its head, right above where an actual human's chin would be. I think the thing I found most strange about this creature was that it didn't have teeth. No sharp teeth like other people have said, or squared human-like teeth. Just an empty black hole where faint hisses escaped. The faceless thing looked sickly skinny, visibly bony, with long arms. I can't tell you what its lower half looked like. I could only see it from the waist up. And it smiled at me, if you could even call that a smile. I instantly felt a wave of nausea smack me, leaving my head throbbing. All of this happened within seconds. As soon as I looked back at Em, she was looking at me curiously. I watched her walk back through the dining room towards the sliding door to come back to me. Once she got to the door, I glanced at the wall, and in the blink of an eye, that thing was gone. I think to myself, how the heck does something just evaporate into thin air? Had I just imagined it? Did Em sneak out here really quick with the mask when I wasn't looking? It didn't make any sense to me. Em, what the heck is behind that wall? I whispered as she stopped right in front of me, looking confused. What do you mean? She asked, puzzled at my sudden change in behavior. Just toys. Why? Would you like to play with the boppet? She teased and plopped it down next to me. Quit messing with me. I know you're trying to scare me. Well, congrats, you got me this time. I said to her, trying to ease my mind. I'm not one to scare easily, and we were currently having an ongoing prank war. You deserve a cookie for that one. I haven't been that scared since we left the old house. She then turned towards me with a somber look on her face and said, Jay, I didn't do anything. Why would I prank you this close to your mom's room at this time? I'm not trying to get whooped. I felt a chill crawl down my spine, making all my hair stand on end. Seriously, what's up with you? You're acting so weird. She scowled at me and rolled her eyes, taking the mouse from my hand. I sat there dumbfounded, staring at the floor, sneaking a few peeks towards that wall. I finally turned towards her, and in a hushed voice I said, I think we should go back to my room, like right now. And don't touch those toys no matter how often they go off tonight, okay? She was annoyed at this point and started to call me a baby, boasting about how much longer she could stay up. I got up and huffed, choking out words. Fine, you can stay in here and play with that thing then. Better hope it doesn't swallow you whole. Her smile disappeared, realizing that I'm not trying to pull a fast one on her. But what are you talking about? She stammered, a look of concern now dawning on her face. Knowing that I have her full attention now, I walked towards my room and coldly told her I meant what I said, that if she wanted to play with that faceless thing, be my guest. Jumping up from her chair, she trailed behind me without another word. Once in my bedroom, we both sat on my bed as I explained what I saw. A look of horror crossed her face when she realized I was being serious. She asked, Do you think us playing with that board has anything to do with this? I responded, I wish I could tell you, but I just don't know what it was. We should get rid of that board, just to be safe. She agreed, and we planned to burn it the next day. We didn't fall asleep until the sun came up, too afraid of what might be lurking in the dark. As we had agreed, we burned the board in our fire pit outside once we woke up. I stole my mom's huge container of salt and poured it around the fire pit to form a circle. As it burned, I boldly stated, You are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from and never show your face here again. This is my home. Mine. Em glanced at me, kind of giggling, and asks, Do you really think that'll work? It's worth a shot, right? I said, with a small forced smile, completely unsure if it would or not. I haven't seen the faceless thing in my home since then, although every once in a while I'll have a dream featuring the notorious faceless creature. Every time it enters my dreams, it only hisses out one sentence that drives me crazy and always infuriates me. You're mine, mine,
mine.
These dreams no longer frighten me, as I can now tell the difference between my dreams and reality. I always shout at the creature, "These are my dreams, you have no power here." Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but a girl can try. I've come to terms that I may have my own personal demon, or cryptid, attached to me, which is fine, as long as it leaves him and her family alone. I no longer care. The Staircase, from Anonymous. I was walking my girlfriend home one night when we crossed the busy 4-lane street as we do every day. There's a library on the right, closest to said street, and behind that library, there's a community center for the city people to hold events like basketball games and stuff like that. The library and community center are connected by a short wooded set of stairs. As my girlfriend and I were passing the stairs, I happened to look over across the street, and at the stairs I noticed a mass under them that wasn't usually there. I brushed it off and didn't say anything to my girlfriend about it. I continued to walk her home. I stayed at her place for about 3 hours. By 11 p.m., I began my walk home. I didn't live far from her, maybe 3 to 4 minutes away. I came out of her alley, right in front of the community center and that set of stairs. I looked back over at the stairs to see if that mass was still there. It was. I just assumed it was a trash bag or something like that. As I got to the busy street I mentioned before, I waited for there to be a break in the long line of cars for me to cross. While I was waiting, I glanced behind myself, considering I was on a less busy 1-lane street. I wanted to check if any cars were trying to turn onto the busy street. As I turned, I saw a long, skinny black thing roll out from under the wooden steps, as then another rolled out, matching the length of the first. The black, stick-like things bent outward like arms and pulled the rest of the black mass out from under the steps. At least 10 feet tall, the human-like figure started to turn my way as I stood there, with my knees trembling and my vision going blurry. I stepped onto the once busy street. Then I realized the road was suddenly now completely dead. Not a car in sight, not a single streetlight or store light on. The only thing with any light was my phone, as it lit up with a text I received from my girlfriend that I just dropped off. As my phone lit up, I noticed I couldn't see anything, like I was standing close to something. I turned my phone around, screen facing away from me, so I could see. As I did, my hand hit something, and I dropped my phone. Stepping back, I realized the thing I'd hit was that mass that had slithered out from the steps. Frozen, I bent down and picked up my phone from the ground, and I backed away until I tripped over a curb backwards. I stood back up, and I walked as fast as I could, and as calmly as I could, back home, afraid of running in case I excited the mass into a chase. I live in a 3-story house with an above-ground basement. I walked up my concrete steps, leading to my front door and passing my patio that continues on from the living room. I walked into the house and stumbled onto the floor just after locking the door. After a good 5 or 6 seconds pass, I sit back up and I peer through the glass patio door, and I see the mass. It was just crouched on the far side of the patio railing, staring at me, faceless. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, only ears. Long, white, pointed ears. It was making a drawn-out clicking noise while sitting like a cat on my patio railing. I slowly stood up and flipped the lock on the door. As the lock clicked loudly, the mass shot up on both feet while still on the railing and leapt and landed onto my front yard. It then vaulted over the metal gate. As the thing disappeared into the distance, all the lights around outside flipped back on as the clicking faded. Keep in mind, The thing jumped at least a story high and into my yard. The fall to the ground from there is 4 stories, and it ran off with no problem. I called and told my girlfriend what happened, and she just called me crazy. This happened about 6 months ago, and I'm still gutted every time I see those wooden steps that I have to pass by every day. Faceless Person from Horror Lover 24163. I'm here to talk about the strange happenings that happened to me at my house. I live in a small town about 45 minutes outside of Boulder. It's a very peaceful town, almost no crime. I moved here about 3 years before this event. It all began one fateful night when I woke up in the middle of the night and looked at my clock. It was 3 a.m. I couldn't figure out what woke me up, so I sat up and listened. I didn't hear anything, so I lay back down, trying to go back to sleep. Right as I was dozing off, I heard footsteps downstairs. I ran out of my room and looked down off the banister, which gave me a full view of the foyer and part of the hallway in the downstairs. Then I heard this strange, faint, almost ethereal whispering. This kept happening throughout about a month until one night. I woke up once more, but my house seemed to be in a light haze. I looked at my clock. Lo and behold, it was 3 a.m. I got up to get a glass of water, and as I did, the color of skin or flesh caught my eye. I looked at my bed, and there I was. I saw myself sleeping in my bed still. I was extremely confused, so I tried to wake up my sister in the room across from mine. I tried shaking her covers, but when I would grab at them, they would just slip out of my hand. I walked back into my room, and I froze in terror. There, sitting in my desk chair, was a figure staring at the wall in front of the desk. He slowly turned his head to stare right at me, and I swear, he almost had no face. The reason I say almost was because it looked like he might have had a face, but it was under a thick layer of skin. He slowly stood up and walked over to my sleeping self as I just stood there and watched. He bent down and stared at my sleeping body for 10 seconds straight. Then he jolted up, looked out my window, then sprints out the door and down the stairs. Suddenly, I wake up back in my bed, and I could hear footsteps running down the stairs. I even heard the door open and slam shut. I heard this ghastly scream of a man and a horrible guttural howl. My parents ran out of their room and checked around the house, then ran up to check on me and my sister. It's been about a year since this happened, and I still have trouble sleeping at night. Nothing has happened since, and I've only told my closest friends about this experience, never my parents. I hope someone can give me an explanation, because it seemed to me that something far more horrible made that thing in my room run for its life. He has no face. From Kit Katriria. To start, I'm not saying this person I'm writing about doesn't have a face. I'm sure he does. I've just never seen it. The incidents began at the end of November of 2017. My aunt who raised my sister and I raised us in this town and still lives here about 9 blocks away from where I live now. My daughter and I used to visit her overnights on the weekends. Now, my place was usually pretty spotless, other than the odd task here and there, like running the dishwasher, forgetting to take out the garbage, to folding the laundry. Just small things, really. However, sometimes when I'd return home, I'd notice things were cleaner than how I left them. For example, I left to my aunt's one weekend for an overnight, and I'd forgotten to replace the toilet paper roll before I left. When I returned, I'd noticed that there was a new roll in the washroom, and that it looked as though someone had used the shower as the tub was still a little wet, and I could faintly smell Axe or Old Spice in the washroom. When I walked into the living room, I noticed the brown fabric couch had been vacuumed. I tried not to think too much of it, as I can spook easily, especially after what happened at the previous place where my neighbors across the hall and their friends broke into my place and trashed it. Small things like this happened for a while. Not too often, though. A couple of months later, towards the end of January of 2018, whoever it was decided to step up their game, per se. For the longest time, my bed was up against a wall facing the closet, so when I'd lay down, I'd have a clear view of the hallway that led to the front door, and I could see almost everything. One night, I was awakened from a dead sleep by the sound of footsteps on the rug in the room. Here's where I regret not opening my eyes to see who it was. Instead, I naturally assumed it was my daughter, looking to crawl into bed with me. I thought nothing more of it, and I just lay there. I was close to the outer side of the bed, waiting for her to go to the end of the bed and crawl in. However, instead, I felt a hand press down on the mattress, which alarmed me. The force that was applied was that of someone who was an adult. I heard the person lean over me, causing me to open my eyes. I was still super tired, so I didn't register much at the time. My eyes were greeted to a shirt in my face that smelled like a warm campfire, like a woodsy scented cologne, which I can't remember the name of, but I learned my friend's dad uses it a lot. It's also higher end. The person must have been reaching for either the poem I wrote or the book I was reading that I'd sat down on the bed next to me before passing out. Being super tired, I still somehow closed my eyes to go back to sleep, not really registering that a stranger was in my apartment. I can't say how long my eyes were closed, but finally my mind was like, crap, someone broke in. When I fully jolted awake, they were gone. In June of 2018, the landlord I had at the time had her husband training a new maintenance guy. I'd walked downtown one day to pick up my daughter's new glasses, and when I returned, there was water everywhere on my bathroom floor. Jess was his name. The guy that accompanied him was Bob. Jess and Bob arrived and took a look at the damage. Bob asked how the metal piece connecting the toilet to the wall came undone, as it had to be unscrewed. I honestly admitted I had no clue. Jess then sent Bob downstairs to the maintenance room to grab a certain tool that was needed to fix it. Once he left, I was greeted with awkward silence, so I went to the kitchen to find a snack. After a couple of minutes of silence, Jess asked if I knew of anyone who had a spare key to my place, to which I replied, "Not that I'm aware of. Why do you ask?" Jess went silent, and for the remainder of summer until he left at the end of August, he did not speak another word to me. Over the next few years, stuff like things going missing, like makeup, earrings, necklaces, hairbrushes, my body sprays, would go missing. At times I would return to my door being unlocked. I'd left for the night to go to a friend's and would return to notices for noise complaints on my door. One of the more chilling incidents occurred in May of 2018. I had undergone day surgery. My friend and her kids came to stay to help me out. One night, my friend was sleeping on the couch. I was fast asleep in bed. She wasn't sure why she woke up, but she did, and when she looked down the hallway, she saw someone leave and assumed it was me going for a nighttime walk. I did enjoy those when I got the chance. She did note, though, that she thought I was dressed strangely. I'm mostly alternative, rocker, emo, goth kind of style, and the person was dressed in a white shirt and blue jeans with a ball cap. They were medium built and roughly 6'3" from what she could remember. I don't wear hats except for toques, and most of my wardrobe consists of black or other various dark colors and skinnies, along with some yoga pants and sweats. Definitely not brightly colored blue jeans that seemed a bit baggy at the bottom. After my friend saw that person, I was quick to install a security camera with night vision, but had never actually caught any footage of the person. Once I set it up, the activity stopped altogether, until shortly after I took the camera down. I had my locks changed. I had the landlord do random checks on my place when I'd leave for more than a night. Heck, I even went through the lengths of having my friends over who would stay up most of the night to try and catch this person. I should also note that I do have cats, so the powder on the floor thing doesn't work. No matter what I tried, I couldn't seem to catch this guy. I know it's a guy too. I once went out for the day with my daughter and friend, and when I came back, I went to change, but my entire wardrobe in the closet stunk of that woodsy warm campfire-scented cologne. Not to mention, men's sweats have randomly showed up in my laundry, along with a really large men's shirt. Fast forward to January of 2020, the night before my daughter's dad came over to visit for a few days. A friend had just recently moved into the same building, so I was at her place until late at night. My daughter had passed out on her couch, so she was moved into her son's bed, who was away at his dad's for a few days. I came home alone and crawled into bed. I have neighbors who are loud at night, so I've been listening to stuff on YouTube to help me sleep. On this particular night, I'd fallen asleep listening to something. At some point I woke up, so I rolled over to go back to sleep. My back was now facing the outside of the bed. Shortly after closing my eyes, I felt someone sit on my bed. At first, I wasn't alarmed. I assumed it was my friend who had a spare key, and my daughter who had issues sleeping over at her place, and is often brought home between 2 to 3 a.m. So I just lay still with my eyes shut, waiting for her to speak. But instead, there's silence. After a few moments of silence, I realized it wasn't my daughter, and I began to grow scared. I was aware I should have turned to see who it was, but I admit I'm a chicken. So I lay still, not moving, unsure of what to do. However, my body decided to betray me, and gave me one of those random pains causing me to quietly say ow, which alerted the person that I was awake. Whoever they were, they just took off. A few days passed, and it was the last night of my daughter's father being over. I'd gone late night skating at around 11 p.m. and returned around midnight. Me and her dad talked for a good while, playing catch-up, as he had recently came back into her life. By 1:40 a.m., I noticed while I was yapping away, he had directed his attention towards the kitchen. I of course kept talking until I was shushed for a second time. "What's wrong?" I asked, sounding rather spooked. My daughter's dad, who I'll name Joe, didn't say anything. He held a finger to his lips, motioning me to remain silent. After a couple of minutes, Joe got up and walked over to the front door, looking out the peephole before opening it. He looked out into the hall and then closed the door. "Joe, what's wrong?" I asked him again. Joe sat down and quietly asked, "You forgot your keys up at your friend's, right?" I nodded. "Yeah, but she's been asleep since around 11:30. Joe made a curious noise before looking back at the kitchen. "That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure, which means I just heard your lock being picked." A chill ran up my spine, and tears welled up in my eyes. After that night, I would come to find a men's ring in my living room, as well as something wrapped around my smaller cat's neck that I had to cut off. There would be minor break-ins as well, but the last incident happened back in March of 2020. Luckily, nothing since has happened. Not that I'm aware of, and I hope that faceless man is gone. Bigfoot is a shapeshifter. From C.J. Mullins. I'm no writer, but I'll do my best to describe what I saw. I live on a mountain in West Virginia. Only 3 households live up here. All of us retired, and between us, we own just over 20 acres. Our property borders the summit, a 10,600-acre property owned by the Boy Scouts, and that property borders 70,000 plus acres of maintained, preserved wilderness. Naturally, there's a lot of wildlife in this area. My husband has chickens, and because he likes to keep tabs on what might be messing with them, he keeps a trail cam posted near the coop. We see raccoons, foxes, we've seen a bobcat, a mountain lion too. DNR will tell you West Virginia doesn't have them, but we do. I saw one last summer running across my yard. We've seen a lot of coyotes on it, and every so often a bear. Now, the layout of the property is important. The 3 households own a lot of land, but our homes are situated in sort of an upside-down triangle from my point of view. The neighbor at the top left of the triangle has his home situated far back from the entrance of his gate, and I've never seen any source of light coming from there at night. The neighbor at the top right and up a slight hill has a dusk to dawn light, and we at the bottom point of the triangle have motion lights. When we built our house, we had an attached garage, but later my husband decided we needed a 3-car garage behind the house. He's a retired carpenter and gets bored, so he invents things to build. I took full advantage of this and turned the attached garage into my craft room. Last Friday night, I was sitting in my craft room doing my thing. I like to listen to YouTube videos while I work, so I was picking out a playlist on my iPad. It was about 10:30 at night, very dark out, and I had the garage door up because it was warm. The only light was the light spilling out of my garage and a bit of my neighbor's dusk to dawn light, which from my viewpoint only lightly illuminated part of the drive leading up the hill. My 9-year-old beagle was sleeping on the floor next to me when he began to growl. We've had him since he was 6 weeks old, so I've heard him growl before, but never like this. I looked down at him, and then in the direction he was looking. It was standing in the middle of my neighbor's driveway, about halfway up the hill. I instantly knew that it wasn't a man. It was, I would guess, about 7.5 feet tall. I'm bad at that, but that's my best guess. The thing was standing on 2 legs, and due to the dim light, I couldn't tell if it was facing me or facing the other way. I know bears can stand up. I've never seen one do it in person, but I know they can do that. But this thing didn't look like a bear to me. It wasn't really fat enough, I guess. It was bulky but not fatty like a bear. I then realized I was on full display under the bright lights in that garage, so I took 4 steps to hit the light switch. When I stood up, though, it moved. It didn't run, but walked rapidly. It did look like a man walking, but again, this was not a man. I stood frozen, focusing my eyes on the area it went in. It walked into the wooded area between the 2 points of the triangle between my neighbor's drives. I don't think its fur was black. I got the impression it was a dark brown. Once my eyes adjusted, I could see a shadowy shape in the wooded area. Then I saw it go from a dark color to a lighter one, and for a split second, if I had blinked I would have missed it, I saw the shape of its head and shoulder area change. It wasn't like the American Werewolf in London, slow and painful looking, but it happened extremely fast. It then dropped down, and a few seconds later, the biggest coyote I've ever seen walked out of the area, stopped, looked straight at me, then trotted off into the woods to the left. I know if a coyote had been in the patch of woods, it would have ran out when that thing ran in there. I also know that I saw that thing change. I never believed in shapeshifters. I thought it was just scary stories kids told each other. As far as Bigfoot, I've never had an opinion. I like to believe in him, but didn't ever expect to see one. And I also don't drink or do drugs. I know what I saw that night. I just can't wrap my mind around it. I had my husband check his trail cam, but that thing didn't come near it. I had my cell phone lying next to me on the table at the time, but all of this happened so fast, I didn't have time to try to get a shot of it. Then again, I don't think it would have picked up anything. It was just too dark for a phone camera. If I'd thought to grab it when it was in the middle of the drive with the dim light behind it, I may have gotten a shot of its form, but I just didn't think of that in the moment. Not all legends are fiction. From KK. Let me start by saying most people aren't going to believe this, but this is my memory of it. My husband and I went to visit my mother for Thanksgiving. She lives on top of a mountain on several acres of national forest. Basically, you wind all the way to the top, take a turn on a barely drivable road, punched right through the woods. She spent years building a beautiful cabin where she resides still today. It's like nothing you can describe, really, except one simple thing: isolation. There aren't too many folks up on the mountain, and they like it that way. This is why I'm not throwing out a location. And yes, I know it's convenient and for some it will be frustrating, but I'd rather keep it private. At any rate, we absolutely loved spending holidays out there, as you can imagine. On this particular occasion, it was November of 2010. We had built a campfire and were sitting around enjoying the sounds of the woods and telling stories. My mother looks up and says, "The craziest thing happened here recently. My neighbor called me and asked me to come over. She had something to show me, so when I went over to my neighbor, she tells me, 'So this morning I went to check on my deer cams. One of my cams was completely destroyed. The cam was in pieces, but I managed to get the SD card. The first picture was of a huge buck. The second picture, well, I got this.' As my mom explained the story, she told us what was in that picture, or at least what she saw. My mom said it was some sort of animal. It was extremely pale with long arms and legs. She said it looked like the flash of the deer cam made its eyes light up too. The creature appeared to not even have a nose. She went on to say, so after that, the neighbor, obviously freaked out, took the photo to the local police. They supposedly laughed in her face and said it was fake. Not long after, the people in town started to talk. They made remarks about her being crazy and a hoaxer. So then she sends it to the state government. I'm not kidding you. And they told her it was a hoax too. By this time, she was getting so much crap about it, she just stopped talking about it altogether. My mom then went on to explain that the last she'd ever heard of it was that the neighbor gave the SD card to her drunk son-in-law. At that point, my husband and I are like, holy crap, no way. Then my detective brain kicked in, so I grabbed my MacBook and made a Google search and came up with a certain picture. I showed it to my mom, and she said, "Oh my god, that's the same thing." I did some more research, and from what I can figure, the SD card was sent to a news station anonymously. I'm thinking that was the son-in-law who did it. Now, for those who may not have heard, and to those who may have already guessed, I'm talking about something that looks like the rake. Now, for the record, I'm not saying the rake is real, but I am saying this story is real. I'm saying that the photo is real. That as far as I believe, it was not photoshopped or faked. It was taken on a real cam in the middle of the night in the middle of hundreds of acres of national forest. Also, my mom has lived there for 20 years and has never seen anything like this. So you decide for yourself. Do you think things like the rake or crawlers exist? Mountain Hiking Monster from Dog Lover 2002. I'm a 19-year-old female and I love hiking, especially when I need a pick-me-up. Well, in August of last year, my friend Gia and I went hiking. I brought my dogs, Bane, a 3-year-old Bernese mountain dog, and Clocker, a 9-month-old Cocker Spaniel. We would be hiking through the Wichita Mountains. We made sure to bring our coats just in case it got cold. About 7 minutes into our hike, I get this feeling that we're being watched. Gia sees the look on my face and asks, "Rainey, are you okay?" I get ready to say something in response when we heard this rustling noise. Bane and Clocker began to growl. Gia, throwing caution to the wind, said, "Hey, who's there?" That's when this tall creature walked onto the trail in front of us. The dogs went crazy. The thing looked half man, half goat. We stood there in shock until the creature began running towards us. We turned around and ran down the trail with the dogs. Bane and Clocker beat us to the car. We hopped inside and sped away. I still have no idea what we saw, but we don't go hiking anymore. Gia was too scared to live on her own after that encounter, so she moved in with me. Clocker has gotten more brave, and Bane growls at every single goat or lamb he sees, except for my goat, Lucky, who Bane grew up with. I ended up telling another friend of mine named Andre about the experience, and the first thing he said was, "Probably a goat man." The Thing in West Virginia from Tim Roger. This story occurred in Parkersburg, West Virginia. Even though I was originally born in Charleston, I moved to Parkersburg when I was 3. I was raised in an isolated area in the mountains. West Virginia is known for its scary cryptids and the well-known Mothman. But I'm here to tell you about a new type of creature, one never seen by the human eye before, at least as far as I know. I was 8 years old, playing outside with my German Shepherd. I vividly remember it being a nice fall day. The trees were beginning to lose their leaves. Every step I could hear the leaves crunching below me. As I mentioned, I live in an isolated area in the mountains, so my family would have to drive about 30 minutes to town if they wanted groceries or just to take me to school. It was evening, so I was bored, just running around throwing sticks as my dog attempted to go get them. I always loved the outdoors from a young age, but this event almost changed it for me. I soon noticed a stream heading down the mountain. I went over to it and my dog followed. I sat down on a nearby rock and looked up. I could tell it was going to be dark soon. That's when I heard a twig snap on the other side of the stream. I looked over to see a small squirrel just looking at me. My dog barked and foolishly ran across the stream, splashing me in the process. I ran after him but soon lost him. I looked around and soon found that I was indeed lost. I had an uneasy feeling and just wanted to be back home. I tried to retrace my steps, but I couldn't seem to find my way back. Every second that passed, that uneasy feeling would multiply. I scanned my surroundings until I found what was giving me that feeling. To this day, I still regret looking in that direction. What I saw was 8 feet tall. It was skinny and had a weird face, like that of a bear. But it definitely wasn't a bear. This creature had patches of brown fur, but it looked like it had gotten in a fight with something. It had long arms, and that stench that came off it was insane. I stumbled backwards, and I was just in shock. It seemed like the thing was just as scared as I was. It went down on 4 legs and scurried off. It sure did remind me of a grizzly bear, but I'm not sure we have grizzly bears in West Virginia. Only black bears, I believe. And if it was a grizzly bear, why would it act like that? The thing I encountered made no noise. It was silent. I just sat there pondering on what I saw. I finally got the nerve to get up, but my legs were so shaky and I was so paranoid. I looked behind me every minute. I tried to run at one point, but I had no sense of direction. Even so, I just wanted to run, and so I did anyway. Eventually, I reached a road. It was the same road that led to my house. I followed it. I made it almost halfway up the road, and my heart sank as I remembered I didn't know where my dog went. I tried to think of an excuse on what to tell my parents, but what would they think? I walked into my house and went directly to my bedroom. I didn't come out that evening at all. Eventually, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night with that same feeling, and I swear I heard something knocking at my window. I was petrified. I felt cold teardrops falling down my cheeks. I was so scared. The next day, my dog thankfully somehow found his way home. I was so relieved, but I could tell he wasn't the same. After that day, I haven't been in those same woods ever again. I've been too scared to. Even now, as I'm 38, I'm just too paranoid. I don't know what was messing with us. From Angel F. This took place in 2013 in Boulder, Colorado. I always think about this from time to time, and I never will understand what this thing was or why this happened. My boyfriend, now husband, and I wanted to go spend some time in the mountains. He invited another couple and his 2 brothers, and we left about 1 in the afternoon. We found the most random spot, then stopped to get out and cook some food. We weren't too deep in the woods because the road was literally right next to us. But if you looked around, there was nothing but trees everywhere and not very many cars passed by. My husband and his friend and one of his brothers decided to go exploring deeper in the woods. Me, his friend's girlfriend, and his younger brother stayed and chilled by the little fire we had going. We were enjoying ourselves when all of a sudden all 3 of the guys came running down the hill. They said they'd found a tent but it was a weird makeshift one. There was garbage all around it and hair everywhere. My first thought was maybe this was someone's home and they have nowhere else to go, so they took refuge out here in the woods. The hair part was a little confusing though. They also said it was weird because when they were there, they felt as if they were being watched, and the woods were unusually quiet. That's why they'd come back so fast. Mind you, they were only gone for about 10 minutes. I told him not to be messing around, and if this was a prank, it wasn't funny. He said they were serious and thought maybe it was time to go. We'd already been there a few hours by then. All of a sudden, we heard what sounded like a rock being thrown. It definitely wasn't close, as if someone was trying to hit us or the car, because it was still at a good distance. By then, it was already getting dark. I'm not too sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I swore I saw some sort of shadow or something moving so fast between the trees. I yelled at my boyfriend to look, and every time he did, that thing seemed to move away. We started for the car, which was only a few steps away. We rushed in the car, looking around to see if we could see this thing again, but it never showed itself. I felt like the moment we all got in the car, this thing was going to come and attack us. I felt so scared, especially because I was the one who was driving, so I had to compose myself and hope for the best. We never saw what it was for sure, but my husband said he thinks it was a Bigfoot. Honestly, I don't know, but it was definitely a moment I'll never forget. We never did go back there. White River Wendigo from Sea Philly 100. There have been quite a few Wendigo encounters being reported out of the Roosevelt National Forest here in Colorado as of late, so I thought I'd share my encounter as well. It was back in July of 2021. I was trying to get 50 or 55 days in before the 2020-2021 ski season ended. We can ski pretty much year-round here, save for a few late summer months, and looking back, I can't seem to recall whether it was 50 or 55. Anyway, I typically like to backcountry ski out on Loveland Pass, but seeing as how it was the middle of summer, mostly all the snow up there had already melted. I could see from the top of the pass, however, that there was still a solid strip of summer snow over on the west side of the pass, southeast of Arapahoe Basin ski area, a couple of peaks down from Arapahoe Basin's infamous East Wall, an area featuring such ominous route names as Crap for Brains, Idiots, and The Widowmaker, just to name a few. Inspirational, right? Well, I was the wise guy who was going to hike up a nearly vertical granite wall because I just had to hit that number. Funny how I can't even remember that number. Anyhow, I drove down to the pullout down below the ascent, put the car in park, and got out to relieve myself. Now, this particular area used to be part of the Arapahoe National Forest, but it was transferred over to White River back in 1998. It's a wild area that provides significant habitat for deer, elk, mountain sheep, mountain goat, bear, and various other wildlife. It was already afternoon, which, generally speaking, is a no-no in the high mountains of Colorado in the summertime, or any time really, but especially in the summer, when lightning storms are an almost daily occurrence in the afternoons up there, and it was already clouding over by that time. But this was my final chance to get in before a big trip I had scheduled, so I strapped up my boots, threw my skis over my shoulder, and got to stepping. The first part of the hike was difficult. I had to make my way through some pretty thick brush just to get up into the woods, and once I got into the woods, I realized it would be easier to follow what's known as an AV track, which is basically what's left over after an avalanche slides down a natural gravitational fall line. Avalanche paths are subdivided into 3 sections: the start zone, the track, and the run-out zone. So I was hiking up the talus path, stepping from stone to stone almost like a natural staircase. I was stopping every couple of yards to transfer my skis from one shoulder to the other. At some point, the avalanche path turned into a high mountain stream. Mind you, this is right around 12,000 plus feet above sea level at this point in the ascent. Right around the trigger zone of the AV path, I was able to exit the talus path and start making my way up the high alpine section of the ascent. This was just a bit above treeline, where the mountain breaks up into big gullies and steep cliffed-out ravines. There are some high mountain caves up there, some natural and some old gold and silver mines, the latter of which the nearby town of Silverthorn was named after. I'd never been so close to these particular caves before, and I noticed that there were quite a few bones scattered about. Either deer or mountain goats, I'm not really sure. But what startled me was that some still appeared to be fairly fresh, with flies buzzing about and feasting on the little bits of rotting flesh still stuck to the bones. I figured there must be a mountain lion den nearby, as they are a pretty common sight around the area. I wasn't too concerned though, as I had my skis to protect me, and mountain lions aren't really known to be super aggressive unless you provoke them. The thing that puzzled me, however, was the smell. Mountain lions smell like big cats. They have that same strong ammonia smell to their urine, which they use to mark their territory, so you'll smell it when they're spooked. This, on the other hand, was more like a dead, rotten flesh smell, and I'm not just talking about the little bits of flesh the flies were feasting on, more like a dead rooster that's been left out for months to bake in the hot summer sun. Believe me, I would know. I used to live on a free-range chicken farm out on Orcas Island, but that's a different story. No, this was like the kind of smell that makes you want to throw up. Very vile, disgusting. Just then I started to hear what sounded like a chicken squawking, only differently. More hoarse and raspy, like a chicken dying from emphysema, if that makes any sense at all. My spidey senses were tingling as I quickly assessed that there's no way in heck a chicken had managed to get all the way up here. This was far away from civilization. The squawking turned into more of a high-pitched whistling sound, but with the sound waves bouncing off the rocks and echoing around the gully, so I couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. That almost made it sound like it was all around me. Feeling nauseated and a bit disoriented, I then heard a loud popping sound and turned around just in time to see something truly horrific. A giant moose-like creature with sharp, curvy antlers and a face and head like a big elk skull or something, with black soulless pits for eyes, 2 small slits where the nose should be, and complete with long, jagged teeth hanging out of its bony downward mouth, if you could call it that. A skeletal but muscular and rather mangy-looking ribcage, and I could see that it was hunched over on its haunches that looked like oversized deer legs, with the long, extended heel ending in rather large hooves. It had long, skinny arms that it was using to halfway run, walk, and lunge at me in a jerky and uncoordinated fashion, yet it was somehow still impossibly fast and aggressive. It was rapidly crossing the clearing in a disturbed and menacing manner. Not having much time to react, I quickly threw my skis down on the ground and clipped in, and even though there wasn't quite enough snow to ski on, off I went, bouncing down the hill, cranking over rocks and patches of grassy dirt, just praying that I didn't fall. I could hear that thing chasing me, and I knew I couldn't turn around, but I could hear its heavy bipedal footfall behind me, and I could see from our shadows that the thing was gaining on me. There was a big cliff coming up, and I knew I had to take my chances or this thing was going to catch me. Just then, I saw its 2 long, sinewy arms, ending in long black claws that looked like they were stained with layers of old caked-up blood, reaching out around my waist. I shut my eyes and tried to scream, but nothing came out. When I opened my eyes, I was flying through the air, my stomach in my throat, like when you're on a roller coaster. And just like that, boom, I hit the ground. My skis went flying off into the stream, with me tumbling down behind them. It was all I could do to keep my hands out in front of my face, cartwheeling down the mountain, slicing my arms and legs open against the razor-sharp rocks. It's truly a miracle that I didn't hit my head or break any bones in the process. But then my leg got jammed up in between the rocks and a big patch of ice, stopping my fall. I could no longer see the thing, but I knew I had to keep moving, so I pulled my leg out and grimaced in pain before sliding down the ice field and popping out into the trees below. I hoisted myself up against a tree and started to limp down, pushing it for all I was worth, finally reaching the scrubby bush below. From way up on the mountain, I heard the most grotesque and blood-chilling scream. It sounded like a demonic dragon from the movies or something. You can bet I scrambled as fast as my aching body would allow, getting back to my car. When I finally made it to my car, I jumped in and I threw it in reverse, backing out onto US 6 before throwing it into gear and hauling my sorry tail out of there. I think my adrenaline began to wear off at that point, because I could feel myself shaking uncontrollably, and I had to pull over to vomit. My wounds were oozing blood, and I knew I had to tend to them before they became infected. I drove down to the nearest gas station and went into the bathroom to wash my cuts. When I came out, the gas station attendant was looking at me like, "What the heck, bro?" "Trust me," I said. "You don't want to know." Devil's Racetrack Werewolf from Skater 91. In 2013, I lived close to a hiking trail. I would build a fire in a fire pit there and hang out on cool nights with a neighbor. On 2 separate occasions, we heard coyotes barking and howling like they were killing prey, only to hear this eerie quietness, followed by a loud howl, which was much more deep than a wolf howl. It sent chills down my spine. A couple of months later, I moved a few miles away to an apartment with my girlfriend. I was sitting in my apartment with a couple of friends one night. My girlfriend wasn't home at the time. One of them mentioned going for a hike, so we went out. We stopped by our local Walmart to pick up a few things and headed out to the trails. We walked about a mile or so up before settling down and building a fire. I helped get the fire going and went to gather some wood. That's when I saw something. I believed it to be the same creature that made those weird howls. We were face to face. It was climbing up the rocky side of the mountain and stared into my eyes. This creature was 8 feet tall with human-like hands and claw-like nails. Its upper body was like that of a man, but its head was wolf-like, and its legs were dog-like. Its eyes had a red glint to them, and strangely it looked more human than anything. Its fur was as dark as death. The creature snarled, and I ran for my life back to the